Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the infinite fusion system of all heavens and worlds. The world given by the system, American Comic World. The host can obtain the resources of his own world, currently owning the American Comic World, through the points lottery, which is used to enhance his strength. Points are obtained by entering each world for training. Current world, Dou Po Cangqiong, mission, assist Xiao in becoming Dodi. Gao Fan opened his eyes in a daze, a little confused. This is a forest, and the sun shines on his face through the mottled shadows of the trees. Am I not sleeping in a rental house? Where is this place? Why is there a panel in my head? Am I dreaming? Ding! As a newcomer, you have a free chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw? Draw a lottery? Gao Fan rubbed his confused eyes, and a turntable appeared in front of him. Haha, even in a dream, you can encounter a lottery. Then draw it! The turntable started to spin, and the pointer slowly stopped. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the God-level Bloodline, X-Men Dark Phoenix. Oh my, Dark Phoenix? It seems like I'm really dreaming. Before I knew what the Black Phoenix looked like, Gao Fan felt a shadow flash before his eyes, and the turntable disappeared. Ah! Gao Fan felt a body fall on him, and it was a bit heavy. Hey! Girl, you'd better not resist. Otherwise, we two brothers can't guarantee that we will leave some scars on your fair body. That's right. That's right. Come back with us obediently, and we promise that you will have endless wealth and glory. Looking down, Gao Fan found a purple-haired woman lying on his chest. The woman looked up, and a pair of purple pupils on her young face were full of panic. The purple-haired woman saw Gao Fan as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and her face was excited. Sir, save ma, idiot! Two wretched figures, one fat and one thin, entered Gao Fan's sight. I'm so lucky today. I thought I couldn't find you, so I wanted to catch a beauty to go home and report. The two wretched people came forward and looked at Gao Fan with a playful look on their faces. We have already destroyed this kid, and you actually asked him to save you? The thin man grabbed the woman's shoulders and threw her roughly to the ground. I didn't expect you're still alive. The fat man stepped forward, patted Gao Fan's face, and said to the thin man, Brother, let's go and tie up that woman first. This kid is seriously injured and can't escape. The thin man laughed wildly. Okay, brother. Gao Fan looked dazed, looking at everything in front of him. It seemed so real. Isn't it a dream? No way? In an instant, a wave of memories came like a tide. It turned out that this world is Fight's Break Sphere. The name of this body now is the same as his own, called Gao Fan, the son of a small family in Wutan City. 5 years ago, his family was destroyed in the struggle, and he was the only one left. Xiao saw that the young Gao Fan had a good physique, so he took him into the Xiao family, followed Xiao by his side, and cultivated him as Xiao confidant. The two had a very good relationship. Gao Fan was older, and Xiao even recognized Gao Fan as his brother. However, 3 years ago, Gao Fan, like Xiao, began to lose strength inexplicably and became a waste in the eyes of everyone. Since Gao Fan was Xiaoyan's confidant, he had always been regarded as a thorn in the eye by Xiaoyan's opponent, Xiao Ning. Now, Xiao Ning even had someone trick him into this monster forest, wanting to get rid of him as soon as possible. It seems I really traveled through time. Gao Fan stared at the sky in a trance, with a smile on his lips. It's funny that he could travel through time while sleeping at home. Ah, no! The woman screamed. Gao Fan turned his head and saw that the two thugs who were chasing him had already stretched their claws towards the helpless girl. As a young man with a strong sense of justice, he had to do something at this time. That's right, system. Gao Fan hurriedly looked into his mind. The system was a panel in Gao Fan's mind, and he could call it up as long as he thought about it. The panel has basic information. Host, Gao Fan. Level Universe 1-star ability, no basic information. Below is a large information box, which displays all the previous prompts. Next to the information box is a dark turntable with a few large characters above it. Points turntable. At the bottom left of the turntable is a note. Use points to draw a lottery, and each draw consumes 1 point. Current points, 0. Other than that, nothing. You said you can just come and give a novice guide or something. You can't ask someone how to use this system. The user experience is extremely poor. Okay? Universe level. This level looks awesome, but it doesn't feel powerful at all. Oh right, Where is the Black Phoenix I drew before? Gao Fan hurriedly opened the system space, and in front of him were a large number of small squares. Sure enough, in the first square lay a group of Black Phoenix avatars with flowing light. The consciousness touched the avatar and a prompt came. Ding! Do you want to fuse Bloodline, X-Men Dark Phoenix? Fusion will set Dark Phoenix as the main bloodline. Fusion. Gao Fan didn't think too much. Whether he could be a hero and save the beauty depends on this thing. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Current level, Universe level 2 stars. Congratulations on obtaining the Dark Phoenix with innate abilities. Energy explosion, telekinesis control, telepathy, flight, fire control, energy absorption, and other abilities. Currently activated abilities, energy explosion, telekinesis control. Other abilities have not been activated due to the host's insufficient level. Energy explosion, extract the energy of the Dark Phoenix in the body and blast it. Telekinesis control, use the mind to control objects, can attack, can defend. Haha, he drew the Dark Phoenix at the beginning. Even if it is incomplete, he can go straight to the sky. Let her go. Gao Fan stood up and looked at the two thugs with a fierce look in his eyes. Hearing the voice behind them, the two thugs turned around and looked at Gao Fan in astonishment. Oh, you can do it! The thin man smiled wickedly. After such a serious injury, you can stand up so quickly? The fat man said proudly, He doesn't have any fighting spirit at all. He is just a spent force. He doesn't run away at this time, idiot. The thin man sneered, Brother, let's kill him. Don't let this kid disturb our elegance. You are right. The fat man jumped up with a knife. Looking at the fat man rushing towards him, Gao Fan stretched out his left hand and made a pistol gesture with a sneer on his face. Gao Fan's mouth curled up a little. Energy! Explode! Bang! A ball of fire exploded at the fat man's original position, and the scorching temperature made the air hot. When the flames dissipated, the fat man fell to the ground. There was no intact place on his body. His eyes were wide open with fear, staring straight at the sky, and it was obvious that he was no longer alive. Gao Fan was stunned at that time. He was killed instantly. The power of this explosion was too terrifying, wasn't it? The thin man looked at Gao Fan with horror. You? What did you do just now? As he spoke, the knife in the thin man's hand fell to the ground. At this time, Gao Fan was like the god of death in his eyes. Gao Fan had a faint smile on his face and made a pistol gesture to the thin man. It's your turn. No, don't. The thin man was so scared that he knelt on the ground. Don't kill me. I was forced to do it. It was Xiao Ning who asked us to kill you. Really, even if you don't say it, I know it. Gao Fan smiled jokingly. But since you dare to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. At this time, an idea came to Gao Fan's mind. If you use telekinesis to control energy, what will the effect of a fixed-point explosion be? Thinking of this, Gao Fan stared at the thin man's heart and opened and closed his lips gently. Energy explosion. The next second, the thin man fell to the ground, and the place where his heart was turned into a big hole. Skinny guy cool? Gao Fan smiled proudly. This skill, so this is how it can be used. The purple-haired woman sitting on the ground put her hands on her chest and looked at Gao Fan with admiration. The woman's purple eyes were full of stars, and she murmured, Wow! So handsome! Gao Fan came to the woman and frowned slightly at the deep purple eyes and flowing purple hair. Only now did he realize that this girl was wearing two little purple gauze. No wonder she attracted perverts. Are the people in Dou Po Cangqiong so open? You can't stand it yourself. Are you okay? Gao Fan asked softly. Ah! The purple-eyed woman blushed instantly, her heart pounding. I'm fine. My name is Gao Fan. What's your name? The purple-eyed woman looked at Gao Fan in confusion. I don't know. Don't know? Gao Fan was a little puzzled. Could he be a fool? It's my first day as a human, and I don't even have a name yet. The purple-eyed woman smiled slightly, and her purple eyes seemed to be glowing. Very beautiful. Hiss! Gao Fan took a breath of cold air. The woman's purple eyes and purple hair, plus her statement that it was her first day as a human, reminded him of the girl who ranked first on the inter-school ranking of Canaan College in the original book. Are you particularly sensitive to natural treasures? Gao Fan asked. Yes! The woman nodded. I became like this because I ate a magical grass. How did you know? Oh my God! Couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. This is a stroke of luck. I actually picked up the little beautiful girl Xian who had just transformed into a human form. You know, this is the search artifact that helped Xiao find countless natural treasures in the original book. What's wrong? The purple-eyed woman looked at Gao Fan's doubtful expression, frowned slightly, and her eyes dimmed. She seemed to be very worried that the handsome brother in front of her would alienate herself because he was not human. Ahem, it's okay. Gao Fan thought for a moment. In that case, I'll call you Xian from now on. Xian? The purple-eyed woman's eyes brightened up again. I like this name very much. Xian will be the master's maid from now on. Huh? Gao Fan was a little surprised, and was obviously frightened by Xian's words. You are a member of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan. Don't be so careless. Seeing Gao Fan's reaction, Xian's eyes dimmed again. Does the master not like Xian? No. Gao Fan waved his hands quickly. I like it. Xian smiled again, hugged Gao Fan's thighs and rubbed with a happy face. Ha, as long as the master likes it. Ha! Gao Fan smiled awkwardly. She took in a Taishu ancient dragon as a maid, and her father was the Dragon King. Although she was now pressed in the magma world under the Canon Academy, she didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. No matter what, I have the system. How can I be timid? Ding! The host modified the original storyline and obtained points on 100. Gao Fan's eyes widened. Is this possible? He hurriedly looked at the system. Gao Fan was overjoyed when he saw the extra 100 points in the points column. Draw. System, please confirm the start of the draw. Gao Fan was happy. Let's start, 10 points first. Ding, Qi condensing pill. Ding, Qi nourishing pill. 10 times in a row, all were pills. Gao Fan was happy. This system is really good. The worst ones are all pills. Awesome. Gao Fan took a pill and put it in his mouth. It was crunchy and tasted like chicken. After swallowing a pill, his level did not increase. It seemed useless. He didn't even fart. System, this thing seems useless? System, this is a pill from the Duki continent. Of course it's useless if you eat it. Damn! Gao Fan was about to lose his temper, but he saw Xian looking at him pitifully. Master, do you still have the pills like those you just gave me? I want to eat them. Gao Fan smiled bitterly, took out the remaining pills and handed them to Xian. Eat them. Xian took the pills and was so excited that she swallowed all 9 of them in one go. The next second, Xian's momentum suddenly increased. Master, I have broken through to the first level. No, I should say fighter. Xian's pink little face was filled with a bright smile. Ha! Gao Fan forced a grin. As long as you're happy. System, tell me, what kind of bullshit setting is this? Why is it useless if I eat it? System, your Black Phoenix is a god-level bloodline. Just looking at the energy storage, you are already in existence that surpasses the Dou. Why do you eat these? Gao Fan widened his eyes in surprise. Really? Doesn't that mean that the Dou can kill me in seconds? Ahem, that's not the case. Your level is too low. The cosmic level 2 star is equivalent to the peak of the Dou Master. Your energy explosion is enough to deal with the likes of the great Dou Master. Oh my god, this is awesome! There are no masters in Wutan City. Gao Fan's eyes were full of surprises. Then how do I get skills? Do I need to learn fighting skills? System, the Black Phoenix energy is not Dou Qi, and it can't be converted into Dou Qi. The only way for you to get skills is to constantly fuse blood, increase strength, and gain skills. Bloodline? Yes, just like the Black Phoenix bloodline, it can only be obtained through lottery. What are the chances of winning? System, it depends on your face. Damn, keep drawing, I don't believe it. Gao Fan spent all his points. Anyway, this thing has no other use except for drawing. Then a large number of pills flashed on the screen and Gao Fan's face turned black. Just when Gao Fan was about to lose his temper, a wonderful prompt sound came. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the bloodline, Wolverine. Damn, Uncle Wolf. Gao Fan quickly opened the system space and clicked on Wolverine. Ding! Do you want to fuse Wolverine and Black Phoenix? Fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. Wolverine's innate ability obtained. Rapid regeneration. Ding! Congratulations on the host's upgrade. Current level, Cosmic level 3 stars. Ding! Activate new ability, Telepathy. Haha! Gao Fan laughed out loud on the spot. Although he didn't inherit Uncle Wolf's claws, rapid regeneration is still good. With this, he basically won't die. Xian looked puzzled. Master, why are you so happy? Gao Fan chuckled, "It's okay, let's go." "Master, where are we going?" Xian stood up and jumped in front of Gao Fan. Gao Fan grinned with a wicked smile on his face. Xiao family. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young man. With a roar, a group of people came out of the Xiao family hall with sullen faces. Xian, you are not allowed to attack without my permission. Oh, okay. Gao Fan and Xian just walked in the door and saw the angry Nalan Yanran and Gaye walking out with people. Just like the original book, this Nalan Yanran is indeed a beauty. She is so radiant at such a young age. Gao Fan couldn't help but touch his chin and stare at her. At this time, Gao Fan was in tatters and his original white clothes had been dyed into a khaki color, just like a refugee. The Xiao family members around him were also pointing fingers at, "Isn't that the useless Gao Fan?" Humph, he thought it was 5 years ago. He actually relied on the fact that he was the young master's man and stared at him like this. I don't know how he died. Yes, this woman from the Yunlan Sect came to cancel the young master's engagement. Xiaoning frowned beside him. Gao Fan actually came back alive and well? Were the two men sent out pigs? What are you looking at? Nalan Yanran was holding back her anger. She had just been divorced by Xiao Yan and she hadn't recovered yet. Now she met another blind man who actually stared at her. Gao Fan smiled at Nalan Yanran without changing his expression. Look at the beauty! The anger accumulated in Nalan Yanran's heart suddenly exploded, and she raised her hand and slapped Gao Fan in the face. When everyone felt the burning pain on Gao Fan's face, Nalan Yanran's palm suddenly stopped 10 centimeters away from Gao Fan's face. Gao Fan grabbed Nalan Yanran's hand with ease. Strength equivalent to that of a top-level grand fighter, a fighter like Nalan Yanran certainly couldn't cause any trouble in front of Gao Fan. Everyone was shocked. That woman is a top-level fighter. How could Gao Fan stop her? Xiaoning frowned even more. Isn't Gao Fan a waste? Impossible, right? Gao Fan, how dare you? Let go! That's the young master of the Yunlan Sect. How dare you offend the Yunlan Sect? You are pushing the Xiao family into the abyss. The second elder followed closely, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. That's right, Gao Fan, you have evil ambitions and you deserve to be killed. Xiaoning stood out from the crowd and looked at Gao Fan coldly. Sure enough, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Nalan Yanran was shocked. Her full-strength palm was actually blocked by this dusty young man. His strength was so strong. Who are you? Nalan Yanran frowned slightly. Gao Fan! Gao Fan ignored the others and continued to stare at Nalan Yanran. Gaye stepped forward, his face cold, and fighting spirit surged in his palm. Boy, do you know who is in front of you? Faner, don't be rude. Xiao Zhan walked out of the crowd, and Xiao Yan, who was pale, followed closely behind him, obviously injured. Yes? Gao Fan nodded and took 2 steps back. He still looked cynical and stared at Nalan Yanran. He didn't plan to deal with this arrogant woman today. It would be better for Xiao Yan to deal with Nalan Yanran himself. Nalan Yanran glanced at Gao Fan coldly. Uncle Jie, let's go. Master Xiao, goodbye. Jie looked slightly angry and left with a wave of his sleeves. Brother Fan, what's wrong with you? After the people left, Xiao Yan frowned and asked. Gao Fan shook off the dirt on his body, then looked at Xiao Ning with a cold face. It's all thanks to you. Xiao Ning, you actually let Wang Da and Wang Er come to kill me, but they are too weak. Everyone looked at Xiao Ning, and they understood. Xiao Ning and Xiao Yan were not on good terms, and this was something everyone knew. So Gao Fan was also someone Xiao Ning wanted to deal with. Nonsense! Xiao Ning raised his eyebrows. Gao Fan, you are slandering me. I sent Wang Da and Wang Er to hunt in the monster forest. How could they kill you? Besides, Xiao Ning sneered, Wang Da and Wang Er are both at the 5th stage of fighting spirit, and you are only at the 2nd stage of fighting spirit. If they want to kill you, can you get away? Not to mention that they died in your hands. Everyone nodded, and Xiao Zhan couldn't help but frowned. Humph! Gao Fan snorted coldly and waved his hand casually. Bang! A ball of fire exploded in front of Xiao Ning, raising a cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Xiao Ning, who was charred black, lay on the ground, his life or death unknown. I wonder if you can kill Wang Da and Wang Er with this strength. Gao Fan laughed sarcastically. This? Everyone was shocked. What just happened? You, what did you do? The second elder hurried to Xiao Ning's side. This was his only grandson, the youngest generation who had the greatest potential to become the head of the Xiao family. Gao Fan sneered. Uncle Xiao has done me a favor. I won't kill the Xiao family. He won't die yet. Asshole, give me your life. The second elder's face turned grim, and his right hand turned into a sharp claw, rushing straight to Gao Fan's chest, Lionheart Claw. That fierce palm seemed to be able to directly break Gao Fan's chest and take his life. Xiaojian's heart tightened. The second elder was a powerful fighting master. Stop! Xiaojian took a step sideways to block the attack of the second elder. Second elder, it's not good for an elder to use the lion's heart claw on a younger generation. Humph. The second elder's face flushed, but since Xiaojian had taken action, he could only give up. Xiaojian, Xiaoning is still young. You must give him justice. Gao Fan looked at the second elder coldly. Don't tell me you don't know that Xiaoning sent out killers. The second elder's eyes were uncertain, and he looked at Xiaojian on the side. Humph, so what if I know? You Gao Fan is just an outsider. You can die if you die. You! Gao Fan was furious and wanted to kill someone. Xiaojian grabbed Gao Fan's hand. Fanner, don't be anxious. At this time, Xiaoyan also came up. Brother Fan, don't be angry. Okay. Gao Fan smiled coldly. He still had to give these two people face. Second elder, you'll keep your life first. Arrogant boy. The second elder's hair and beard were flying. I must kill you. Come on, Gao Fan shouted. Enough, second elder. Take Xiaoning down to heal his wounds quickly. Don't hurt the foundation. Xiaojian was intimidating without being angry. Xiaoyan, Gao Fan, reflect on your mistakes on the cliff. Everyone else, go away. After that, Xiaojian turned and left. A hint of viciousness flashed in the second elder's eyes. Just wait, this Xiao family will be mine sooner or later. The cliff behind the Xiao family, Gao Fan glanced at the ring on Xiaoyan's neck. Brother Yan, do you know why our Dou Qi has been declining in the past 3 years? Xiaoyan looked up. He was also curious about Gao Fan's sudden power. Do you know? Of course. Gao Fan pretended to be mysterious and said, I disappeared these few days and had some adventures. At the same time, I also know the reason why our Dou Qi has declined. Gao Fan pointed at the storage ring in Xiaoyan's hand. There is an old guy in your storage ring. He has been stealing our Dou Qi for these years. Xiaoyan frowned, looked at the storage ring and looked at Gao Fan. Really? Of course. Gao Fan's telepathic power drilled into the ring and used the additional ability of telepathy to telepathically transmit. Yao Chen, if you don't come out, I will attack. Okay. A shadow drilled out of the ring and appeared in front of the two. It was Yao Chen with white hair and white clothes. In fact, Gao Fan didn't know how to attack the soul, but used telepathy to confuse the other party. Yao Chen looked at Gao Fan with a vigilant look. He had been hiding in this ring for countless years. How did this guy know? This guy just disappeared for a few days, and suddenly came back as if he had changed into a different person. He became extremely powerful, to the point where he couldn't even see clearly. The weirdest thing was that the other party's soul power seemed to be so strong that there was no limit. Don't look at me like that, Gao Fan said lightly. You know, I have no hostility. If I had, you would have died. Gao Fan smiled faintly, full of confidence, not at all like bragging. He then glanced at Xiaoyan, and then looked at Yao Chen. I advise you to explain it to Xiaoyan first, because I think he is quite angry. Yao Chen looked at Xiaoyan, who was of course furious. Having his fighting spirit stolen for 3 years, causing his strength to decline and becoming a waste in the eyes of everyone, anyone would be angry. Ha ha! Young man, don't get excited! Yao Chen said shamelessly. Look at Gao Fan, how calm he is. In the past 3 years, have you really been stealing my Dou Qi? Xiaoyan gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear the phantom into pieces. Ahem! It's not stealing, it's borrowing. Yao Chen said shamelessly. Gao Fan raised his eyebrows. Since it's borrowing, then you should pay it back. This? Yao Chen felt annoyed. Gao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Have you used it up? Yao Chen clapped his hands. Humph! Xiaoyan's face turned grim. He took off the ring and threw it down the cliff. Gao Fan was quick-witted and took the ring back into his hands with telekinesis. His move once again refreshed Xiaoyan and Yao Chen's cognition. Brother, don't be anxious. This old man used to be invincible under the Du Sheng. There are a lot of treasures in his ring. Gao Fan smiled calmly and stuffed the ring into Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with horror. Under the Dou Sheng, there is no one who can defeat you. Yao Chen was in doubt and looked at Gao Fan. Who are you? Why do you know so much about me? Gao Fan shook his head gently, and the power of telepathy exploded. Yao Chen felt his mind was in turmoil, and Gao Fan's voice rang in his mind again. Don't worry, I have no hostility, and I am not interested in your burning technique. Yao Chen was mumpi in his heart. Of course he didn't believe it. You, how did you know? Hey, your soul has no secrets in front of me. Then Gao Fan almost told Yao Chen's life story, even the formula of the burning technique. There is no way, no one has secrets under the power of telepathy. Hearing this, Yao Chen was surprised and then frowned and thought. He sincerely felt that Gao Fan was powerful. Although there was no trace of Dou Qi fluctuation, he could take back the ring thrown by Xiaoyan through telepathy. The power of his soul was also very strong, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as abnormal. As far as Yao Chen knew, the soul realm of this world was divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. His soul is at the peak of the profound realm, while Gao Fan's is probably at the legendary emperor realm, right? At least in Yao Chen's life, he has never seen such a person who can obtain the other's memory. Could it be? Yao Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. You are from the Soul Clan. Gao Fan smiled slightly. I am so sunny and handsome. How can I look like the gloomy Soul Clan? Hearing this, Yao Chen looked up and down at the young man in front of him and nodded silently. The Soul Clan is indeed not like this, at least not so handsome. And if the Soul Clan had such a powerful ability, they would not have to go to so much trouble to do so many things. Gao Fan must leave this old man Yan to Xiaoyan. Because Gao Fan can't teach Xiaoyan at all. He doesn't even know how Dou Qi works. How can he teach? But Gao Fan still has to do something. That is, let this old guy take out all his treasures from the bottom of the box so that Xiaoyan can grow rapidly. You know, becoming a Dou Emperor is a long process. Gao Fan continued to throw candy. I can take everything from you, but I don't want to do that. As long as you agree to teach Xiaoyan, I can revive you and let you kill Han Feng and Mugu with your own hands. I can even revive Han Shanshan. Hearing the 3 words Han Shanshan, Yao Chen's body couldn't help but tremble, and even his eyes became much gentler. For Yao Chen, Han Shanshan is the pain of his life. This woman means too much to him. Are you serious? Yao Chen frowned, and his eyes could not hide hope. This time, Gao Fan did not laugh. He nodded seriously. Seriously! Yao Chen's eyes widened. The boy in front of him had been saying something that subverted his worldview since just now. Now he is even bragging like this. Resurrecting himself is fine. Resurrecting Han Shanshan? Who gave you the confidence? But after some thought, Yao Chen hesitated. The conditions mentioned by Gao Fan were too tempting. They were all his long-cherished wishes for so many years. The most important thing was that Gao Fan was too mysterious. Seeing Yao Chen's hesitant look, Gao Fan said mysteriously, Xiaoyan, you can become a Dodi in the future. Yao Chen's eyes suddenly widened and stared into Gao Fan's eyes. For some reason, Gao Fan's confident eyes always make people feel that what he said is true. After confirming the eye contact, Yao Chen murmured, Deal! Cutting off the mental dialogue, Gao Fan patted Xiaoyan's shoulder. Brother, this is Yao Lao, the #1 alchemist in the continent, the first-generation leader of Xingyun Pavilion. Are you willing to worship him as your master? The #1 alchemist in the continent? Xingyun Pavilion? Xiaoyan couldn't hide his excitement. Even though he had lived 2 lives, his hands couldn't help but tremble. Are you really the #1 alchemist in the continent? Yao Chen nodded, indicating his consent. Are you willing to take me as your apprentice? Xiaoyan continued to ask. Ahem! Yao Chen nodded. Since you have contributed so much Dou Qi to me, I agree to accept you as my apprentice. Xiaoyan's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it all. The conditions for becoming an alchemist are so harsh. Can I meet those conditions? Ahem! Gao Fan was a little disappointed. Brother, why don't you kneel down? Xiaoyan suddenly realized and hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed to the shadow. Teacher, please accept your disciple's worship. Yao Chen looked at the kneeling Xiaoyan, and his mind was full of thoughts. Don't worry, Xiaoyan won't be Han Feng's. Gao Fan continued to telepathically transmit. Yao Chen's heart trembled every time the words of this young man called Gao Fan could hit the mark. However, thinking about the other party's strange ability, it seems that this is also a routine operation for the other party. Then, Yao Chen looked at Xiaoyan, who was kneeling on the ground. This little guy was honest. He didn't ask him to get up, so he lay on the ground obediently and didn't move. "Get up," Yao Chen said. "Thank you, teacher." Gao Fan nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, I'll leave first. You master and disciple should practice well." After that, Gao Fan left. However, before he took 2 steps, Gao Fan turned back. "By the way, Yao Lao, hand over all your skills and weapons. Don't hide them, such as Bone Spirit Cold Fire, 8th level Collapse, Blowing Fire Palm, Mysterious Heavy Ruler, Burning Decision, and that low-level, earth-level fighting skill, Flame Devouring Wave Ruler." Yao Chen's mouth twitched. This young man is really cruel. Xiaoyan also looked at Gao Fan curiously. "Brother Fan, what a great adventure this is. You know so many things." Not long after, there was a conversation coming from the cliff behind the Xiao family. "Teacher, do you really have a ground-level fighting skill?" "Yes, but you are too low to learn it." "What about the suction palm?" "You are too low." "What about the 8th level collapse?" "Too low." "Then what can I learn?" Let's learn alchemy first and level up." "Really? Then the last question, why doesn't Brother Fan worship you as his master?" "His soul power is a little weak." Yao Chen said this with almost gritted teeth. As for why he gritted his teeth, Xiaoyan didn't know. However, Xiaoyan was a little happy to hear that Brother Fan was not as good as himself. In the backyard of the Xiao family, Gao Fan was humming a little song very comfortably. He was holding a few bananas that he had just asked from the servants in his hand, and he was chewing them. Turning the corner, he met a beautiful woman. At a young age, she was already a lotus out of water. In time, she would surely be the most beautiful woman in the world. This was Shuner, a woman who was only good to Xiaoyan. Even though Gao Fan and Xiaoyan had a close relationship and were extremely handsome, Shuner was always cold to Gao Fan. "Beauty, want a banana?" Gao Fan slurred his words and handed over a banana, smiling slyly. Ling Ying, who was secretly observing, wanted to jump out at that moment. "Boy, the smile on your face shows that this is not an ordinary banana." "No need." Shuner couldn't help but look at Gao Fan for a second longer and then walked away coldly. She felt that Gao Fan was indeed different from before. At least the old Gao Fan was not so naughty. Gao Fan looked at Shuner's back as she left, and the smile on his face gradually solidified. Damn it! Telepathy doesn't work on Shuner. Even Ling Ying, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't escape telepathy. So how could Shuner block it? Back in the house, Ziyan, the little girl, had already fallen asleep. She looked so happy that her saliva almost fell to the ground. Telepathy activated, and then I realized that this girl was dreaming of eating natural treasures. Gao Fan smiled helplessly and covered Ziyan with the quilt. Suddenly thinking of Shuner, who could not even be seen through by telepathy, Gao Fan felt very uneasy. Night fell, and the moon was bright in the sky. Gao Fan came to Xiaoyan's yard. After a whole afternoon of careful consideration, he decided to take Xiaoyan to the Warcraft Forest to train and avoid Zuner, who could not even be seen through by telepathy. It is better to hide from such a person who cannot even be dealt with by the system. "Brother Xiaoyan, the moonlight tonight is really seductive." Shuner's voice came and Gao Fan stopped abruptly. At the same time, he found a dark shadow hiding in the corner. This was Shuner's follower, Dohuang Ling Ying. "Yes, it's late at night. Isn't Shuner going back to rest?" Xiaoyan said lightly. "If you keep running into my yard in the middle of the night, others will misunderstand you." "Heh," Shuner smiled, so beautiful. "What misunderstanding is there? What they said is true." Xiaoyan smiled dumbly. He certainly knew Shuner's feelings for him. "I can't do anything about you." "Hey!" Shuner saw Xiaoyan smiling and smiled sweetly. "Brother Xiaoyan still looks better when he smiles. Nalan Yanran will regret it, and those who look down on you will regret it." Xiaoyan looked at the graceful girl in the moonlight in front of him and gently embraced her in his arms. "Shuner, thank you. Don't worry, from today on, I will become stronger." Shuner trembled. Obviously, she didn't expect Xiaoyan to be so sudden. She hurriedly gestured behind her, fearing that the person in the dark would run out. In the dark of the wall, a figure was shaking. "Old Ling, Your young lady told you not to move. Gao Fan squatted beside the old man in black robe and smiled. You. Who are you? Ling Ying's eyes were filled with horror. I am a Do Huang, and I don't know when a junior came to me. I am Gao Fan. You watched me grow up. I am a good person. Gao Fan winked. I believed your lies. How can you be a good person like this? Ling Ying did not dare to let down his guard. The boy in front of him was too weird. On the surface, he looked weaker than before, but if he was so weak, could he come to him without anyone noticing? It's wrong to peek at people being intimate, and you are old. You should not have such needs. Why are you still like this? Gao Fan looked disgusted. Come on, come with me. Don't disturb the young couple. Ling Ying did not dare to get angry and felt that Gao Fan's words were quite rhyming, so he followed Gao Fan and left. He was planning to get rid of Gao Fan in a deserted place. The Gao Fan in front of him was obviously not the Gao Fan before. It was very likely that some old monster had taken over Gao Fan's body and came to the Xiao family to take the key. Turning a corner, Gao Fan was confident and calm. Old Ling, don't think about how to kill me. You are too weak and can't kill me. Now Gao Fan's Black Phoenix has the blessing of Wolverine. As long as it is not killed instantly, it can be repaired infinitely. Combined with its own various abilities, a mere Do Huang can just deal with it. Ling Ying's eyes flickered, and he raised his hand and slapped it. Swish! Gao Fan's clothes on his chest shattered, and the skin on his chest was covered with flame cracks under Ling Ying's attack. The cracks spread quickly and instantly climbed onto Gao Fan's limbs and face. However, the cracks healed quickly the next moment, and in a moment, Gao Fan's chest injury was restored to its original state. Ling Ying's eyes widened. His strength was invincible below the peak of Do Huang, but the young man in front of him actually caught his attack without any damage. Impossible! Impossible! Ling Ying's eyes widened and he murmured. Gao Fan glanced at his recovered chest, raised his head and grinned. Old Ling, you have to compensate me for my clothes. 100 gold coins. Ling Ying was silent for a moment. His heart was surging. Who are you? Ha ha! Gao Fan smiled slightly. I will not change my name. I am Gao Fan. Ling Ying's eyes were gloomy. Why did you come to the Xiao family? Gao Fan shook his head, spread his hands, and smiled helplessly. I really didn't come here for the Tuoshe Ancient Emperor Jade. You! Ling Ying's eyes widened and his fighting spirit surged. Even if I risk my life, I will kill you. After saying that, Ling Ying was about to take action and Gao Fan shook his head, and the ability of telekinesis surged. Ling Ying felt that his hand was pulled by a mysterious force, and his movement was blocked. Calm down. Gao Fan smiled. If I were you, I would pass the information back first. First, the ancient clan can know the situation, and second, your young lady's life can be saved. You! Ling Ying's eyes hesitated, and the fighting spirit that had gathered gradually dissipated. You dare to touch my young lady? Okay. Gao Fan waved his hand indifferently. I will take Xiao to the Warcraft Forest for training tomorrow, away from your young lady. As for the Tuoshi Ancient Emperor Jade, your young lady actually knows where it is, but she just doesn't want to take it away. Ling Ying was slightly stunned. Young lady knows? Gao Fan smiled proudly. Yes, this kind of thing is easy to verify. You can ask her and you will know, right? After sending Ling Ying away, Gao Fan quickly took Xiao to bid farewell to Xiao and went out at night. Xiao did not refuse. After all, he trusted Gao Fan as his brother very much. As for the herbs Xiao needed to make the elixir, with little sister Ziyan here, is there any fear of not having those things? If not now, when? In Shuner's room, Miss, do you know where the key of the Xiao family is? Ling Ying in black robe said calmly. Shuner frowned slightly and looked at Ling Ying with a pair of starry eyes. Why do you say that, Mr. Ling? Seeing Shuner's reaction, Ling Ying had already got the answer. The young lady really didn't know. Ling Ying suddenly opened his eyes. Oh no, I fell into the trap. The next second, Ling Ying disappeared in Shuner's room. Half a minute later, Ling Ying appeared in Shuner's room again. Miss, I'm sorry. Master Xiao and Gao Fan are both missing. It's my fault. Shuner sat on the chair and smiled. Old Ling, don't blame yourself. It's just that the opponent is too cunning. But he shouldn't be an enemy. The key is still in the Xiao family. This, Ling Ying's eyes stern, and then he suddenly realized, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that Miss really knows where the key is. Mr. Ling, please forgive me. Now is not the time to seize the key. Shuner stood up and bent down slightly. Ling Ying wanted to support Sooner, with a look of panic on his face. Miss, there is no need to do this. It is a blessing for our clan to have Miss. One morning after 7 days in the Warcraft Forest. Gao Fan slowly opened his eyes, and he slept comfortably. But it was really boring to watch Xiaoyan practice for 7 consecutive days. 8 extreme collapse. Xiaoyan hit the trunk of a big tree, and the trunk shattered. Ding! Xiaoyan advances to a fighter. Congratulations to the host for getting points 100. Seeing the points arrive, Gao Fan felt satisfied and started to draw without hesitation. He drew 100 times, and the first 99 times were useless pills. Finally, when Gao Fan was desperate, a wonderful reminder sound came. Ding! Congratulations on getting Iron Man's battlesuit Mark 44 Hulkbuster. Hulkbuster. Used to summon the Hulkbuster to fight. Number of uses unlimited. Gao Fan was very proud. This thing is simply a natural fighter. In the future, when he encounters something stupid, he can throw the Hulkbuster backhanded. That scene is so cool. Brother, congratulations on becoming a fighter. Haha. Gao Fan laughed loudly. Yes. Xiaoyan was also excited. After so many years, he finally felt that there was hope in life. Yao Chen standing by was also inexplicably excited. 7 days, breaking through from the 3rd stage of Doqi to a 1-star Doge. There is no second one in the entire Doqi continent. Gao Fan smiled proudly. That's right, don't you see how many pills you have taken? Ziyan standing by pouted. Master is partial. I have to exchange herbs for pills, but Master Xiaoyan can eat them for free. Gao Fan touched Ziyan's little head. Be good, Ziyan. I will accompany you to the forest to find good things later. Okay. Ziyan jumped up happily. Xiaoyan looked at Gao Fan with gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Brother Fan. Okay. Gao Fan waved his hand. Now you are a Doge, and there are hidden dangers in advancing too quickly. Go fight and consolidate your realm. Yeah! Xiaoyan's eyes were full of excitement. Gao Fan waved his hand and summoned the anti-Hulk armor. Boom! With a loud bang, the anti-Hulk armor fell to the ground. A huge red giant made of all metal appeared in front of everyone, like a god of war from another world, and its fierce appearance made people tremble with fear. What is this? Xiaoyan and Yao Chen stared at the huge metal giant in a daze, their eyes shining. Wow, so handsome! Ziyan jumped and circled around the anti-Hulk armor. Master, is this for me? Ahem! Gao Fan smiled awkwardly. This is my puppet. I can't give it to others. Puppet? Xiaoyan murmured. Yao Chen frowned slightly. I have seen the art of puppetry in ancient books, but I have never heard of such a huge metal puppet. Hey! Gao Fan smiled proudly and looked at Xiaoyan. It's boring to accompany you every day. I'm going to take a walk in the forest. This puppet can protect your life and let you fight with confidence. Moreover, I can sense his position at any time and find you conveniently. So during my absence, let him accompany you to fight in this Warcraft forest. Let's go, Jarvis. Xiaoyan is in your hands. After that, Gao Fan took Ziyan away. Yes, Master! The voice of Jarvis came from the anti-Hulk armor, and Xiaoyan and Yao Chen were petrified instantly. This puppet can still talk? Master Xiaoyan, Mr. Yao Chen, hello, I am Jarvis. The anti-Hulk armor bowed to Xiaoyan and Yao Chen. It's a pleasure to serve you. Xiaoyan looked at the direction where Gao Fan left and murmured, Teacher, what is Brother Fan's strength now? Yao Chen shook his head. I can't see through it. Even you can't see through it? The world is full of wonders. Yao Chen smiled and nodded. Even I still have a lot to learn. Right now, your task is to practice well. Yes, Xiaoyan nodded modestly, his face solemn. The next moment, Xiaoyan rushed into the forest with the Xuanzhong ruler. He urgently needed to become stronger. Wait for me, Master Xiaoyan. The anti-Hulk armor followed closely behind. Not long after, the screams of the monsters continued to sound in the monster forest. The monsters ran to each other and told their companions the news. A human came into the forest and is looking for monsters to fight with. What kind of human is so arrogant? Kill him. This human is bringing a metal giant. We can't beat him. If you can't beat him, just hide. You can't hide? The metal giant is very fast and powerful, and can quickly locate the location of the monster. If you find it and refuse to fight, you will beat it up. 3 days ago, The second-level monster Blizzard Demon Ape was beaten into a Blizzard Panda because it refused to fight. Then fight him. Don't you say fight? 4 days ago, the third-level monster Earth-Splitting Demon Bear knocked the human unconscious because he didn't control the strength well and was beaten so hard that he couldn't take care of himself. At this moment, Jarvis's voice rang out in the forest. All nearby monsters above the second level listen. You have half an hour to gather in the open space in front of the waterfall. Line up in an orderly manner and accept fighting. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Are you going? Can I not go? We, the monsters, are having a hard time. Gao Fan and Xian plundered all the nearby medicinal herbs, causing great damage to the local ecology of the monster forest. Somewhere in the monster forest, a mercenary group protected a young woman who was collecting herbs and looked around vigilantly. Xiao, you have to hurry up. We are too deep now, and the monsters here are not something we can handle. A mercenary whispered. Yeah, Xiao nodded and dug the soil carefully. Don't worry, it will be soon. Damn it, I don't know which damn person actually plundered all the medicinal herbs on the outskirts of the forest. We have to take the risk to come here. Another mercenary whispered. Roar! At this moment, a roar was heard. Not good, the fourth-level monster Tengwu Winged Snake. The next second, the screams of humans were heard in the forest. Huh? Gao Fan, who was digging grass, stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. Xian, let's go and take a look! In the battlefield, the Tengwu Winged Snake was wreaking havoc, and the mercenaries fell one after another under the attack of the winged snake. Xiao stared at the winged snake not far away with a dagger in her hand across her chest. Roar! The Teng snake turned around and hit Xiao with its tail, throwing her heavily to the ground. Its long neck stood up, and its bloody mouth fell down towards Xiao. Xiao had no way to avoid it. She was so seriously injured that she was determined and closed her eyes in fear. Suddenly, countless green gases gushed out of her body, strange and dangerous. At the critical moment, the evil poison body erupted. Crack! The sound of teeth piercing flesh and blood reached Xiao ears. Xiao frowned slightly, wondering why she didn't feel injured. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at a tall figure in front of her. The snake's mouth half held the figure. Gao Fan turned his head and smiled. No. Xiao was stunned. This side profile was so handsome. The poisonous gas on her body gradually dissipated, and the poisonous body that had just been opened was forcibly held back. It's good that you're okay. Gao Fan smiled and nodded, stretched out his left hand, spread his palm, and the power of telekinesis surged. The big mouth of the winged snake was pulled by the telekinesis control and slowly left Gao Fan's body. Gao Fan's move surprised Xiao. Where did this handsome guy come from? He is so strong. He was bitten by a fourth-level Tengwu winged snake and still has the ability to fight back. Stinky little snake, let go of the master. Xian rushed up, grabbed the tail of the winged snake, and directly swung the winged snake to the ground. After finding a lot of spiritual medicines in the forest these days, Xian has reached the strength of a great fighting master. In addition, with the blood of the Taishu Dragon Clan, she is extremely strong. This fourth-level Tengwu winged snake is nothing in front of her. The winged snake was swung up and hit a few times by Xian. Although it was not hurt, it immediately became cowardly. Gao Fan smiled. As expected, the blood of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan has a natural suppression on these monsters. Xiao hurried forward to check Gao Fan's wounds. Don't move. The Tengwu winged snake is highly poisonous. I will help you detoxify. No need. Gao Fan smiled, and the wounds on his body healed as before in the next moment. If it weren't for the clothes corroded by the winged snake's venom, everyone would think that he had never fought. This is Wolverine's ability, extremely fast recovery. Master, are you okay? Xian ran over. It's okay. Gao Fan touched Xian's head and took out a piece of clothing from his ring to change into. This ring was given by Xiao Zhan. Little medical fairy looked at Gao Fan and Xian with curiosity. These two people, who were about the same age as her, were too mysterious. Thank you for saving me. Little medical fairy was holding a herb in her hand. She had just picked it. Even in such a dangerous situation, she did not put down the herb. Gao Fan stepped forward with a smile. My name is Gao Fan. This is Ziyun. What's your name? Little medical fairy raised her lips. Obviously, she had a good impression of Gao Fan. They all call me Little Medical Fairy. Hiss! Gao Fan took a breath of cold air. I'm so tired. I met Little Medical Fairy. Ziyun grabbed Xiao Yixian's hand. Nice to meet you, Xiao Yixian's sister. No! Xiao Yixian hurriedly broke free from Ziyun's hand, stepped back and asked in panic, Are you okay? Ziyun shook her head innocently. Nothing. What's wrong? Gao Fan smiled. Xiao Yixian, don't be afraid. Ziyun won't be poisoned. Xiao Yixian and Ziyun looked at Gao Fan in confusion at the same time. Come with me, I can cure your poisonous body. Gao Fan smiled. He had a natural desire to protect this girl with a miserable life in front of him. In the original novel, Xiao Yixian in front of him later became a poisonous girl and a great demon who brought disaster to the area. If she hadn't experienced inhumane treatment, who would become such a person? So now, Gao Fan decided to protect this girl and let her live a happy life like other girls. How do you know about me? Xiao Yixian asked with a puzzled look. The poisonous body is a special physique. Not many people know about it, but I can sense it. Gao Fan's face was filled with a friendly smile. Believe me, I won't let you get hurt so much again. Seeing Gao Fan's sincere eyes and the hand he extended, Xiao Yixian felt the warmth in Gao Fan's eyes. This feeling has not come for a long time. Okay, I'll go with you. Xiao Yixian nodded. Who said you are handsome? Ding! Successfully modified the original plot. Get points 100. Do you want to draw a lottery? Draw. 100 points are consumed, and a large amount of elixirs are received. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Bloodline Captain America. Ding! Congratulations on getting the item, X-Men Brainwave Amplifier ZN version. Ding! Do you want to fuse with Captain America? Fusion. Ding! Fusion is successful, and you have obtained Captain America's innate skill, Physical Enhancement. Host upgrade, current level, Cosmic level 4 star. Activate innate skill Flying, Physical Enhancement. Gao Fan felt that his body was full of strength, and his originally skinny monkey-like figure instantly became much stronger. Wow, Master! Ziyun was the first to notice the changes in Gao Fan's body. Your body has become stronger. I have advanced. Normal operation. Gao Fan laughed and took out a crystal headband. Ziyun, try this on. That's right, this is the Brainwave Amplifier, Ziyun version. Wow, what a beautiful headband. Ziyun happily took the Brainwave Amplifier. The Brainwave Amplifier automatically moved to Ziyun's forehead, and a purple crystal naturally hung down, which was very beautiful. Does it look good, Sister Xiao Yixian? Ziyun asked Xiao Yixian. Xiao Yixian smiled, her eyes sparkling. She could feel the extraordinariness of this headband. It looks good. Gao Fan looked at Xiao Yixian. Don't worry, I'll give you a few when I have the chance in the future. Ah! Xin was stunned for 2 seconds with a shy look on her face. Okay, thank you. Ziyun, look around to see if there's a cave nearby. This cave was left by our ancestors. There is ice spirit flame grass in the cave. Gao Fan added. Don't worry, this headband should be able to help you find it. Ziyun closed her eyes, frowned slightly, and the brainwave amplifier on her forehead took effect. 3 minutes later, Ziyun opened her eyes excitedly. I found it! Master, the headband you gave me is amazing. I'll go find whatever I want to eat in the future. Yes, Gao Fan smiled. Take us there. After that, Gao Fan took Ziyun with one hand and Xiao Yixian with the other hand and flew into the air. Wow! Master can fly! Ziyun was very excited. Xiao Yixian stared at Gao Fan's face infatuatedly. He's so young, but he's actually a dozong? It's impossible, right? Gao Fan lowered his head and smiled when he saw Xiao Yixian looking at him. After a brief look, Xiao Yixian quickly lowered her head, her face flushed with shame. Not long after, the three of them came to the cave that Xiao Yan and Xiao Yixian found in the original novel. Without encountering any danger, they found what they wanted: ice spirit flame grass, 7-colored poison sutra, and purple cloud wing. When Xiao Yixian got the 7-colored poison sutra, she was so happy. After getting the things, the three of them set off to find Xiao Yan. The three of them were not far away from Xiao Yan and arrived soon. Looking at the group of beasts that lined up neatly to compete and the forest that was beaten to a mess, Gao Fan knew that Xiao Yan was not lazy. Brother is back? He can fly? Xiao Yan looked up and looked at Gao Fan and the other two who were flying down in surprise. Generally, one can only transform his Dou Qi into wings after reaching Dou Wang level, but he can fly without wings. Could he be a Dou Zong? Impossible, right? Yao Chen shook his head. He was getting more and more confused about this young man. Dou Zong? Xiaoyan's jaw dropped to the ground, and he looked at Gao Fan and slowly fell. Gao Fan let go of the two girls and took Xiao Yixian. Come on, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Yixian. Gao Fan smiled proudly. He is Xiaoyan, my younger brother. This is Yao Lao, Xiaoyan's teacher. Xiao Yixian blushed and let Gao Fan hold her hand. Hello. Come on, Xiao Yixian's sister. I'll take you to play with Jarvis. When Xiao Yixian saw the anti-Hulk armor, she was also attracted by this big guy. Jarvis? Xiao Yixian murmured. Yes, it's this big puppet, Yan said happily. He's very strong. Then Ziyan pulled Xiao Yixian to compete with the Hulkbuster. After a while, Ziyan was thrown to the ground by the Hulkbuster, but the little girl didn't admit defeat and stood up again. Xiao Yixian's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but look back at Gao Fan. The moon-white figure under the sun made Xiao Yixian stunned. How can there be someone so handsome in this world? Brother! Gao Fan patted Xiaoyan's shoulder. Do you want to go to heaven? Xiaoyan smiled awkwardly. You have to reach the level of Dou Wang. Gao Fan raised the corner of his mouth and took out a scroll. No need to be so troublesome. Here's one for you. Xiaoyan took the scroll. His consciousness entered it and suddenly opened his eyes. Purple cloud wings, flying fighting skills? Hey! Gao Fan smiled. How about it? This is for you. Xiaoyan was a little hesitant. Gao Fan had helped him so much during this period of time that he didn't know what to say. Gao Fan understood Xiaoyan's thoughts at this moment. He waved his hand. You don't have to thank me. I have other flying fighting skills. It's useless for me to have them, so I'll give them to you. Yao Chen watched from the side and shook his head. Boy, you are so willing to do this. That's right. Gao Fan glanced at Yao Chen. Don't you see who I am? I'm not like some people who are so stingy. Cough, cough. Yao Chen coughed twice. You guys continue. As he said that, Gao Fan took out a bunch of pills and herbs and stuffed them into Xiaoyan's pockets. Ice Spirit Flame Grass, Blood Spirit Monster Fruit, Evergreen Spirit Vine, Snowbone Ginseng, Green Flame Grass, Black Gastrodia. Yao Chen's eyes widened at the time, with a look of disbelief. Boy, have you finished shoveling the land in the monster forest? Yeah, almost. Gao Fan nodded. I don't know what Xiaoyan needs to make pills, so I just took them all back. Gulp? Swallowed his saliva, and looked at Ziyan, who was playing with the anti-Hulk armor. I really envy you. If I had such a treasure-hunting artifact back then, how great it would be. Xiaoyan saw Xiao Yixian and Ziyan brought back by Gao Fan today, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. These two women are younger than him, but their strength is stronger than him. Especially Ziyan. After not seeing him for a few days, she has been promoted from a fighting master to a great fighting master, which is simply abnormal. Xiaoyan, who originally thought he was already a genius, was hit at this moment. But Xiaoyan was never afraid of blows. On the contrary, he was very excited about such blows. I'll go practice first. After saying that, Xiaoyan walked towards the beasts beside him with the Xuanzhong ruler, while the beasts were trembling in the corner. Before he could get out of the psychological shadow brought by the anti-Hulk armor, a purple-haired little girl with blood suppression came. We Warcraft. It's too difficult. Gao Fan saw the thin figure of the little medical fairy, and his heart was clenched. Yao Lao, you should be able to see that she is a body of evil poison, right? Yao Chen was stunned for a moment. He felt very uncomfortable about being seen through. Ahem! I can see it! You have to help me, Gao Fan said lightly. Yao Chen frowned slightly. Okay, we can only go to that ancient tomb and give it a try, but the ancient tomb is in Zhongzhou and Xiaoyan's strength. I know. Gao Fan turned around, stood with his hands behind his back, and said lightly, Believe me, it won't take long. During this time, I won't let the evil poison body explode. Yao Chen looked at Gao Fan's back, a little fascinated. This young man seemed to have a natural magic power, and miracles kept happening around him. By the way, Yao Lao, Xiaoyan should make pills, your black magic cauldron. Gao Fan turned around with a sly smile. Yao Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly, looking helpless. 1 month later, Gao Fan was awakened by a pleasant reminder sound in the early morning. Ding! Xiaoyan advanced to a fighting master. Congratulations to the host for getting 100 points. This month, Xiaoyan spent half of his time making pills. Otherwise, the upgrade speed could be even faster. Draw a lottery. Gao Fan got up happily. It was an exciting moment again. Let's see what the system can give this time. 100 points down, and there are a lot of useless pills. Ding! Congratulations on getting Wonder Woman's equipment. Guardian Silver Bracelet. Guardian Silver Bracelet. After equipping, it forms a close-fitting protective layer, covering every layer of skin and isolating all attacks. This thing looks like it was tailor-made for Xiao Yixian. With this thing, the evil poison body can be slightly suppressed at. Gao Fan was happy. Brother Fan, what's wrong? Xiaoyan came over with an excited look and was curious to see Gao Fan's smiling face. Nothing. Gao Fan smiled knowingly. Congratulations on your advancement again. Yeah, Xiaoyan nodded, obviously very happy. Lazy Pig Master, you finally got up. Ziyan pouted. Xiao Yixian came over with a gentle face holding a bowl of hot soup. This is the soup made from the second-level monster killed yesterday. Drink it while it's hot. Yeah, Gao Fan took it with a happy face. Not long after, the group had breakfast and continued to set off. Yao Lao said that he wanted Xiaoyan to go to Black Rock City, which is the headquarters of the Gamma Empire Alchemist Union, where he can be certified as an alchemist. Roar, woo! As the group walked through the forest, 2 beast roars were heard. Let's go! Go and have a look. Gao Fan took a step forward. The source of the sound was a river beach. Several people poked their heads out to see that there were 2 huge monsters fighting on the river beach. A huge blue wolf with blue flames on its body. A stone man with fiery red cracks all over his body, and there was a faint flame gushing out of it. At this time, the blue giant wolf opened its mouth and spit out a ball of blue flames that rushed straight to the stone man's face. The stone man was not afraid either. He stretched out his hands directly, and blazing flames came out of his palms. He rushed forward and directly dispersed the blue flames. The 4th-level magic beast Blue Flame Wolf King and the 4th-level magic beast Lava Goblin. Yao Chen stroked his beard. We seem to be lucky. These are 2 magic beasts with beast fire. Their beast fire is very suitable for Xiaoyan. Gao Fan's mouth curled up slightly. Yao Lao, what should we do? They are of similar strength. Let's sit back and watch the fight. When they are both injured, we can take action. Yao Lao held his beard. Only when they are weak enough, Xiaoyan will suffer less backlash. Hey, why do we need to go through so much trouble? Gao Fan laughed and waved his hand to throw out the anti-Hulk armor. Yao Chen's mouth twitched, but then he patted his head. Hey, how could I forget about this? The 2 magic beasts saw the metal giant that suddenly broke in, and they bared their teeth and protested against the anti-Hulk armor. Soon, the dying Blue Flame Wolf King was held in the hand of the anti-Hulk armor. The blue flames on his body had long disappeared, replaced by scars all over his body. The Lava Goblin was stepped on by the anti-Hulk armor. He tried to stand up with his hands on the ground, but he failed. The anti-Hulk armor resolved the battle, and the group jumped onto the riverbank. Gao Fan came to the side of the anti-Hulk armor. Listen to me, you 2 monsters. My brother wants to borrow your beast fire. If you know what's good for you, please obey. When the 2 monsters heard this, they immediately struggled madly. It's not that easy to get my beast fire. The Lava Goblin was about to self-destruct. Through telepathy, Gao Fan certainly knew what the 2 monsters were thinking. Gao Fan hurriedly grabbed 2 handfuls of pills. I know it's not easy for you to cultivate beast fire, but as long as you cooperate well, I will not only not kill you, I will also give you a handful of pills each. Seeing the pills, the eyes of the Lava Goblin and the Blue Flame Wolf King lit up. However, the monsters have a natural distrust of humans, and they are very suspicious of Gao Fan's words. Hey, Gao Fan smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'm a trustworthy person. As he said that, Gao Fan threw 2 handfuls of pills on the ground. Boy, you are so wasteful. Yao Chen's eyes were wide open. Ziyan was also anxious at the time. Master, I want some too. Xiaoyan shook his head. Brother Fan, Xiao Yixin just smiled. She was more interested in Gao Fan's mystery. Gao Fan turned around. Don't worry, everyone has them. I have a lot of these things. It's no problem to eat them as beans. Huh? Everyone was upset. With the help of Yao Chen, Xiaoyan's process of subduing the beast fire was very smooth. It only took 2 hours for Xiaoyan to absorb the Wolf King Qingyan and the lava ground fire. However, due to the lack of several rare medicinal materials, the beast fire has not been refined, so Xiaoyan's strength has not been improved at this time. As for the missing medicinal materials, they could only go to the nearby Black Rock City to buy them. After all, it was the home of the Alchemist Guild, and there were many medicinal materials there. Gao Fan and his group in Black Rock City looked at everything on the street curiously, just like villagers who had never seen the world. Black Rock City was indeed much more luxurious than Wooten City. After all, it was the home of the Alchemist Guild and gathered the top alchemists of the Jiama Empire, so it was naturally prosperous. Alchemy was a very boring thing, at least Gao Fan thought so. So, Gao Fan found a huge house for Xiaoyan, left the anti-Hulk armor, Yao Chen, and a bunch of herbs to Xiaoyan, and went to the desert with Ziyan and Xiaoyishan. Mocheng, a city that must be passed to enter the Jaeger Desert. When Gao Fan and his group arrived in Mocheng, it was already evening. In his previous life, as a poor otaku who never left his house, Gao Fan had no chance to go to the desert in person. Seeing the boundless yellow sand with his own eyes, he felt heroic. The desert is filled with smoke, and the long river is filled with the setting sun. Master, what are you talking about? Ziyan blinked her big purple eyes and looked up at Gao Fan. I don't understand. The little medical fairy stared at Gao Fan's confident and gentle face with her beautiful eyes full of admiration. He is so talented. Although she had never heard such a sentence, she sincerely felt that Gao Fan's sentence was particularly meaningful. Gao Fan turned around and looked at the two people who were looking at him in confusion. Oh, this is called poetry. Legend has it that there is a beautiful country in the east where there is no war and people live very peacefully. People there can write such poems. The little medical fairy stared at Gao Fan, recalling her experiences over the years when people kept dying in front of her. She couldn't help but yearn for the beautiful country Gao Fan had described. Is there really such a place in the world? Yes! Gao Fan took Xiaoyishan's hand. If there is a chance, I will definitely take you there to see it. Xiaoyishan blushed and leaned towards Gao Fan's chest with his hand. Kill! A roar came from the desert city not far away. Damn, who disturbed my good deeds? Gao Fan looked up and saw a thin figure covered in blood escaping from the stone desert city. This was a woman, and there was a seriously injured and unconscious person on her back. A large group of pursuers followed closely behind, including a man riding a third-level magic beast, the earth-splitting bear. The woman's eyes were very strange. Green eyes with 3 flower pupils, green scales? Gao Fan frowned. At this time, the group had surrounded the injured woman. Ziyan, Xiaoyishan, you two wait here for a moment. After saying that, Gao Fan flew into the air and landed in the middle of the crowd. The man who was about to kill Qinglin also stopped. Senior, I am Sha Ti, the leader of the Sand Mercenary Group. The rough man on the back of the earth-splitting bear bowed to Gao Fan. The Sand Mercenary Group is under the command of Mo Lan, the elder of the Mo family. Senior Mo Lan is the outer sect deacon of the Yunlan Sect. This woman is the one that Elder Mo Lan wants. Please don't interfere in our affairs for his sake. In Sha Ti's opinion, Gao Fan can fly. Most likely he is a Dou Wang. Although Mo Lan of the Mo family is only a Douling, the Yunlan Sect has a Dou Huang. Ha! Yunlan Sect? Gao Fan smiled, and after confirming that it was Qinglin, he was domineering. The person I want to protect is useless even if the Dou Di comes. Sha Ti's mouth twitched. You really know how to brag. Qinglin let out a deep breath. It seems that he will be rescued today. At this time, Ziyan and Xiaoyishan also ran over, and they didn't listen to Gao Fan at all. As soon as Ziyan came over, the earth-splitting bear under Sha Ti's crotch immediately became cowardly, and its feces and urine flowed out, making Sha Ti's face black. The people of the Sand Mercenary Group had never seen the earth-splitting bear like this, and they unconsciously took a few steps back. Senior, thank you for saving my life. Qinglin stepped forward. But Senior, there is no need to offend the Yunlan Sect for us. Gao Fan turned around and glanced at the unconscious person on Qinglin's back. He was very familiar with that face. It was Xiao Ding. It seems that his arrival has also produced some butterfly effects. In the original book, Xiao Ding is doing very well now. Qinglin was also in a trance when he saw Gao Fan's face. This face is too handsome. Gao Fan's face turned cold. Xiao Ding is a member of the Xiao family. What's your name? Gao Fan looked at the woman. Qinglin. Yeah, Gao Fan said lightly. In that case, let's blow it up. Everyone looked at each other, obviously not understanding what Gao Fan meant. While speaking, Gao Fan turned around. There was a strange fluctuation in the air and the members of the Sand Mercenary group became alert. Boom! The violent energy exploded around and the members of the Sand Mercenary group fell down almost at the same time. Gao Fan controlled the force, and there was no blood and flesh flying everywhere. But except for Sha Tai, no one was left alive. At this time, Sha Tai had lost his legs. He crawled back with his hands in horror, and his face was covered with blood. Qinglin was stunned. He killed everyone in one move without even seeing clearly? Is this a mistake? This handsome guy is so strong. Gao Fan's face was full of murderous intent. Qinglin, I have already helped you to destroy Sha Tai. You can kill him or cut him up. Qinglin swallowed his saliva and walked in front of Sha Tai with a long sword. Don't kill me. It's all because of the Mo family. The Mo family helped me improve my strength and gave me great benefits so that I could catch you. Sha Tai looked at Qinglin, who was approaching step by step with horror. Qinglin's face was grim. Why did they arrest me? Shady covered the wound on his leg. I don't know. Gao Fan shook his head helplessly. The man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. Isn't it because of your eyes? Green eyes with 3 flower pupils. Qinglin's face was stern, and with a wave of the long sword, he cut off Shady's head. Killing you is also a bargain for you. Qinglin threw the sword on the ground and knelt down to Gao Fan. Senior, please save the leader. You can take my eyes. Gao Fan frowned. It seemed that this girl had misunderstood. You get up, I will save him. You don't have to do this. Your eyes are useless even if I take them. Thank you, Senior. Qinglin kowtowed heavily. As long as Senior saves the leader, Qinglin is willing to be your maid for the rest of her life. Get up. Gao Fan laughed. If you delay any longer, I'm afraid you can't be saved. Qinglin hurriedly got up and touched Xiao Ding's neck. Gao Fan looked at Xiao Yixian. Xiao Yixian, thank you for your help. Xiao Yixian looked at Gao Fan, then looked at her own hands, a little hesitant. Gao Fan knew what Xiao Yixian was thinking. She was afraid that she would accidentally poison Xiao Ding. Gao Fan took out a pair of arm guards, which were the protective silver bracelets he had won in a lottery before, but had forgotten about them before. Xiao Yixian looked at the beautiful arm guards, her beautiful eyes sparkling. What is this? This is for you. Gao Fan smiled and handed over the arm guards. This is a protective silver bracelet. Try it on. Xiao Yixian's beautiful eyes flickered, and she took the arm guards. The arm guards automatically attached to her body like Xian's headband before. This feeling was very comfortable. Xiao Yixian could feel a strange energy coming from the arm guards, covering every inch of her skin. Thank you. Gao Fan. Xiao Yixian smiled happily. She knew that the evil poison body was not so easy to control, but now she would not hurt others. It's okay. Your happiness is the most important thing. Gao Fan smiled. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ding slowly opened his eyes. Thank you, Master. Qinglin knelt down to Gao Fan again. Qinglin will be your maid for life. Ding. Successfully modified the plot. Got 100 points. Draw 100 points. Ding. Congratulations on getting the god-level bloodline Superman. Oh my god. Superman, a bug-level bloodline that is no less than the Black Phoenix. Gao Fan almost cried out at the time. It would be amazing to get an ability casually, right? Do you want to merge with Superman? Merge? What's the point of keeping it if you don't merge? Gao Fan rubbed his hands, looking proud. Ding! Congratulations on the successful fusion. Gained the ability, Invulnerable. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading, current level, universe level 5 stars. Ding! Congratulations on activating the innate ability, Fire Control. Fuck! Gao Fan was stunned at the time. I don't have laser eyes nor speed, but I'm actually invulnerable? The cost performance is not high. Gao Fan's face turned black at the time. Master, your face is so black. Xian came up. Haha, is that so? Had a sad face? The god-level blood he just got was gone. How could he not be black? Xiao Yixian frowned and touched Gao Fan's pulse. Are you injured? Ha, it's okay. Gao Fan smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Nothing happened. Xiao Yixian's brows relaxed. I'm glad you're okay. Forget it, it's okay if I'm not as good as a sword or a gun. Gao Fan sighed, turned his head and looked at Qinglan, and through telepathy he knew Qinglan's loyalty to him. Forget it, at least I can get a maid. Thinking of this, Gao Fan felt much more cheerful. 3 days later, the original base of the Sand Mercenary Group had been taken over by Xiao Ding and was renamed the Desert Iron Mercenary Group. Xiao Ding's injury had healed, and as for Xiao Li and the others, they had died in the pursuit. Bang! Xiao Ding punched the wooden table, raising a cloud of dust. They are all Mo family. If it weren't for them, my second brother wouldn't have died. Mo family? Gao Fan's eyes were shining. I'll go and destroy them. The vast desert was full of yellow sand. Gao Fan did not choose to fly directly to the Mo family, but chose to follow the convoy to Yancheng in a carriage and enjoy the scenery of the desert. At this moment, Qinglan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky in the distance. There was a strange phenomenon in that sky, and the whole sky was dyed a light green, as brilliant as the aurora. But it was just a flash of light, and the sky returned to its original state. Master, there is a strange energy fluctuation over there. I feel like some treasure has come out. Qinglan frowned slightly. Sniff. Xian, who was sleeping, also sat up. I smelled it too. There are treasures coming out of nowhere. Let's go. Let's take a look. Gao Fan took the 3 women and flew over directly. Snake Country Camp. The Snake Country General Mobas was standing in front of a big tent, and next to him stood a charming snake woman. Mobas, the breath leaking out of the cave just now, won't really attract some strong people? Yumei frowned slightly, with a worried look on her face. Mobas's pair of green eyes carefully scanned every place around. I don't know either, so now we have to strengthen the defense, in case someone comes and disturbs Her Majesty the Queen. At this time, a soldier from the Snake Country stepped forward. Report to the General. The surrounding area has been completely checked, and patrols have been strengthened. Yes, Mobas nodded. Strengthen the defense. Send a signal immediately if there's any situation. Don't hesitate. Moba's face was solemn. Yes, the soldier took the order and left. After the explanation, Mobas and Yumei turned around and prepared to enter the big tent behind them. But at this moment, Mobas felt things strange behind him and turned around suddenly. Haha, Mobas? Yumei? Gao Fan and the 3 women stood on a stone. The Snakeman soldiers immediately surrounded Gao Fan and his men. Yumei saw Gao Fan and was deeply attracted by his handsome face. Who is this handsome guy? How did he enter our Snakeman camp without anyone noticing? He even knows my name. Damn nymphomaniac! Mobas glanced at Yumei and cursed. Hey, who are you scolding? Yumei turned hostile at that moment. Yumei, don't blame me for not reminding you. You are the Queen's Guard and a warrior of the Snake People. The other side is a cunning human. Tsk! Yumei rolled her eyes. Of course I know, but can't I like humans? They are so handsome. If you were so handsome, I would be crazy about you too. You. Mobas was speechless for a moment. He held a long spear in his hand and looked at Gao Fan and the others with a vigilant face. Who are you? How do you know our names? Why did you break into my camp of the Snake People? Gao Fan saw the performance of the 2 and shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, appearance is justice. Xian came up. Master, I found a treasure in the big tent. Qinglan also nodded. Yes, the fire attribute is very strong. Gao Fan heard it in his ears. If he still couldn't guess what was here now, he would be a fool. It seems that Queen Medusa found the Qinglian Earth Core fire here. Gao Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Mobas and Yumei. Queen Medusa can't subdue the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire alone. I'm here to help. Moba's face froze, and he was stunned at the time. You? How did you know? After all, among the people present, except Yumei and Mobas, even the soldiers of the Snake Country didn't know what the Queen was doing here. Gao Fan smiled knowingly and looked at Mobas. I know a lot, and I also know that Yumei actually likes you in her heart. Yumei's ears blushed when she heard it. Although she usually quarreled with Mobas, what Gao Fan said was indeed correct. Mobas turned his head and glanced at Yumei, and Yumei's eyes quickly dodged. Mobas looked at Gao Fan. Humph, it's none of your business. How could Yumei like me? We quarrel every day. Yumei was angry when she heard it. She looked at Mobas hatefully and snorted heavily. Gao Fan patted his forehead. "You deserve to be single. Stop talking nonsense. Watch this." The halberd in Mobas's hand was like a venomous snake coming out of a hole. With a whoosh, it pierced Gao Fan's chest the next second. However, Mobas was surprised to find that his halberd could not penetrate any further. Gao Fan looked down, and a sweet smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This invulnerability effect is really good. Gao Fan raised his head and showed an evil smile. A ball of fire exploded in front of Mobas. Bang! Mobas fell to the ground. The halberd in his hand had turned into pieces, and his armor also shattered, revealing scarred flesh and blood. "Mobas, how are you?" Yue Mei walked forward with a worried look on her face and helped Mobas up. She looked at Gao Fan vigilantly. "This general is so strong." Seeing that the general was in trouble, the soldiers of the Snake Country rushed towards Gao Fan fearlessly. "Ah!" Mobas endured the severe pain and stood up with Yue Mei's help. "Everyone retreat! You are no match!" The snake soldiers looked at each other and finally retreated. Gao Fan smiled slightly. "Do you believe that I am here to help? It is easy for me to kill you." Boom! There was a loud noise, and the whole tent was lifted up, revealing a huge cave entrance. "Master!" The breath suddenly became stronger. Qinglin's eyes turned quickly, staring at the cave. "My queen!" Mobas and Yue Mei stepped forward at the same time, looking at the bottom of the cave with a worried look. There were bursts of roars from the depths of the cave, and the violent breath of fire surged. It seemed that a big battle had taken place. "Okay, something happened now." Gao Fan frowned slightly. "You wait up? There, don't come down. It's very dangerous inside." After saying that, Gao Fan jumped into the cave. Deep in the cave, there was a world of magma. A beautiful snake king with a human head and a snake body was fighting with a poisonous snake formed of fire. In the center of their battle, there was a stone platform on which was a blooming blue lotus. In the center of the lotus, there was a blazing blue flame. Medusa swept the fire snake with her long tail, turned around and pounced on the flame, swallowing it in one gulp. The fire snake saw Medusa swallow the flame and roared to the sky. Puff! Medusa was bitten back by the blue lotus earth core fire and choked out a mouthful of blood. The fire snake showed a cunning look. "You dare to swallow the strange fire with your extremely yin body? You are really overestimating yourself. The strange fire is mine." The fire snake spit out a mouthful of flame and hit Medusa's abdomen. Medusa hit the stone wall heavily, spit out blood again, and her pretty face turned pale. "Spit out the strange fire, and I will take you as my maid." The fire snake turned into a human form, a handsome man in a fiery red robe with an evil smile on his face. "Don't even think about it." There was a trace of determination in Medusa's beautiful eyes. "Even if I self-destruct, I won't give you a chance." Self-destruct? Gao Fan suddenly appeared with a smile on his face. "Don't self-destruct at every turn, okay?" Medusa looked at Gao Fan. Who is this person? Why does he look a little handsome? What's even more strange is that this person looks very ordinary in strength, but how did a mortal body come to this underground world? "Who are you? How dare you ruin the good things of my fire snake demon king?" The handsome man looked at Gao Fan with a vigilant face. A mere mortal can actually come to this underground world. There must be something fishy. "I'm her man." Gao Fan pointed at Medusa. "Now you bully her. I have to kill you." Medusa's face froze, and her originally pale face turned a faint pink. The queen was actually shy. Foolish human. Let me show you how powerful I am." The fire snake demon king transformed into a raging fire snake, staring at Gao Fan from top to bottom. Gao Fan looked up and stared into the snake's eyes without fear. The fire snake demon king trembled slightly, feeling uncertain. The instinct of the monsters was much stronger than that of humans. Just when he stared into Gao Fan's eyes, he felt a sense of danger. It shouldn't be. The fire snake demon king couldn't help but hesitate. "Human, you are also a talent. I see that it is not easy for you to practice. As long as you agree to be my subordinate, I will spare your life." The fire snake demon king said. "Damn it!" Gao Fan peed himself at that moment. "Who gave you the confidence?" "Human, what do you mean by that?" The fire snake demon king's eyes were filled with pressure. "Do you want to die? Damn, you idiot!" Gao Fan frowned and pointed at the other party with his left hand. "I mean, I want you to be my little brother." "Stupid human, The Fire Snake Demon King was furious. Being despised by such a tiny human, he exploded at that moment. "Then you go to hell!" The next second, the flames on the Fire Snake Demon King's body suddenly rose, but just as the Fire Snake Demon King was about to accumulate flames to attack, it suddenly found that it had lost contact with the flames, and even the flames in its body could not be sensed. Gao Fan smiled coldly. Flame peeling. This was the innate ability that Gao Fan had obtained before the upgrade, controlling fire. Once this ability was activated, the flames in the world surrendered, and even Medusa beside him felt that her Qinglian Earth Core fire was also afraid. The Fire Snake King felt that the flames in his body were controlled by Gao Fan, and he attacked Gao Fan with his tail. Foolish! Gao Fan raised his hand, and an energy explosion exploded on the Fire Snake's 7 inches, lifting a piece of flesh and blood, and the Fire Snake immediately lost its fighting power. The Fire Snake King was lying on the magma, confused. "I was killed in seconds?" The Fire Snake King couldn't believe what happened. I was killed in seconds by a human who looked very weak? The strength that he was proud of was nothing in front of him. Medusa on the side was also stunned. She was originally worried about Gao Fan, but she didn't expect that the other party would kill the Fire Snake King in seconds. Who is he? How can he be so strong? Medusa's eyes almost had stars. "I wanted to take you as a mount, but I didn't expect you to be so vulnerable." Gao Fan glanced at the Fire Snake King, shook his head and sighed. The Fire Snake King looked at Gao Fan unwillingly and let his body gradually be submerged in the magma. Alas, such a cool monster mount, what a pity. After defeating the Fire Snake Demon King, Gao Fan clapped his hands and looked back at Medusa. Medusa met Gao Fan's gaze and suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. Oops, it was the feeling of being moved. Medusa's face turned red. Ahem! Gao Fan was a little embarrassed. In the original book, Medusa had a baby with Xiao. How could she inexplicably like him now? "Queen Medusa!" Gao Fan smiled slightly. "Let me help you get the strange fire in your body. This thing is very harmful to you. It is not easy for you to refine it." "But," Medusa's face turned cold. "Don't worry, even without the strange fire, I will help you evolve. Your secret method is actually very unreliable." Gao Fan grabbed a handful of pills. As his level increased, the pills he drew were much higher in quality. "Actually, you don't have to take such a risk." Medusa frowned slightly and said nothing. Gao Fan shook his head slightly, put his hands behind his back, and his eyes were full of confidence. "Besides, your snake country will soon be able to walk out of the desert, because I plan to build the most powerful empire in history on the Duki continent." "The most powerful empire in history?" Medusa couldn't help but stare at Gao Fan, with indescribable surprise in her heart. "Yes! I have already thought of the name of the country. It is called Fan Kingdom." Gao Fan smiled slightly. "The first principle of Fan Kingdom, those who invade our territory will be punished no matter how far away they are. The second principle, all land under heaven belongs to the king, and all people are his subjects. The third principle, people are the foundation, regardless of whether they are monsters or humans, they are treated equally." Medusa's eyes changed when she looked at Gao Fan. "People are the foundation, treat everyone equally?" "Yes." Gao Fan slowly stretched out his hand. "I invite your Serpent Man Kingdom to join my Fan Kingdom. In my empire, the Serpent Man Kingdom can develop better." Medusa saw the elixir in Gao Fan's hand and Gao Fan's mysterious ability, and she slowly closed her eyes. For some reason, Medusa felt from the bottom of her heart that everything Gao Fan said was obviously unrealistic, but she actually believed that Gao Fan could do all this. She has always been very distrustful of humans, but she trusts Gao Fan very much. "Okay, you do it." Medusa frowned slightly. Gao Fan looked at the whiteness on Medusa's chest and almost had a nosebleed. "The process may be a bit painful." "Well, come on." Medusa still closed her eyes. Gao Fan swallowed his saliva. "Strange fire, peel off!" "Ah!" Medusa frowned, and the stinging pain caused by the peeling of the strange fire made her groan. "Damn, this strange fire is really different from ordinary flames." Gao Fan's sweat was dripping down his head. Medusa frowned, and the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire slowly emerged from her brows. Her body was also hesitant because of the peeling of the strange fire, constantly bearing damage, and the clothes on her body were burned to ashes by the energy radiated by the strange fire. The scene became very charming. Gao Fan's face flushed, and his blood was boiling. Outside the crypt, everyone looked worried. They didn't know what happened inside. "What's going on? Let's go down and take a look," Mobus said in a muffled voice. At this time, he had been bandaged up, with bandages all over his body. Only his nostrils and eyes were exposed. "Wait a little longer." Xiao Yixian frowned slightly. "I know Gao Fan's strength. We can't help him if we go down." "Wait! Wait! Mobaz was furious. "We've been waiting for 3 hours, and we still have to wait?" "Huh!" A violent breath rushed out of the crypt, and everyone retreated. Gao Fan took the disheveled Medusa and flew into the air, landing next to Yuomei. "Queen Medusa is a little injured. Leave her to you." Yuomei went to pick up Medusa in a daze. She saw Medusa's happy face and was a little dazed. Queen Medusa, who was usually high and mighty, actually had such a feminine side? "No!" Medusa snorted lightly, then buried herself in Gao Fan's arms with a satisfied look and was unwilling to go to Yuomei. The next moment, Medusa turned into a colorful little snake and hid in Gao Fan's arms. Gao Fan was a little embarrassed and telepathically transmitted, "My queen, please come out." Medusa responded, "Take me away. You have seen my body naked. You have to take responsibility." Gao Fan was confused at the time. "This is not what I want." Mobaz's face turned black, although he couldn't see. He said in a muffled voice, "Gao Fan, what did you do to the queen?" Gao Fan looked innocent. "I didn't do anything." "Then why would the queen be like this?" Mobaz continued to speak in a muffled voice. Bang! Yuomei punched Mobaz's head heavily. "You said you had to be as handsome as him. The queen would not choose to sleep with him." Mobaz's face turned green at the time. Yuomei raised her hand to Gao Fan. "Mr. Gao Fan, I don't know why the queen chose you, but please take good care of our queen. We in the Snake Country have a special way to know the queen's situation. If the queen is in trouble, we will definitely fight you to the death." Okay. Gao Fan nodded. "Okay, Mobaz." Yuomei rolled her eyes. "Pack up and go back to guard the country for the queen." Watching the army of the Snake Country leave, a beautiful reminder sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully modifying the original plot and getting 100 points. Gao Fan was very proud. This system was really interesting. This was not asking me to modify the original plot by myself, but asking me to open a harem. It was said so implicitly. Isn't it? For so long I have done so many things. Aren't they all points for taking girls? I also modified the original plot. Why didn't I get any points when Xiao Li died? Draw a prize. It was still a string of pills, and this time there was nothing but pills. Gao Fan was stunned on the spot. What the hell does this mean? System, it seems that your luck is really a bit bad. How is it? Is the body of the queen of the Snake Country soft? Xiao Yixian came over and asked with a smile on her face. Normally. Gao Fan was a little confused, but then he realized, no, it's a misunderstanding, no. Hey, I'm just teasing you. The little medical fairy smiled jokingly, her beautiful eyes looking around. But for men, it's normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, not to mention you're so strong. Ziyan was still young. She didn't understand this kind of thing. She was beside Gao Fan, looking at the Medusa snake like a curious baby. Qinglin's face was slightly red. She also knew a little about this kind of thing, but she didn't expect the little medical fairy to be so bold, and actually said it in public. It was really embarrassing. Let's go. Gao Fan laughed and fled the scene first. Yancheng, the home of the Mo family. This is a city as big as Black Rock City, and it is famous in the empire for its abundant salt. The Mo family is the largest local tyrant in Yancheng, and 70% of the shops on the street belong to the Mo family. Gao Fan led the 3 women into Yancheng, and immediately attracted a lot of attention. Gao Fan is tall and handsome, Xiao Yixian is stunningly beautiful, Qinglin is slender, and Ziyan is cute and lovely. Such a combination is eye-catching wherever they go, not to mention that the 3 women seem to have a close relationship with Gao Fan, and the old and young men on the side are eager to execute Gao Fan on the spot. Stop! Suddenly a group of soldiers blocked Gao Fan's way. Who are you? Where are you from? What are you doing in Yancheng? The leading soldier glanced at Gao Fan, then swept his eyes around Xiao Yixian and Qinglin, making the 2 women angry. Pa! Gao Fan immediately slapped the soldier against the wall. The other soldiers immediately drew their swords, each trembling with fear. What are you doing? Are you going to rebel? We are from the Mohist school. You just hit Mo Yao, an outer disciple of the Mohist school, a soldier said. The crowd of onlookers also increased in an instant. Who is he? He is so handsome. I think I could have a baby with him. Who is that kid? How dare you mess with someone from the Mohist school? Isn't that right? Everyone in Yancheng is from the Mohist school. I don't know where this kid came from. Judging from his clothes, he is not an ordinary person, but he will probably suffer this time. Seeing the reactions of the onlookers around him, the soldier became more confident. He said to Gao Fan, "Just wait for death." Gao Fan smiled slightly. "Are you from the Mohist school?" When the soldier heard this, a smug look appeared on his face. "Of course, I am." "Pa!" Before he finished speaking, the soldier was also slapped against the wall. "Who else?" Gao Fan put his hands behind his back and looked around at the crowd and the remaining soldiers. "Who else is from the Mo family?" The remaining soldiers were all scared, and the onlookers shook their heads. The soldiers looked at each other, each trembling with fear. Gao Fan glanced at the restaurant next to him and took the 3 women to the second floor. The people in the restaurant got up and left one after another, obviously not wanting to provoke this disaster star. The restaurant owner's face turned green. "You haven't paid yet." Sitting on the second floor, Gao Fan looked at the soldiers below. "You can carry them back and rescue them. By the way, tell the people from the Mo family to wash their necks. I'll have a meal first." The soldiers looked at each other and found that Gao Fan did not make a move, so they rescued the people and turned around to flee. Looking at the soldiers leaving, Gao Fan smiled slightly and took out a bag of gold coins. "Boss, bring us some good food and wine." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up when he saw the gold coins, and he hurried forward and said, "Sir, I advise you to run away quickly. The Mo family is a first-class force in Yancheng, and one of the 4 major families in the entire empire. Even the city lord's mansion has to respect him. Don't act on impulse and lose your life." "It doesn't matter, boss. Serve the food first," Gao Fan said indifferently. "Then I can hide under the table myself. This money is enough to buy your restaurant, right?" "Ah!" The shopkeeper sighed and put the money away with a worried look on his face. "Sir, please respect yourself." 15 minutes later, Gao Fan and his friends were still eating. The group of soldiers who escaped came back again, bringing a young man in gorgeous clothes. The leading soldier pointed at Gao Fan. "Master, it was him who injured Commander Mo Yao. Originally, the commander was going to help you find a beauty." The young man in gorgeous clothes raised his eyebrows, glanced at the little Dr. Fairy and the other girls, and smiled. Where did this wild man come from? How dare he run rampant in Yancheng? Gao Fan glanced at Mo Li indifferently and ignored him. "Yo," Mo Li slapped his thigh. "Boy, get down here and hand over the beauty next to you to me. I will leave you with a whole body." At this time, the crowd exploded. The young master of the Mo family has already broken through to the realm of a fighting master at the age of 20. This kid is doomed, isn't it? How can ordinary people enter the advanced level before they are 30 years old? Gao Fan said sarcastically. "A mere fighting master, a piece of trash." "What?" Mo Li was stunned for a moment, and then he got angry. "Who do you say is trash?" Gao Fan didn't even bother to look at Mo Li. He raised his hand and hit him, and Mo Li crashed heavily into the building opposite, raising a cloud of dust. The soldiers who followed Mo Li were stunned, and the onlookers on the side were also scared to pee. Isn't this too perverted? Gao Fan stood up and touched his belly. "Young master, I'm full. Let's go to the Mo family." After that, several people left the restaurant and went straight to the Mo family. As for Mo Li buried in the ruins, Gao Fan had no interest in him. The powerful courtyard of the Mo family, the red-doored tower. At this time, in front of the gate of the Mo family, a group of soldiers were trembling with fear, as if they were facing a great enemy. The crowd of spectators is always the group that is fearless and brave, and they actually followed Gao Fan. "Who is making trouble in front of my Mo family?" An old man came out from inside, surrounded by a group of people, aggressive. "Third Elder, save the young master!" Soldiers rushed out of the crowd, carrying a stretcher on which lay Mo Li. The Third Elder frowned when he saw the unconscious Mo Li. "Who beat the young master like this?" While speaking, The third elder ordered the servants to carry Mo Li in. The soldier pointed at Gao Fan. "It's him! It's him!" The third elder looked at Gao Fan. "Boy, you hurt the young master of my Mo family, and you dare to come to the gate of my Mo family. How much do you look down on my Mo family?" Gao Fan didn't even look at the third elder, but surrendered his eyes to the gate of the Mo family. The lintel is tall and magnificent. Gao Fan's mouth curled up slightly. Energy explosion! Boom! With a loud noise, the door of the Mo family collapsed and dust fell to the ground. "Asshole!" The third elder raised his hand. Flame palm! He struck out with a palm, and the air was filled with hot fighting spirit. This fierce palm seemed to destroy Gao Fan's body. Everyone felt sorry for Gao Fan. Such a handsome guy was going to die. The next second, Gao Fan glared at the third elder. The flaming palm that had hit Gao Fan quickly retreated and hit the third elder. Puff! The third elder spit out a mouthful of old blood and fell to the ground. "You, who are you?" The third elder couldn't believe it. His palm, which he was very confident in, was actually rebounded? Rebounded? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What kind of ability is this? This is Gao Fan's fire control ability. No fire under the sky can escape it. Gao Fan looked slightly angry, looking down at the third elder on the ground. "A mere great fighting master dares to act rashly in front of me. Do you want to die? Ah?" Gao Fan said, "Ah," with a stronger tone. With this "ah," the walls of the Mo family collapsed. This? Everyone was stunned. What kind of existence did the Mo family offend? At this time, the head of the Mo family, Mo Lan, came in with a group of people. He saw the injuries of his son and found that he was basically useless, so he wanted to kill his enemy with his own hands. But when he saw the wall collapsed in an instant, he was a little scared. "Your Excellency," Mo Lan's face was gloomy. "Please give my Mo family a favor, and what happened before will come to an end." "Come to an end?" Gao Fan smiled slightly. "It's impossible to come to an end. How dare you?" A domineering shout came, and someone walked out of the Mo family. This was an old man with white hair and beard, and his strong fighting spirit told of his extraordinariness. As soon as the old man appeared, the crowd was in an uproar again. "This is Mo Cheng, the elder of the Mo family. I heard that he was already a 4-star Douling a few years ago." 4-star Douling? Oh my God! I didn't expect that I could see a 4-star Douling. "Elder," Mo Lan bowed deeply to the old man. "I'm really sorry. It's my fault for not managing it properly." The old man waved his hand, didn't too. People walked out from behind him. Gao Fan had seen these two people before. They were Yunlan Yanran and Elder Jie of the Yunlan Sect, who had caused a big fuss at the Xiao family that day. However, they did not recognize Gao Fan immediately. After all, Gao Fan's face was covered in mud that day. "Who is this guy so handsome?" Yunlan Yanran's beautiful eyes flickered. She had received elite education since she was a child, so she never cared about the appearance of any man because it was too superficial. But today's man was different. This man was too handsome. "Ahem!" Gao Fan heard Yunlan Yanran's inner thoughts and broke out in a sweat. It seems that being too handsome is not good. "Boy, where did you learn from?" Mo Cheng was slightly angry. Someone who could cause such a large-scale damage was definitely not an unknown person. "Wutan City, Xiao family." Gao Fan smiled slightly and introduced himself. Yunlan Yanran frowned. This name made her most uncomfortable. Ji Yi stood up directly. "Xiao family?" Gao Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Ji Yi. "It's the Xiao family that made you lose face that day." "You?" Ji Yi's face was livid. "In that case, let me help Xiao Zhan teach you a lesson." After saying that, the long sword in Ji Yi's hand broke through the air. "Wind Spirit Fractal Sword." It's the Yunlan Sect's Xuan-level intermediate fighting skill, the Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. Someone recognized Ji Yi's move. This handsome guy is in danger. Ye was full of confidence, as if he had seen the boy's hands, and then kneeling on the ground begging him. At that time, I must cut off this kid's hands and legs, make him into a human pig and send him to the Xiao family, so that Xiao Zhan can see the consequences of offending the Yunlan Sect. But why is that kid not panicking at all? Jie was a little puzzled. He still waved his hand casually to greet Jie's long sword. Gao Fan waved lightly and a beam of energy exploded under Jie's armpit, directly breaking Jie's right arm. "Ah!" covered his broken right arm and rolled on the ground in pain. "You!" Nalan Yanran looked at Gao Fan in disbelief. She finally remembered his identity. You are the one who blocked my attack that day. Gao Fan smiled jokingly. Miss Nalan really holds a grudge. I was basically disfigured that day, but you could still recognize me. That's amazing. Nalan Yanran hurried to heal Jie's wounds. Why did you do such a cruel thing? Just give someone a taste of their own medicine. Gao Fan glanced at Jie on the ground. I still held back. Otherwise, he would have turned into a human pig. Jie's eyes were filled with fear. How did Gao Fan know that he wanted to turn him into a human pig? Could it be that he could see through other people's thoughts? Impossible, right? Sir. Mo Cheng's face was cold. Aren't you afraid of offending Yunlan Sect by doing this? Mo Cheng was scared at this time. Even Jie couldn't survive a single move by the other party. How much could he achieve? Yunlan Sect, I will go there soon. I will kill that old dog Yunshan with my own hands. Gao Fan showed an evil smile on his face. Yunyun, hey, her butt is so high. How dare you insult my master and the ancestors? Nalan Yanran stood up and the long sword in her hand flew out. Yanran, don't be impulsive. You are not his opponent. Jie stopped Nalan Yanran. Gao Fan smiled slightly and looked at Nalan Yanran. He is right. You are not my opponent. Don't humiliate yourself. You! Nalan Yanran's face was livid. She thought she had no rivals among the younger generation, but she was repeatedly defeated in front of Gao Fan. Hey, it's really interesting. Suddenly, a sweet laugh came from the corner of the wall. Everyone looked over and saw a woman hiding under a green robe. Only a pair of green pupils of the woman were exposed, and her voice was full of temptation. Who are you? Mo Cheng saw the woman, as if he saw hope. He hoped that this woman was not on Gao Fan's side. Heavenly Snake Palace, Lu Man! The woman smiled slightly. Heavenly Snake Palace? Gao Fan frowned slightly. So you are here to catch Qinglin? Qinglin couldn't help but frown when she heard Gao Fan's words. She couldn't remember when she had offended the Heavenly Snake Palace. Jie's originally pale face regained its color the next moment. Senior Lu Man, I am Jie, the elder of Yunlan Sect. Please help me. My Yunlan Sect will definitely remember your kindness. Puh! Lu Man cursed. Who are you calling senior, old man? I'm only 18 years old. Besides, Yunlan Sect is nothing. In the eyes of the Heavenly Snake Palace, it's not even worthy of being in the mainstream. Jie's face turned green at the time, and he almost fainted. Mo Cheng was also disappointed when he heard the woman's words, but the other party's target was the heterochromatic woman next to Gao Fan, so there was still a chance to win her over. Miss Lu Man, Mo Cheng smiled sinisterly. Why don't we attack together? I'll deal with Gao Fan and you take down the heterochromatic girl. We can each get what we want. What do you think? Hey, Lu Man laughed tenderly. You deal with Gao Fan? Where do you get the confidence from? You. Mo Cheng was furious, his face flushed. Lu Man ignored Mo Cheng and looked at Qinglin. Little girl, you have the unique advantage of having heterochromatic eyes, but you can't use it at all if you follow these people. Why don't you come back to the Heavenly Snake Mansion with me? There are things in my Heavenly Snake Mansion that can make you stronger. Qinglin did not hesitate. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Qinglin is the maid of Master Gao Fan. Wherever Master Gao Fan goes, I will go. Lu Man looked at Gao Fan again. Do you really have the heart to bury her talent like this? No. Gao Fan shook his head. Go back and tell the people in the Heavenly Snake Mansion that I will take Qinglin to the Heavenly Snake Mansion and ask them to prepare everything. You! Lu Man was furious. Gao Fan's domineering made her very uncomfortable. If it weren't for Gao Fan's strange ability, Lu Man would have wanted to take action. You guys continue, I'm just watching. Lu Man folded her hands in front of her chest. Gao Fan looked at Lu Man, the woman. Although her face was covered by a black veil, her figure was very hot. Should he also capture her and make her a maid to see? Lu Man was frightened by Gao Fan's gaze, but thinking about her strange strength, she dared not say anything. Forget it. What if it was given to an ugly guy? Gao Fan smiled awkwardly and glanced at Jie on the ground. The people of Yunlan Sect can go away. I'm in a good mood now and don't want to kill anyone. Yanran, help me up. Let's go back to Yunlan Sect. Jie's face was pale and it was obvious that he had lost too much blood. Okay. Nalan Yanran helped Jie up, and several disciples of Yunlan Sect came forward to help. Stop! Gao Fan looked at Nalan Yanran. Gaye can go. You have to stay. You. Nalan Yanran looked at Gao Fan's evil eyes and felt uncomfortable all over. Boy, Gaye's face was furious. Yanran is the direct disciple of Master Yun. You have to think it through. Gao Fan rubbed his brows. Either Gaye, the old dog, follows the others, or you all die here. You! Gaye was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Enough! Nalan Yanran shouted angrily. I will stay! Yanran! Gaye's face was extremely angry. Disciples of the Yunlan Sect, listen to my order. Quickly take the elders back and report what happened here to the master. Nalan Yanran's face was determined. Yes! Gao Fan looked at the people of the Yunlan Sect who left in disgrace and smiled at Nalan Yanran. Don't worry. Anything to you. Xiao is probably coming soon, and I will solve your problems, by the way. Brother Fan. A voice came from the corner of the street. Gao Fan turned around and saw Xiao and Xiao Ding coming late. Haha, speak of the devil. Gao Fan patted Xiao on the shoulder. Wow, not bad. 1 month has passed and you've reached the peak of the Dou Shi. Yeah, I digested some of the beast fire, and my level has increased. I also received the 2nd grade alchemist badge certified by the Alchemist Union. Xiao pointed to the badge on his chest, very excited. Hearing Gao Fan's words, everyone present frowned. 9-star Dou Shi? So young? Nalan Yanran couldn't believe it. She was a waste of Dou Chi 3 more than half a year ago. How could she become a 9-star Dou Shi? And a 2nd grade alchemist? Gao Fan turned around and looked at Nalan Yanran. Brother, it seems that your 3-year agreement can be fulfilled ahead of schedule. What do you think, Nalan? Yanran, do you dare to fight? Nalan Yanran's face was stiff, and the short sword at her waist was unsheathed. Let's fight. Xiao was not afraid at all, and took off the Xuanzhong ruler on his back. The onlookers murmured. A 9-star Dou Shi challenging a 3-star Grand Dou Shi? Where does the confidence come from? I don't know, but I don't think it will work out. Nalan Yanran's face turned grim, and she swung the short sword in her hand into a sword flower. Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. Nalan Yanran used the unique skill of the Yunlan Sect, drawing a green arc in the air. The sharp sword energy was somewhat beautiful, and there was actually a sense of transcendence. This sword technique was more skillful than that of Jie. Well, this girl is a good seedling. Even Yao Lao, who was hiding in the ring, couldn't help but praise her. But, unfortunately, her opponent was Xiao. Xiao held the heavy ruler in his hand horizontally, barely blocking the sharp sword energy. Xiao sank, half-crouched on the ground, and jumped up. 8 extreme collapse! Bang! Nalan Yanran couldn't dodge in time, was hit directly, flew out, and fell to the ground. Mo Cheng frowned. Nalan Yanran, a 3-star Grandmaster, actually lost to Xiao, a 9-star Grandmaster, in just 1 move. Cheers came from the crowd, and the onlookers were all happy for Xiao. Xiao stared at Nalan Yanran on the ground in a daze. The scene 6 months ago was reversed like this. The woman who insulted him was now under his feet. He should have been very happy, but Xiao felt that he was not happy at all. Nalan Yanran's eyes were a little sluggish, and she looked at the long sword in her hand with an unbelievable look. I lost? Yes, you lost! Gao Fan stepped forward and looked at Nalan Yanran with a sly smile. Nalan Yanran still looked absent-minded. Gao Fan looked at Xiao, only to find that he was still unhappy. Brother, why are you still unhappy? Xiao raised his head and looked at the sky. There's nothing to be happy about. My pursuit has never been to defeat her. Nalan Yanran froze when she heard Xiao's words. It turns out that my self-righteous talent is not worth mentioning in the eyes of others. I don't even have the qualifications to be their opponent. I even went to cancel their marriage. Now that I think about it, my behavior is so ridiculous and pathetic. My goal is you. Xiao looked at Gao Fan seriously. One day I will defeat you. This. Gao Fan was stunned with a look of panic. You are wrong to do this. We are brothers. Ha! Xiao smiled faintly. I know we will be good brothers for life. Nalan Yanran stared at the two of them in a daze. Her self-esteem collapsed at this moment. But Nalan Yanran was not afraid of such a collapse. She wanted to rise in destruction. She decided that she must catch up. One day, she would defeat Xiao and Gao Fan. Thinking of this, Nalan Yanran stood up, put away her dagger, and prepared to leave. Wait, did I say you can leave? Gao Fan raised his eyebrows. Nalan Yanran turned back. I have already lost. What else do you want? Gao Fan smiled jokingly. If you lose, you must fulfill your promise and be a maid for me and Xiao Yan. You! Nalan Yanran's face was livid. No need, Xiao Yan said lightly. I am no longer interested in her. Nalan Yanran's face was full of shame and anger. Xiao Yan, you are shameless. Don't be impatient. Gao Fan smiled. Xiao Yan is not interested, but I am. What do you want to do? Seeing Gao Fan's eyes, Nalan Yanran felt cold in her heart. Gao Fan was stunned for a moment, with an innocent look on his face. I asked you to be a maid, to wash clothes, cook, and wash feet. What else do you want to do? Nalan Yanran's face changed, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Think about Gay Ye. He shouldn't be far away. Gao Fan smiled cunningly. Enough. I promise you I will be your maid, Nalan Yanran said with gritted teeth. Gao Fan nodded with satisfaction, and then frowned. Where are the points? Why haven't I received any points? I just accepted a maid. In Gao Fan's opinion, the way to get points is nothing more than Xiao Yan's upgrade and opening a harem. But today he has opened a harem. Why don't he have any points? System. What does the ellipsis mean? Gao Fan was flirting with the girl, but Xiao Ding on the side could no longer sit still. At this moment, Mo Lan, the murderer who killed Xiao Li, was standing in the crowd of Mo family opposite. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Xiao Ding gritted his teeth and shouted, Mo Lan, I will kill you and avenge my second brother. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Ding punched Mo Lan. Mo Cheng's eyes flashed, and he dodged and grabbed Xiao Ding's throat. Xiao Ding was captured directly. The change in the field made everyone's eyes stern. Xiao Yan frowned and pointed the Xuanzhong ruler in his hand directly at Mo Cheng. Old dog, let my eldest brother go. Hey! Mo Cheng ignored Xiao Yan and looked at Gao Fan. I know I am not your opponent, but today you can't touch a hair of my Mo family. Otherwise I, Mo Cheng, will take someone with me even if I risk my life. This reversal of identity made the people present sigh. It seemed that the towering tree of the Mo family was really going to fall, and it had even reached the point of threatening people's lives. Gao Fan's face was calm, and his eyes stared at Mo Cheng coldly. Mo Cheng, I advise you. Don't threaten me. No, Mo Cheng shook his head. This is not a threat. I know that the Mo family killed your people, but you also killed a lot of Mo family members. How about this? I will give you Mo Lan, and then give all of Mo Cheng to your Xiao family, and let's just forget about it. What do you think? Grand Elder. Mo Lan peed at that moment. You, Gao Fan smiled jokingly and looked at Mo Cheng. Actually, I thought so too. Just kill Mo Lan. Hey! Mo Cheng smiled knowingly. Gentlemen think alike. But now, Gao Fan stared at Mo Cheng with cold eyes. I regret it. Bang! Mo Cheng felt his heart explode from the inside out, and he had no way to stop it. In a moment, Mo Cheng fell to the ground with a look of horror on his face. The air suddenly became quiet, and everyone was surprised to find that Mo Cheng's heart had become empty. Nalan Yanran realized at this time that Gao Fan had really held back, otherwise Jie would not have been able to leave alive. How could he be so strong? Nalan Yanran looked at Gao Fan differently. Everyone was also terrified of Gao Fan's ability. How could someone in the world have such terrifying power? What kind of fighting skill is this? It's too evil, killing people without anyone knowing. Moreover, the person who was killed was a fighting spirit. He had no power to resist. Mo Lan unconsciously stepped back a few steps, looking at Gao Fan as if he was looking at the god of death. He immediately knelt down in front of Gao Fan and kowtowed desperately. His head was broken and the ground was covered with blood. Please, don't kill me. All the property of the Mo family is yours. As long as you are willing, I can work for you all my life. Gao Fan said coldly, I said that I will not kill anyone from the Mo family casually. Xiao Ding can decide whether you live or die. Mo Lan quickly crawled to Xiao Ding's feet. The order to attack the Mo Tai mercenary group and snatch Qing Lin was given by Mo Cheng, and it has nothing to do with others. If you want to kill, just kill me. Others don't know about this at all. They are all innocent. Until this moment, Mo Lan finally understood the horror of Gao Fan. This was a guy who could destroy the entire Mo family without any effort. For the future of the two entire families, he no longer had the arrogance of being high above, and could only kneel down and beg for mercy, begging Gao Fan to let the Mo family go. even if it was good to leave a trace of Mo family blood. The anger in Xiao Ding's eyes had dissipated a lot, but the knife in his hand was still shaking. Too many people had died during this period of time, and he was a little reluctant to kill Mo Lan. Gao Fan patted Xiao Ding on the shoulder. "Brother Xiao, the most important thing for people to do is to be true to their own hearts." Hearing this, Xiao Ding's tangled eyes suddenly became bright. He swung his long knife and cut off one of Mo Lan's arms. "I will spare your life today, and the other people in the Mo family will not be held accountable. Thank you." Mo Lan gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain. He kowtowed to Xiao Ding 3 times and returned to the Mo family with the help of the Mo family. Gao Fan looked up at Lu Man on the bee tree. "What do you think? Do you still want to rob people?" Lu Man shook her head slightly. She was also scared. "Forget it. I will take your words back, and I hope you will come as promised." "Don't worry. I am a responsible man," Gao Fan smiled cunningly. "See you later." Lu Man summoned a flying monster and flew away. Gao Fan and his group also left Yanqing and returned to Shimo City. All along the way, Gao Fan was struggling. Why did he not receive any points even though he had accepted Nalan Yanran and changed the plot? The system's response to this matter was still an ellipsis, and there was no way to know. Half a month later, at the headquarters of the Desert Iron Mercenary Group in Desert City. "Ding! Xiao Yan has broken through to the Grand Fighter Master. Congratulations to the host for getting points 100. Gao Fan was very happy and decided to save the points. Because his luck seemed to be not very good recently, he decided not to draw. I finally became a Grand Fighter Master. Xiao Yan jumped out with excitement. "I became a 5-star Grand Fighter Master as soon as I broke through?" Nalan Yanran frowned slightly. She had also made some progress in the past half-month and broke through to a 3-star Grand Fighter Master. But compared to Xiao Yan, she was nothing. "Brother, congratulations on absorbing the strange fire." Gao Fan smiled. "Brother Fan, thanks to you. If you hadn't helped me control the strange fire, I wouldn't have conquered them so easily." Xiao Yan spread out his palms, with 3 colors of flames dancing on them, gorgeous and colorful. "You are my brother. This is what I should do." Gao Fan smiled slightly. Xiao Yan suddenly looked up, looking at Gao Fan with madness in his eyes. "Brother Fan, I want to challenge you." When Gao Fan saw Xiao Yan's eyes, his back felt cold. Looking at this kid's crazy eyes, could he have made a fire lotus bomb? Telepathy was activated, and as expected, this kid really planned to use that trick to deal with him. Hiss! Gao Fan took a deep breath and held his waist with both hands. "Ouch! My waist hurts. Why don't you find Xiao Ding?" Xiao Ding, who was squatting on a stone bench and eating a steamed bun, laughed when he heard it. "My injury hasn't healed yet." He didn't want to fight with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was a madman when he fought. "I'll do it. I'll fight you." Nalan Yanran stood up. "If I beat you, I'll challenge Gao Fan again." "Humph!" Xiao Yan smiled coldly. "Don't even think about it." After that, the two of them fought with bare hands. Gao Fan saw the 2 people in the yellow sand and couldn't help shaking his head. They are both the ones who refused to admit defeat. "Let's go to bed." Pfft! Xiao Yishan and Qinglin blushed, rolled their eyes at Gao Fan, and took the dishes to the backyard. Gao Fan was bored and had to go back to his room to sleep. Xiao Ding looked at Gao Fan, then at Xiao Yan and shook his head. "We grew up together. How can there be such a big gap?" "Boss, what are you talking about?" A brother from a mercenary group came up. "Nothing. Let's go to the desert to kill a few monsters and come back to make dinner." Xiao Ding patted the other's shoulder and went out. In the evening, Gao Fan and his friends were playing landlord in the yard. That's right, it's the modern version of Du Diju. As an earthling, Xiao Yan was also stunned by Gao Fan's operation, but Gao Fan was very honest and said that he was actually from Earth. Xiao Yan not only didn't think much about it, but also felt very excited. Several people played happily. After a while, it was almost dark. "Help!" There were shouts from a distance. Gao Fan and his friends stood up and looked towards the direction of the setting sun. There was a figure there, a member of the Modi mercenary group. "Go and have a look." Gao Fan flew over directly. The man was covered with scars, and his clothes and armor had long been stained with blood. "What's going on?" Gao Fan frowned, his face cold. Could it be the Mo family? No, No. The man shook his head. We encountered a monster. The brothers are trapped. Monster? Xiao Yan and others also came up, looking confused. What monster? A huge yellow tornado. The man's eyes were filled with fear. The brothers were all swept up to the sky by it, and I was rescued by the leader. The leader asked me to come back to inform you that he went to rescue the brothers alone. Where? Gao Fan frowned. The man raised his hand. To the northwest, in the heart of the Sand Sea. After saying that, the man fainted. Xiao Yixian, please take care of him. Gao Fan and I will be back soon, Gao Fan said as he took Xiao Yan into the air. He threw down the anti-Hulk armor to protect the safety of everyone. A huge yellow tornado was raging in the heart of the Sand Sea, and many figures could be seen in the tornado. The people inside had already lost consciousness, and the unconscious people were being slowly devoured by the tornado. Some people's hands had already turned into white bones. At this time, the tornado had stopped moving. Not far away, there was a group of people with injuries all over their bodies. They were Xiao Ding and his mercenary brothers. These people were all injured, just like the one who returned to the camp before. Brother! Xiao Yan, led by Gao Fan, flew down from the sky and looked at the huge khaki tornado with an uneasy look. What is this? Gao Fan frowned. He had never seen this thing in the original book. Was it another strange object created by the butterfly effect? Brother, you guys go back first. Leave this to me and Brother Fan, Xiao Yan said lightly. But, Xiao Ding looked at the people in the tornado. They are all my brothers. They are already dead. Now the tornado seems to be digesting these people before it stops. When these people are digested, it will roll the rest of the people in. Xiao Yan continued. This, Xiao Ding recalled everything that happened before, and it seemed like this. Then let's go together. No, Xiao Yan shook his head. Leave this to me and Brother Fan. We can handle it. You guys go. Okay, Xiao Ding thought carefully and made a decision. The two younger brothers were both geniuses, especially Gao Fan, so there was nothing to worry about. Brothers, support each other in pairs, let's go. Xiao Ding left with the people of the Desert Iron Mercenary Group. After sending Xiao Ding away, Yao Chen slowly appeared. Yao Chen smiled happily. We are so lucky. We actually encountered the Windwrath Dragon Flame, which is 18th on the strange fire list. Gao Fan finally understood why Xiao Yan wanted Xiao Ding to leave. It turned out that Yao Chen had signaled this. Windwrath Dragon Flame? Gao Fan stared at the huge tornado that was dozens of meters high, and he was amazed. This Dookie continent is indeed mysterious and unpredictable. There is such a wonder. Boy, do it. While he's still digesting the food, control him and let Xiao Yan absorb it. Yao Chen looked at Gao Fan. Okay. Gao Fan smiled and activated his fire control ability. Wind Fury Dragon Flame immediately became scared and shrank into a ball of yellow flame, hiding in Gao Fan's palm. Brother, let's get started. Gao Fan smiled. Yes, Xiao Yan was excited. Half an hour later, Wind Fury Dragon Flame was completely absorbed by Xiao Yan, and Xiao Yan successfully advanced to the 7th star of the Grand Fighter Master. Tsk, this is really awesome. Even Yao Chen was amazed at how smoothly things went. You know, absorbing strange fire is a very dangerous thing. Before, when Xiao Yan absorbed the Wolf King Blue Flame and the Lava Ground Fire, he had to carefully prepare a large number of pills to succeed. Unexpectedly, Gao Fan's fire control made everything so easy. Even though Gao Fan had shown this ability when Xiao Yan absorbed the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, Yao Chen still couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Gao Fan was simply a plug-in for Xiao Yan's cultivation. Let's go back and eat. Gao Fan smiled slightly, as if he had done something insignificant. Yao Chen stared at the back of the sunset in a daze. Who is this kid? 7 days later, Xiao Yan completely refined the strange fire in his body, and his realm was stabilized at the 8th star of the Great Fighting Master. The group decided to go back because there was still a month before the Xiao family's coming-of-age ceremony. Brother, if you encounter an enemy in the future and can't beat him, just run away and come home to find us. Xiao Yan said to Xiao Ding, Our Xiao family will become the first family of the Jiama Empire in the future. Xiao Ding patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. Brother Yan, don't worry. When that day comes, my Desert Iron mercenary group will also become the strongest mercenary group in the Empire. Okay. The two brothers hugged each other heavily and then separated. More than 20 days later, Gao Fan and his party returned to the Xiao family in Wutan City. The party returned to the Xiao family late at night and few people knew about it. When Xiao Zhan saw Nalan Yanran, he was stunned. When he heard that Nalan Yanran was taken in as a maid by Gao Fan, Xiao Zhan almost sat on the ground. When he heard that Xiao Yan was already an 8-star grand fighter, Xiao Zhan almost fainted. When he saw the strength of Xiao Yixian and the other girls, Xiao Zhan was numb. When he heard that Gao Fan was stronger than them, Xiao Zhan was happy. Xiao Zhan sighed slightly. Sure enough, I'm old. From now on, this Xiao family is your world. Do whatever you want. The next day is the Xiao family's coming-of-age ceremony. For all the young generations of the Xiao family, today is a very important day. Today, they can pass the test and know their future development in the Xiao family. And today is also an important day for Xiao Ning. The last time he was inexplicably killed by Gao Fan, it was a great shame for him, Xiao Ning. When he woke up and wanted to duel with Gao Fan had already disappeared. In the past 6 months, with the help of the second elder, Xiao Ning successfully broke through and became a fighter. Even his sister Xiao Yu, who had returned from Canaan College, praised Xiao Ning as a rare genius. In this Xiao family's coming-of-age ceremony, he, Xiao Ning, will definitely be the first. This time Xiao Ning swore that he would definitely step on Xiao Yan and Gao Fan under his feet. At this time, a large group of people had surrounded the Xiao family's martial arts arena. As a large family in Wutan City, the Xiao family naturally had guests who came to watch the coming-of-age ceremony in addition to the Xiao family members. Xiao Zhan sat at the first seat in the martial arts arena, but the 2 seats on his left were vacant, followed by several elders of the Xiao family. On the right were the Gale family, the City Lord's mansion, and the Mitel family. Soon, the younger generation of the Xiao family had all arrived. All the Xiao family members who were attending the coming-of-age ceremony gathered on the square. Gao Fan and Xiao Yan brought Xiao Yixian, Ziyan, and Qing Lin. The 3 girls were beautiful, not inferior to Shuner at all, and attracted the attention of the crowd. Wow! There are so many people! Gao Fan smiled jokingly and looked at Xiao Ning, who was not far away. Xiao Ning, long time no see. How many days did you lie down last time? How long do you want to lie down this time? Humph. Xiao Ning's eyes flashed with a sinister look, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Humph. I hope you can still laugh so happily later. After that, Xiao Ning cast his eyes on Xiao Yan, who was beside Gao Fan. Little bastard, from today on, I will make you ashamed to appear in front of Shuner. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. I'm waiting. As he spoke, Shuner appeared and attracted everyone's attention. Brother Xiao Yan! Shuner saw Xiao Yan and quickly stepped forward, her face full of joy. Where have you been during this period? When did you come back? You didn't even come to see Shuner. Gao Fan and I went out for training and only came back this morning. Xiao Yan smiled. Miss, pay attention. Ling Ying followed and reminded him. Behind Ling Ying were 2 young men. The appearance of Ling Ying and these 2 people instantly attracted the attention of the masters present. Jia Libi, the head of the Jiali family, frowned slightly and turned his head to Ya Fei, who was standing aside. Miss Ya Fei, do you know who these 2 people are? Ya Fei frowned slightly and shook her head slightly. I don't know. Then, Ya Fei looked at the old man standing next to her. The old man looked solemn. Miss, those 2 young men are unfathomable. What? Ya Fei was slightly stunned, and a smile appeared on her lips. It seems that there will be something interesting to watch today. Shuner saw the people coming and stood aside obediently, no longer keeping close to Xiao Yan. Gao Fan knew the origins of the 2 people through telepathy. One was Gu Zhen, the leader of the Black Annihilation Army, currently a 7-star Dou Zong. The other was Ling Quan, a newly promoted Dou Huang, and now a small lieutenant in the Black Annihilation Army. Gao Fan smiled, not expecting that the butterfly effect would attract these 2 people. Ling Quan walked over, glanced at Xiao Yan, and smiled faintly. Boy, stay away from Miss Shuner, otherwise you will die. Gu Zhen glanced at Xiao Yan faintly, and without saying a word, he walked straight to the position next to Xiao Zhan. On the way, he looked at Gao Fan and the 3 women around Gao Fan a few more times. Xiao Zhan stood up and saluted Gu Zhen. Gu Zhen sat down. Shuner sat next to Gu Zhen, and Ling Quan stood behind Gu Zhen. Xiao Yan took a deep breath. Gu Zhen's look just now seemed to have a kind of magic that made him feel cold. Gao Fan patted Xiaoyan's shoulder. Hey, brother, what do you think? This guy is very strong. If you want to be with Shuner, you have to work hard. Hey! Xiaoyan laughed at himself and seemed a little bored. But then he saw Shuner's gaze and his heart became firm again. Hey, I wonder what result Xiaoyan can get today? 4th stage or 3rd stage? The second elder blushed and was very proud. Xiaoyan heard this but ignored it. Instead, he stood up and said to the Xiao family members, Now I announce the test rules. Those whose names are read will be tested for Dou Qi. Those with Dou Qi of the 7th stage or above will pass, otherwise they will fail. After the test, those with Dou Qi below the 7th stage have the right to challenge those with Dou Qi above the 7th stage. If they win the challenge, they will also pass. Okay, let's get started. Xiao Mei, the 8th stage of Dou Qi. Hearing the tester's voice, there was a commotion among the Xiao family members, and they all cast envious glances at Xiao Mei. Xiao Ning, 1-star Doge. Oh my god, Xiao Ning actually broke through to the 1-star Doge. People cast their eyes on Xiao Ning, all looking at him sideways. Xiao Ning had a smug smile on his face. He enjoyed the feeling of being worshipped. However, he immediately turned his sight to Xiaoyan. Boy, it's your turn. Gao Fan took a step forward. I'll go first. As he said that, Gao Fan patted Xiaoyan's shoulder, stepped forward and put his hand on the test black stone. Half a minute passed, and there was no reaction on the test black stone. The tester was confused. Gao Fan fighting Qi 0 stage? The tester announced the result hesitantly. Ha ha! There was a burst of laughter from the whole audience. Fighting Qi 0 stage. This is the first time I heard of fighting Qi 0 stage. Xiaozhan frowned. What is this kid doing? Gao Fan smiled slightly, not caring at all. Oh, it's your turn, brother Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan shook his head. Gao Fan was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger again. Then Xiaoyan stepped forward. Everyone held their breath. Shuner, Gu Zhen, Ling Quan, the second elder, Xiao Ning, they were all waiting for a result. On the other hand, Xiaozhan was full of confidence. Only Gao Fan still looked nonchalant, flirting with the little medical fairy beside him. Boom! As Xiaoyan placed his hand on the test stone roared. Jialebi and Yafei could no longer sit still and stood up instantly. Xiaoyan, 8-star Grand Fighter! The testers were dumbfounded and spoke with trembling. Is this test black stone broken? One moment it was 0 stage Dou Qi, and the next moment it was 8-star Grand Fighter. Everyone was stunned. Is this 15-year-old 8-star Grand Fighter a mistake? He was only 3-stage Dou Qi a year ago, and he became an 8-star Grand Fighter in just 1 year? Shuner's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She didn't expect Xiaoyan to have made such great progress. Commander Gu Zhen, what do you think of him? Shuner smiled slightly. Gu Zhen smiled slightly. This kid is not bad. The other one, a bit unexpected. Hey, Shuner smiled happily. Ling Quan on the side looked disdainful. A mere grand fighting master. What's so great about that? Gu Zhen ignored Ling Quan. He made a decision in his heart that he could give up the key of the Xiao family. The teacup in the hands of the second elder fell to the ground, and his old face was expressionless. Impossible! Xiao Ning rushed forward and snatched the record book from the surveyor. You must be cheating! Nonsense! Xiaozhan slammed the table and stood up. Humph! Second elder snorted coldly. Patriarch, Xiaoyan was a waste of Dou Qi 3rd stage a year ago, and he became an 8-star Grand Du Master in just 1 year. This kind of thing is likely to be cheated. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. Second elder, whether my Xiaoyan's strength is really an 8-star Grand Du Master, you can find out if you try it, right? The second elder laughed grimly. You ignorant kid, Xiaozhan, this is your son's initiative. Xiaozhan smiled calmly. Second elder, please do as you please. The second elder frowned slightly. Even Xiaozhan was so calm, which was enough to show that Xiaoyan was really powerful. However, since it came to this, he couldn't back down and jumped directly into the field. Yaner, don't hurt the second elder. Xiaozhan smiled slightly. Yes, father. Xiaoyan grinned. The second elder was furious at the time. You are slapping me in the face. Watch this, lion fist. The second elder shouted and hit Xiaoyan in the face. Yan dodged easily, glanced at the second elder calmly, raised his left hand and said, blowing fire palm. Bang, a dull sound rang out and the second elder's chest sank. The the second elder's body hit the wall heavily and spit out a mouthful of blood. Second elder. Sorry, Xiaoyan smiled slightly. You. The second elder was so angry that he fainted. In a panic, the second elder was carried away and everyone was in awe of Xiaoyan. Xiao Ning, who was standing aside, widened his eyes and couldn't believe what was in front of him. Xiao Yu, who was beside Xiao Ning, was also surprised. The boy who liked to bully him back then has become so strong? Okay, Xiaoyan's strength has been verified. Is there anyone who wants to challenge him? Xiaozhan asked. Gao Fan smiled slightly. I want a challenge. Xiaozhan raised his eyebrows and finally understood what Gao Fan wanted to do. Who do you want to challenge? Xiao Ning. Gao Fan looked at Xiao Ning. Okay, Ning said coldly. I just want to vent. The two walked straight to the center of the square. Lion Shadow Possession. Xiao Ning shouted in a low voice, and the fighting spirit in his body became stronger in an instant. What is this? Jialibi frowned. The Xiao family lost the fighting skill Lion Shadow Possession 8 years ago, which can improve one's strength. Now Xiao Ning is a 2-star fighter. Yafei said lightly. I didn't expect it to be lost. Is that all you can do? Gao Fan smiled jokingly. Not enough. Humph! Xiao Ning's face was ferocious. He took out a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth. His face suddenly flushed, and his fighting spirit was raised to another level. The elder exclaimed, 4-star fighter, it's a broken chi pill. Xiao Ning cheated. Xiaozhan smiled slightly. Elder, please be patient, it's okay. Now is that enough? Xiao Ning showed a cold look on his face. I will kill you later. I hope you don't ask Xiaoyan to save you. Gao Fan turned around, with his back to Xiao Ning, and shook his head slightly. You talk too much nonsense. If you are ready, just attack. Everyone couldn't understand Gao Fan's action. Why are you turning your back to him? Do you look down on him or have you given up? Arrogant boy, watch this. Xiao Ning's face was ferocious. Go to hell. Gao Fan closed his eyes and slowly raised his head. An invisible mental force instantly blocked Xiao Ning's attack. Xiao Ning punched out as if hitting a ball of cotton, and the condensed fighting spirit just dissipated. Everyone's eyes were straight, and Gu Zhen even stood up directly. Brother Commander, you? Ling Quan asked. Gu Zhen just realized his mistake. Just then, he felt Gao Fan's strength, which was too strong to be real. There was no trace of fighting spirit on the young man, but the power to block the attack was real. What ability did he use? Gu Zhen couldn't help but frowned. No wonder Ling Ying asked me to come over. Huh? Gao Fan slowly turned his head and looked at Xiao Ning jokingly. Why don't you attack? Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Xiao Ning couldn't believe that his powerful attack was actually resolved like this. Asshole, go to hell! Xiao Ning attacked again. No, I've already given you a chance. Gao Fan shook his head and smiled. Micro-energy, explode! Boom! A ball of fire appeared out of thin air and exploded between Gao Fan and Xiao Ning. The explosion had a strange shape that swept across the spherical space where Xiao Ning was. Gao Fan used his telekinesis to compress the explosion around Xiao Ning, forming a sphere. The spherical space was instantly filled with flames, and Xiao Ning's body was burned to ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Okay, it's solved. Gao Fan smiled slightly, and the flames dissipated, leaving a pile of ashes on the ground. During the whole process, Xiao Ning did not hear a single cry for help, and everyone was stunned. The whole place was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Gu Zhen narrowed his eyes and immediately made up his mind that Shuner could be taken away. Xiaozhan gave a look to the guards around him. The guards nodded and left. He was going to put the second elder under house arrest. This! The elder looked at Xiaozhan with fear in his eyes. Xiaozhan glanced at the elder. I'm sorry, elder. I didn't inform you in advance. The elder was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly. He looked at Gao Fan and then at Xiaoyan. He knew that from now on, the Xiao family would belong to Xiaozhan's lineage. It's okay. You are the head of the family. You have the final say. Okay. Xiaozhan stood up with satisfaction. Please move to the living room. The Xiao family has already set up a banquet. After that, Xiaozhan left with a smile on his face amid the crowds of people from Wutan City. Yafei's eyes changed when she saw Gao Fan. She said to the old man beside her, Old Shu, don't disturb me tonight. The old man was slightly stunned, then nodded. Yes, miss. Xiao family back mountain, Xiaoyan and Shuner were standing on the cliff enjoying the breeze. Brother Xiaoyan, Shuner is leaving. Shuner leaned on Xiaoyan's shoulder and murmured, Leave? Xiaoyan stood up and looked into Shuner's eyes. Where to? Shuner stroked the hair on her forehead and smiled. The clan needs me to go back. Brother Gujen and the others are here to pick me up. Is it so urgent? Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with reluctance. Yes. Shuner nodded, took out a jade slip and stuffed it into Gao Fan's hand. This is a technique. You can practice it when you reach Dou Wang. Don't open it before you reach it. Xiaoyan looked at the jade slip in his hand and looked at Shuner. Can I not leave? Shuner smiled sweetly. Brother Xiaoyan, don't be sad. I believe that we will meet again soon. Let's go. Gujen came from the air, bringing Lingquan and Lingying with him. Okay. Xiaoyan knew Shuner's background and knew that he couldn't keep her at this moment. He looked into Shuner's eyes. You must wait for me. I will definitely go back to find you. Walking into the void, Gujen grabbed Shuner's sleeve and walked away. Shuner turned back with a gentle look on her face. Don't come until you reach Dozong. Xiaoyan shouted to the sky. You must wait for me. Wait for me to marry you. Yes, I will wait for you, Brother Xiaoyan. Shuner's excited voice echoed in the sky. In the void, Shuner stared at Gujen with her starry eyes. Brother Gujen, how long do you think it will take for Xiaoyan to come to the Gu clan? Gujen smiled slightly. Don't worry, Shuner. Xiaoyan is very good. I believe it won't be too long. Really? Shuner smiled. Lingquan on the side said nothing, his fists clenched and creaked. Shuner left, and Xiaoyan was alone on the cliff blowing the cold wind. And Gao Fan? At this time, he was drinking happily with the guests in the living room of the Xiao family. Master Gao Fan, I like you very much. Yafei raised her cup and came to Gao Fan with a red face. When Gao Fan saw Yafei coming over, he was not calm at that time. A mature woman like Yafei is not comparable to young girls like Xiao Yixin. Gao Fan, who had watched countless movies in his previous life, liked the hot body type like Yafei the most. Ha ha! Gao Fan swallowed his saliva and looked straight ahead. Miss Yafei, you're joking. I'm just a nobody. How can I possibly deserve your favor? Hey! Yafei had drunk a little too much at this point and leaned directly on Gao Fan's shoulder. Master Gao is so handsome. Any girl would like him upon seeing him. Doesn't the fact that there are so many beauties around you prove this point? Ha ha! Is that so? Gao Fan turned around to look at the angry little medical fairy and the other girls, shuddered, and pushed Yafei away. Gao Fan said seriously, You are talking about them. They are all my maids. Maids? Yafei smiled slightly. Then I wonder if I have the blessing to be Master Gao's maid? Huh? Gao Fan was stunned for 2 seconds. Miss Yafei is really good at joking. Yafei suddenly became serious and thrust her chest in front of Gao Fan. I am not joking. I wonder if Master Gao dares to accept me as a maid? Gulp! Gao Fan swallowed his saliva. Why not? I agree. Hey! Yafei was charming and fell drunk in Gao Fan's arms. Ding! Yafei became a maid. Congratulations to the host for modifying the original plot and getting 100 points. Gao Fan looked at Yafei lying in his arms and was stunned at the time. She really became a maid? Wait, why didn't I get any points for accepting Lan Yanran as a maid? Now Yafei has it again? Does it have to be voluntary to follow me? Yes. It must be like this. Gao Fan recalled every time he had earned points before and basically confirmed this. Someone come! Gao Fan hurriedly called, Send Miss Yafei back. Several servants came forward, all looking at each other. None of them dared to take action. Gao Fan looked at these servants. Don't we have maids in our family? Master Gao Fan, after the death of the lady, there are no more women in our courtyard, a servant said. Gao Fan turned around and found that Xiao Yixin and the other girls were no longer here. They probably went back to the house. Gao Fan shook his head, used his telekinesis to help Yafei up. Forget it, I'll go and send her back myself. In the carriage, Yafei lay on Gao Fan's legs. Her lips slightly opened and a faint breathing sound came out. Gurgle! Gao Fan swallowed his saliva. This journey was a great torture for him. Through telepathy, Gao Fan knew that this woman was not drunk and everything was fake. Similarly, Gao Fan also knew that Yafei really liked him. Yafei's family is a big family in the Jiama Empire. Generally, women of her status and without strength will be used by the family for marriage and become pawns. So, Yafei especially hopes to marry someone she likes. Women like powerful heroes, especially those who are also very handsome. And Gao Fan, of course, became Yafei's first choice. Gao Fan shook his head. This woman was actually quite pitiful. Although her motives for seducing him were impure, she actually had no ill intentions, so he simply went back to her home with Yafei. However, the current situation was a bit too charming. As a novice, he was afraid that something would go wrong. Hiss! The horses neighed and the carriage was stopped. Gao Fan, get out of here! Yafei slowly stood up, pretending to be drunk. Master Gao Fan, what happened? Gao Fan smiled. It's okay, you continue to rest. I'll go take a look. After getting off the carriage, Gao Fan found that the carriage was stopped by a man in black, and the driver had been knocked unconscious by the other party. The other party was masked, but Gao Fan knew who the other party was through telepathy. Xiao? Gao Fan frowned slightly, almost forgetting that Xiao Ning had a sister. It seems that she is here for revenge. Gao Fan looked calm. Do you think you have the ability to kill me? Seeing that her identity was seen through, Xiao Yu took off her mask, and her tear-stained face was full of hatred. Why? You killed my brother? Why? Gao Fan smiled coldly. He was the one who sent people to kill me first. If I wasn't so powerful, I would have died at his hands a year ago. Xiao Yu shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. Although Xiao Ning is willful, he is not the kind of person who takes human life lightly. Haha, you mean? Am I the kind of person who takes human life lightly? Gao Fan shook his head helplessly. Uncle Xiao Zhan or the Great Elder, you can ask any member of the Xiao family you trust. What is going on? The sword in Xiao Yu's hand slowly dropped, and tears in his eyes slowly slid down. Okay, I'll go ask now, you wait. After that, Xiao Yu ran away. Huh? Gao Fan wiped his sweat and said to the carriage, Yafei, come out. No one is driving the carriage for us. We need to walk for a while. Hey. Yafei came out of the carriage. It seems that nothing can be hidden from Master Gao's eyes. When did you find out that I was pretending to be drunk? I found out from the beginning. Gao Fan pulled Yafei down from the carriage and held her in his arms. Ah! Yafei was startled by Gao Fan's behavior and pinched Gao Fan's shoulder hard. Hateful. Ha! Gao Fan laughed loudly. Let's go, I'll take you home. After that, Gao Fan flew into the air. You can also fly in the air? Yafei's beautiful eyes showed shock. Why? Don't you like it? Gao Fan smiled with a sly smile. Hateful. Isn't it okay for me to like it? The next day, Gao Fan got up very late as usual. Today, no one came to help Gao Fan dress and wash. Maybe the situation last night made the girls not want to pay attention to him. Creaky! Someone pushed the door open. Master, you're up! Qinglin came in with a basin. Qinglin, thank you. Gao Fan smiled. Where are Xiao Yixian and the others? Qinglin was a little embarrassed. They are busy with other things. Hey. Gao Fan smiled slightly. Are they still angry? Qinglin smiled awkwardly, her face slightly red. Master, don't you think you are too fickle? When you see a beautiful woman, you want to take her as a maid. Ha! Gao Fan smiled awkwardly. I didn't want to take her as a maid last night. She was paying for it. Swoosh! A black shadow suddenly came in. Who are you? Qinglin vigilantly drew out the short knife and held it in his hand. Gao Fan looked at the person who came. Who is the way of nature? This is the guard beside Yafei. Master Gao Fan, I was sent by Miss Yafei. She asked me to tell you that the people from Yunlan Sect are coming. Please be prepared, the old man said. Okay, tell her. Thank you. Gao Fan smiled. Goodbye. The old man nodded and left. At noon, Gao Fan and the other girls were laughing in the back garden. Because Gao Fan had a lot of elixirs, Medusa had recovered her Xiao Zhan, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Damn it! Xiao Zhan frowned. The Yunlan Sect really thinks highly of my Xiao family. 4 Do Wangs have come. Humph, Xiao Zhan, hand over Gao Fan and Xiao Yan, otherwise the Xiao family will be destroyed today. Jialibi, the head of the Jiali family, walked out of the crowd. Jialebi, I didn't expect you to be involved, Xiao Zhan said coldly. Me? Jialibi shook his head helplessly. You think too highly of me. I was just lucky and helped the elders of the Yunlan Sect to lead the way. Okay, Jialibi, you can leave, an old man said in a deep voice. Yes, Elder Yunshu. Jialibi nodded respectfully and left. You are Xiao Zhan, the head of the Xiao family, right? Yunshu's face was calm. If you don't call them out, your Xiao family will really be gone. Which bastard is looking for me? Gao Fan and Xiaoyan arrived, followed by a group of young women. Father, how are you? Xiaoyan directly helped Xiaojan up. No problem. Xiaojan's face was pale. Yunshu's eyes swept over Gao Fan and his group, slightly surprised. I didn't expect that this small Wutan city would have so many good seedlings. Another old man on the side even stood up directly. You girls have good roots. Come back to Yunlan Sect with me. You will have a bright future in the future. You old man, who wants to go back to Yunlan Sect with you? Xian stood in front of Gao Fan. I am the master's maid, and I will be for life. Be good. Go to the back. Gao Fan touched Xian's head. Okay. Xian smiled and stepped back. Yanran, come here. Yunshu looked at Nalan Yanran and said coldly. Nalan Yanran hesitated. For some reason, she felt that none of the four elders could match Gao Fan. Don't move. Gao Fan crossed his arms in front of his chest. You are my maid now. I didn't ask you to move. Yanran. Yunshu was furious. You are embarrassing my Yunlan Sect. Nalan Yanran was very confused and didn't know what to do. Yunfan, Yunfu, Yunsu, Yunlu. Gao Fan called out the names of the four elders of the Yunlan Sect. All the idle people in the Douwang realm of the Yunlan Sect are here. Asshole! How dare you call the elders by their names? Jalebi shouted angrily. Elders, he is Gao Fan. The four elders looked at Gao Fan together. Boy, are you the one who blew off Geye's arm? Yes. Gao Fan smiled. If you want revenge, the four of you should come together. Otherwise you won't have a chance. Arrogant boy, I will fight you. Yunfan's face was furious, and the strength of a 3-star Douwang burst out. Don't hurt the master. Xian's face was cold, and she stepped forward to fight with Yunfan. Xian had just advanced to the 1-star Douling, but her fighting power was comparable to Yunfan, who was at the 3-star Douwang realm. The fighting power of the Taishu ancient dragon clan was simply against the sky. Gao Fan was amazed at the sight. Looking at the 3 Douwangs on the opposite side, Gao Fan found that this was a perfect time to train. Xiaoyan, you fight Yunfu. He is a 4-star Douwang. Be careful. Gao Fan said. Okay. Xiaoyan held the heavy ruler to fight Yunfu, at a disadvantage, but with Yao Chen's protection, there was no need to worry. Xiao Yixian, Qinglin, you two work together to fight Yunshu. He is a 5-star Douwang. Xiao Yixian is the main attacker. Qinglin is the raider. Be careful. Gao Fan continued to make arrangements. Yes! Xiao Yixian Qinglin entered the battle. Yunlu, 9-star Douwang, I'll meet you. Gao Fan looked at Yunlu. Yunlu looked at Gao Fan coldly. Boy, although I don't know where you got the information about us, but today I want to let you know the price of offending Yunlan Sect. Please. Gao Fan looked confident and stretched out his left hand. Wind killing technique. Xuanyun's sword. Yunlu shouted in a low voice and Dou Qi surged around him. Those fighting spirits seemed to condense into small transparent swords, spinning at high speed around Yunlu. It's the Xuanyun sword created by Elder Yunlu, Nalan Yanran exclaimed. Gao Fan was also very interested in Yunlu and his Xuanyun sword. This scene did not appear in the original book. At this time, Yunlu's body was gradually floating in the air under the effect of the sword energy, and the sword energy on his body was also gradually increasing. Boy! Yunlu's face flushed, and he looked very hard. You are the first person to die under the Xuanyun sword. You are worthy of pride. Stop talking nonsense and let the sword come over. Gao Fan smiled coldly. Ignorance. Yunlu smiled slightly and shouted sternly. 10,000 swords destroy the earth. In an instant, those sword energy rushed towards Gao Fan like water, directly covering Gao Fan's figure. Everyone stopped their actions and cast their eyes over here. A mere Douwang, he actually exerted such a powerful move. Fanner is in danger. Xiaojan frowned. No problem. Medusa frowned slightly. She was also very curious about Gao Fan's abilities. Haha, cool! Gao Fan's shout came from the center of the sword. After entering Dou Po Cangqiong for so long, he finally met an opponent who needed him to use his strength. The opponent's move did not look like a Douwang at all. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a Douwang's full-strength attack. I didn't expect that there was such a talent in Yunlan Sect. Yunlu frowned. Others could not see it, but he knew that Gao Fan was unscathed, but his Dou Qi was almost gone. After a moment, Yunlu fell to the ground and almost couldn't stand. Gao Fan walked out of the dust with a smile on his face. Yunlu, right? You have successfully aroused my interest. Arrogant! Yunshu heard Gao Fan's words and rushed up with his long sword. Noisy! Gao Fan raised his hand and waved, and Yunshu was directly blown into ashes, leaving only a storage ring that Gao Fan took away. This! Yunlu and the other two opened their eyes wide. Is this the strange explosion that Jie said? Yes, Gao Fan sneered. I didn't intend to kill the elite forces of your Yunlan Sect, but you actually killed the people of the Xiao family first. So let's start with you, Yunlan Sect. I want to blow it up. Boom! Yunfan was blown to ashes. Boom! Yunshu was blown to ashes. At this moment, Yunlu felt a strange feeling coming from his body. At that moment, his heart seemed to be stretched from the inside out by some strange force. Not good! Yunlu retreated rapidly. Boom! Yunlu escaped with one arm left. Huh? Gao Fan looked at the sword energy flying away and grinned slightly. It's getting interesting. Ding! Killing 3 elders of Yunlan Sect in a row. Congratulations on getting 100 points. Ha! There are more points than just starting a harem. Gao Fan looked at the sky in the distance and smiled proudly. It seems that I have to do more tricks in the future. How about building a country? Gululu! A strange sound came. Everyone looked over and found that it was Jialebi who accidentally kicked a stone. Spare my life! Jialebi knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically. A person who even the 4 elders of Yunlan Sect couldn't deal with, let alone his Jiali family. He regretted it now. Why did he owe it so much? Wouldn't it be better to just watch the show from the side? He had to volunteer to get involved. The Xiao family is not something you can touch. Gao Fan smiled coldly and clenched his palm in the air. Ugh! Jialebi covered his neck and died. The next day, the news shocked Wutan City. The Jiala family was destroyed, and the city lord's mansion handed over the management rights to the Xiao family and fled Wutan City in disgrace. Everyone knew that from now on, Wutan City belonged to the 7 days later. Everyone was in Gao Fan's yard. The huge anti-Hulk armor was moving in the yard, and its movements seemed a little unsmooth. Next to the anti-Hulk armor was a normal-sized metal man who was gradually changing and became the appearance of Yao Chen. Haha! I finally see the light of day again! Yao Chen laughed loudly. Heh! Gao Fan smiled slightly. How is it, Yao Lao? This body is not bad, right? Yeah. Yao Chen looked down at the body. Made of liquid metal, it can change its shape at will, which is unheard of, and the internal structure is precise and stable. It can at least increase my strength by a large level. It's not an exaggeration to say that this is a divine weapon. Haha! Gao Fan smiled and looked at the anti-Hulk armor. Uncle Xiao, how do you feel? Because he was going to Yunlan Sect next, Gao Fan gave the anti-Hulk armor to Xiao Zhan. With the anti-Hulk armor, I believe that no one below Dou Zong can touch Xiao Zhan. Not bad. Zhan's voice came from the anti-Hulk armor. This is simply a killer weapon. Teacher, watch out! A black shadow rushed out from the side at an extremely fast speed. It was Xiao Yan wearing a black tights. Xiao Yan and Yao Chen fought together, and sparks flew. Ding ding! Qinglin and Medusa were fighting in the square nearby. Qinglin was already out of breath, while Medusa looked relaxed. They both had new weapons in their hands. In the past few days, Gao Fan had spent all his 300 points, and as a result, he produced 4 items. The body that Yao Chen was using was the liquid metal robot T-1000 from the Terminator world. The pair of daggers in Qinglin's hands were the Destroyer daggers used by the Guardians of the Galaxy, the Destroyer. Medusa was holding the god-killing dagger used by the Guardians of the Galaxy, Gamora. Xiao Yan was wearing the Black Panther uniform of Black Panther. Xiao Yixin and Ziyan stood aside, looking at everyone happily. Everyone got the new equipment and was very excited. The only person who didn't get the equipment was Nalan Yanran, who was silently watching everyone in the corner. She had thought a lot during this period of time, and she was almost sure that she couldn't escape from Gao Fan. Even if her teacher came, he couldn't save her, and she might be killed by Gao Fan. She even thought about sending the information back to Yunlan Zong, but what's the point? If she sent it back, would Yunlan Zong be able to defeat Gao Fan? Or would Yunlan Zong retreat in the face of difficulty? No. She knew very well that she could not stop the war between Gao Fan and Yunlan Zong. Now she was very lonely. The Yunlan Zong that she used to be proud of seemed to be nothing in Gao Fan's eyes. Don't worry, I'll give you a weapon if I have a chance. Gao Fan came to Nalan Yanran and smiled slightly. Ah? Nalan Yanran was surprised for a moment, looking at Gao Fan's handsome face in disbelief. Me, can I do it too? Of course. Gao Fan smiled gently. You are my maid. I don't want you to get hurt. Nalan Yanran stared at Gao Fan's handsome face blankly, seeming a little obsessed. What are you looking at? Let's go and have dinner. Gao Fan gently scratched Nalan Yanran's nose with his fingers, and Nalan Yanran's face flushed. Sister Yanran, let's go. Ziyan took Nalan Yanran's hand and ran away. Xiao Yan saw that everyone had left, so he walked to Gao Fan. Can you tell me about your adventure? Gao Fan smiled slightly. It seemed that after Xiao Yan saw the T-1000, he knew that his adventure was actually related to the Earth. After all, judging from the time when Xiao Yan traveled through time, he knew about the T-1000. Then I'll tell you the truth. Gao Fan patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. I'm from the Earth like you. Really? Xiao Yan frowned. Ha ha! Gao Fan nodded. Believe me, we will go back, and then we will have hot pot together. Xiao Yan laughed loudly, and the knot in his heart for many years was finally untied. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Gao Fan and others were still eating lunch at home. Even Yao Chen, a T-1000 who didn't need to eat, joined the dinner. A group of men appeared on the streets of Wutan City, killing all the soldiers guarding the city and destroying the facades of the Xiao family one by one. Xiao family dining room. Not good. A soldier covered in blood rushed in from outside the door. Grand Marshal, the Grand Marshal is coming. Gao Fan put down his chopsticks. Don't panic, follow me. The army of the Gamma Empire has surrounded the Xiao family. The leader is dressed in military uniform and rides a lion monster. It is the Lionheart Grand Marshal of the Gamma Empire, Nalan Ji. Xiao Zhan frowned slightly and said calmly, Marshal Nalan. My dear nephew Xiao Zhan, long time no see. Nalan Ji narrowed his eyes slightly. Hand over Yanran. Gao Fan sneered. Nalan Yanran, your grandfather wants you to go home for dinner. Nalan Yanran walked out from behind Gao Fan, looking at Nalan Ji with a frown. Grandpa, go back quickly and don't worry about me. Yanran, are you okay? Nalan Ji looked worried. It's okay, Grandpa. I'm living well here. Go back. Nalan Yanran said hurriedly. She was really afraid that Gao Fan and Nalan Ji would fight. Well, I'm glad you're okay. Nalan Ji nodded. Today I'm here on the orders of His Majesty. Xiao Zhan, hand over all the Xiao family's property, kidnap Gao Fan, and go to the imperial capital with me to plead guilty. Maybe your Xiao family can still leave a seed. Humph, Gao Fan sneered. Nalan Ji, since you're here, try whatever tricks you have. Hey, Nalan Ji shook his head and looked at Xiao Zhan seriously. Xiao Zhan, it's not that I don't want to save your Xiao family. It's you who don't know what's good for you. Grandpa Nalan is thoughtful, Xiao Zhan responded, indifferently. Humph. Naranji frowned. Please come in, master of the Yunlan Sect. As he spoke, a group of people in white robes walked out from the left. Gao Fan smiled coldly. Yun, Yundu, Yunsha, and the Do Huang of the Yunlan Sect are all here. Teacher? Nalan Yanran frowned. She didn't expect that the thing she was worried about would happen so soon. Yanran, come here. Yun shouted sternly. No. Nalan Yanran shook her head. Teacher, you guys should leave quickly. You can't beat him. Ridiculous. Yundu took a step forward. You girl must have been bewitched. Yun frowned slightly and said nothing. Nalan Yanran and Yun knew each other, but was Gao Fan really that strong? Gao Fan looked at Yun with great interest. Sectmaster Yun, it's true. You have a curvy figure. Boy, you're looking for death. Yundu drew his sword and glared at Gao Fan. Wow, it's so lively. An old man walked down the street with a faint smile on his face. Next to the old man was a woman, who was Yafei, who had not been seen for many days. Hai Bodong? Gao Fan looked at Yafei and smiled slightly. He thought this woman was fleeing, but it turned out that she was looking for help. Yafei trotted to Gao Fan with a smile on her face. Woman, I don't need you to do so much. Just stay by my side in the future. Gao Fan said gently. Protecting women is our job as men. Yafei was stunned for half a minute, tears of emotion welling up in her eyes. It was the first time in so many years that she felt such a domineering love. When the girls saw the interaction between Gao Fan and Yafei, they all expressed their jealousy, especially the cold and aloof Queen Medusa, who really wanted to beat Gao Fan up at this moment. Gao Fan could only frown at this. It seemed that it was time to tidy up his harem. Otherwise, if Medusa went crazy, no one else would be able to withstand it. Gao Fan was not too surprised by Haibodong's arrival. Xiaoyan had mentioned before that when they were in Black Rock City, Yao Chen took him to find Haibodong, wanting to trade the remaining map of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire in his hand. The two had already agreed that once Xiaoyan had refined the elixir Haibodong needed, they would go to Black Rock City to trade. I didn't expect that old guy Haibodong couldn't wait any longer and came to me at this time. Old Hai. Xiaoyan nodded to the old man with a wry smile. You came at the wrong time. Haibodong chuckled and glanced at the opposite lineup. 3 Douhuangs from the Yunlan Sect, 1 Douhuang from the Jiama Empire, 1 Douhuang from the Meitel family, and dozens of Douhuangs. This is the coalition of the strongest forces in the Jiama Empire. What did your Xiao family do? Xiaoyan smiled. I'm sorry to make you laugh, old Hai. Please move to the backyard. I'll find you after I'm done. Haibodong shook his head. It doesn't matter, I'll just watch here. Ya Fei, you actually stood in the Xiao family. An old man next to Nalanji had a gloomy face. I declare that from now on, Meitel Ya Fei is no longer a member of the Meitel family. Ya Fei's face was stern. Third uncle, you have no say in whether Ya Fei is a member of the Meitel family. All right. Gao Fan looked at the opposite side coldly. Are your people here? If they are, let's start. Nalanji dismounted and bowed to Yun. Master Yun, the Imperial Army is at your command. Yun took the military order and frowned slightly. She was very confused about the current situation. The current situation is extremely critical for the Xiao family. But there were only a few people standing at the door, and each of them looked relaxed. Especially the leader Gao Fan, who was even more arrogant. Coupled with Nalan Yanran's reaction, Yun is now a little unsure. Master, give the order. Yundu's face was gloomy. Don't hesitate any longer. Yes, Yunsha echoed. Yun's face was conflicted. She really couldn't understand where the other party got the confidence from when facing such a huge gap in strength. If possible, she really wanted to call Nalan Yanran over and ask her about it. 2 elders, you must not take it lightly. Elder Yunlu has already reminded everyone when he came back. Yun said lightly. Don't worry, Master Sect Leader. Yundu looked displeased, and it was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with Yun as the sect leader. I have been famous for 20 years, and I have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. Yun frowned slightly. Then please let Elder Yundu take the lead for us and test the strength of our enemy. Humph. Yundu snorted coldly, and his fighting spirit surged, and he rose into the air. I'm here to fight you. Yao Chen's voice was filled with excitement. This was his first actual combat after getting his new body. Yao Chen was also suspended in the air, and a long sword, which was silver in color, grew out of his palm. Playing tricks! Yundu was surprised for a moment, but then launched an attack. A huge streak of light green rushed towards Yao Chen like a mountain torrent or tsunami. Ha ha! Yao Chen was obviously very satisfied with his T-1000 body. He laughed wildly and went straight towards the horse. The 2 men fought together. Sword energy was everywhere, and the space seemed to be torn apart. The Douhuang strongman is so terrifying. At this time, someone else stood up beside Yun. Yunsha held the sword in both hands and took a step forward. Who's coming? I'm here to fight you. Haibodong laughed and stood up. Xiaoyan hurriedly stopped Haibodong. Mr. Hai, thank you very much, but let me do it. Please take care of these women. Can you do it? Haibodong was stunned for a moment. Then, okay, Yunsha raised his eyebrows. Boy, my reputation can't be desecrated by a dueling like you. Xiao, Yan snorted coldly. A mere Douhuang? What a piece of trash! Fuck you! Yunsha was furious at the time and drew his sword. Xiaoyan held the heavy ruler horizontally, and with the support of the Black Panther armor on his body he rushed forward. Whether in terms of speed or strength, Xiaoyan was actually on par with Yunsha. Yun frowned slightly. How could such a young boy have the strength to fight against the Douhuang? How can it be so unreal? She looked at Nalan Yanran with a puzzled look, only to see Nalan Yanran shaking her head. Nalanji stood up and said, Sect Master Yun, I request to fight. Yes. Yun nodded. I'm here to fight you. Xiaozhan shouted, waved his hand to take out the anti-Hulk armor. jumped up and the anti-Hulk armor was automatically put on. A huge metal man appeared in front of everyone. What is this? The coalition forces looked at each other, obviously frightened by the appearance of the anti-Hulk armor. What is this? Nalanjie frowned. This is battle armor, a new product developed by our Xiao family. Today is a good opportunity to try it out. Gao Fan grinned. Nalanjie snorted coldly. It's just bluffing. This thing looks extremely clumsy. Wait for me to take it apart. After that, Nalanjie rushed towards Xiao. The battle between the two men came to a stalemate in an instant. With the support of the anti-Hulk armor, Xiao's strength seemed to be suppressing Naranji. Yunlan looked at the situation on the field with a worried look on her face. The enemy's strength was beyond her imagination, and she needed a way to turn the situation around. At this moment, the Dou Huang of the Meter family stood up, holding his spear horizontally, and rushed straight towards Gao Fan. Queen Medusa's face darkened, and she drew the dagger in her hand and stopped the man. Yunyan's eyes flashed, and she made a decision in her heart. As long as I can take down Gao Fan, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Thinking of this, Yunyan drew the long sword from her waist and stabbed it straight at Gao Fan. Gao Fan looked relaxed and shook his head slightly. People often fail because they are too self-righteous. Yunyan was still thinking about what Gao Fan meant by this, but found that her sword suddenly stopped 1 meter in front of Gao Fan, and circles of ripples could be seen in the air. Yunyan frowned and looked at Gao Fan in disbelief. She found that her sword was fixed in the air by a strange force. Bang! The spear of the Dou Huang of the Miter family shattered into pieces instantly under Medusa's attack and scattered all over the ground. He also fell to the ground, spitting blood with a big gash on his chest. The coalition forces were stunned and almost killed instantly. Who is that woman? He could actually kill a Dou Huang in seconds. Ah, puff! On another battlefield, Yundu was defeated, and one of his arms was cut off by Yao Chen. Yao Chen pulled away and stabbed Yunsha, who was standing beside him with a sword, and Yunsha was in danger. Yunyun wanted to save Yunsha, but Gao Fan flew in front of Yunyun, suspended in the void, blocking Yunyun's way. You can fly. Are you a Dozong? Yunyun was surprised. What? Dozong? The coalition's jaws dropped to the ground. Was this a mistake? How can you be so perverted? Humph. Gao Fan smiled evilly. Congratulations, you got the answer right, but there is no reward. Boom! When the coalition forces heard this, they felt as if they had received a heavy blow. Oh my God, we have hit a brick wall here. He is a Dozong. Even if you bring a few more Dou Huangs, it will be of no use. Ah! Nalanjie was finally defeated and was stepped to the ground by the anti-Hulk armor. Uncle Xiao, show mercy! Nalan Yanran frowned, her face tense. Don't worry, I won't kill him for the sake of my deceased old man. Xiaozhan held Nalanji in his hand. Yunsha was also injured by Xiaoyan and Yao Chen and passed out. Yunyun looked at her side being defeated so thoroughly, her face full of doubt and confusion. Gao Fan waved his hand and threw all the injured people in front of Yunyun, as long as you agree to be my maid, these people can survive. Gao Fan also wanted to verify whether recruiting maids by coercion and inducement really did not give any points. Yunyun glared at Gao Fan, her pretty face flushed red. Although you are very handsome, I am the sect leader. Isn't it too hasty to ask me to be your maid? Gao Fan saw through Yunyun's thoughts and felt helpless. As expected, appearance is justice, and being too handsome will attract women. Sect Master, you absolutely can't do this. Yundu covered his injured arm. You are the Sect Master of my Yunlan Sect. If you become his maid and it gets out, where will the face of my Yunlan Sect be? Gao Fan was stunned for a moment. Then it suddenly dawned on him. He is right. It is too insulting for you to be a maid with your status. Why don't you just be my concubine? You bastard! Yunyun's face flushed red. I advise you to think it over carefully. There aren't many opportunities like this. Gao Fan smiled and pinched Yundu's wound from a distance. With a little force, Yundu screamed in pain and blood gushed out of the wound. Yunyun's face froze. She felt ashamed and angry. Okay, is it not enough if I promise you? No, Sect Master. Yundu's pale old face was full of humiliation. Yunyun looked at Gao Fan. I can agree to your request, but I also have a request. Gao Fan smiled. Tell me about it. I want you to bring the betrothal gifts proposed to Yunlan Sect, and then marry me, Yun said, gritting her teeth. Ha ha, Gao Fan smiled coldly. He certainly knew what Yun was thinking. This means he wants to go to the Yunlan Sect himself, and then use the Yunlan Sect's large formation to deal with him. Boy, this woman is trying to trick you. The Yunlan Sect's mountain protection formation is well known far and wide, Hai Bodong reminded. Yun glanced at Hai Bodong with a sullen face, then looked at Gao Fan again. It depends on whether you have the courage. Ha, you don't have to provoke me, Gao Fan smiled at Yun. Not only that, I estimate that Yun Shan, the old turtle, will soon enter the Dozong. Yun was shocked when she heard it. You? How do you know? Ha! Gao Fan smiled proudly. I know much more than you think. You take these people back to Yunlan Sect. I will go there in a month. 1 month? Really? Yun looked incredulous. Are you serious? Gao Fan grinned. Give me some time to prepare the betrothal gifts, wash up and wait for me. Don't be so impatient. Humph! Yun was embarrassed and angry. Let's go! The farce ended just like that, and the onlookers sighed. The Yunlan Sect came with such great force, but ended up in such a disastrous defeat, and even lost a sect leader. After defeating the Yunlan Sect, the Xiao family recruited soldiers and horses on a large scale in Wutan City, completely bringing Wutan City into their own pocket. 7 days later, a handsome man from Wutan City brought a group of women to the streets of the imperial capital, and they were so charming that young and old men were envious. But they were only envious because everyone knew that the handsome man was the #1 overlord of Wutan City, Gao Fan of the Xiao family. Gao Fan is now shopping for betrothal gifts as he is going to propose marriage to the Yunlan Sect, so he naturally cannot be negligent. Hey, that's right! 2 kilograms of carrots, and 2 kilograms of this red vegetable, and the red sweet potato. Yes! The bright red things show my sincerity. The girls almost dropped their eyes to the ground when they saw the betrothal gifts that Gao Fan bought. If you dare to buy these when we get married, I will kill you. Medusa's face was gloomy. The girls looked at Medusa in surprise. Xian was even more confused. Sister Medusa, when did the master say he wanted to marry you? Ha! Medusa's cold face turned red with shame in an instant, and she disappeared in front of everyone. Ha ha! Gao Fan laughed loudly. Don't worry, everyone. When we get married, it will be a grand occasion. Go away! Who said I want to marry you? You have no shame. The girls all blushed. Nalan Yanran's face turned green. Gao Fan, can you please stop insulting me like this? The teacher is also a woman. Gao Fan looked at Nalan Yanran with interest. I will be nice to everyone around me. So Yun is not included. Before Yun agrees to be my woman, this is all she can get from me for now. Nalan Yanran's heart trembled when she heard Gao Fan's overbearing words. Yes, during this period of time, Gao Fan has been very nice to everyone around him. Even I got a lot of elixirs from him, which helped me improve my strength. Pooh! When did I become someone close to him? Nalan Yanran's face turned slightly red. 3 days later, Gao Fan and Medusa appeared in the imperial city of the Gamma Empire. Before going to the Yunlan Sect, Gao Fan had to deal with those idiots from the Jiama Empire first, to prevent them from doing bad things behind his back. And the best way to control the empire is to become the emperor yourself. It can not only stabilize the rear, but also possibly earn points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It just so happens that I have never been an emperor, so it would be nice to have one now. The reason why only Medusa was brought was because the other women were too weak, and they were afraid of any accidents. Xiaoyan, Yao Lao, and Hai Bodong stayed in the Xiao family, mainly to protect the safety of the Xiao family, to prevent the Yunlan Sect from stealing the family. The roads in the imperial city of the Gamma Empire are wide and bustling with traffic. This is the most prosperous city Gao Fan has seen in all his time in Dou Po continent. The imperial palace of the Gamma Empire has numerous buildings and carved dragons and painted phoenixes. Well, very good. Gao Fan looked at the magnificent palace in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Medusa, what do you think about us living here in the future? Medusa looked at the magnificent building in front of her and said, I think it's okay. Well, then let's use it as our wedding room. Gao Fan smiled and took the first step forward. You. A blush appeared on Medusa's cold face, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, looking shy like a little woman. "Stop! No outsiders are allowed to enter within 50 meters outside the palace." The soldier guarding the palace gate shouted sternly. Gao Fan moved his fingers and a row of soldiers fell to the ground. The top leaders of the entire Gamma Empire gathered in the Imperial Palace, and the atmosphere was solemn. Even the seriously injured Nalanjie was wrapped in gauze and sitting aside with a crutch beside him. Sitting in the first seat was an old man in a gray robe, and Emperor Gamma sat next to the old man. Emperor Jiama looked displeased. "Me tell Tengshan, it's all your family's fault that Consort Ya pushed Do Huang Hai Bodong to the Xiao family. Otherwise, my royal family wouldn't have suffered such a disastrous defeat this time." "Your Majesty, calm down." Meidel Tengshan looked panicked. "But as far as I know, Hai Bodong didn't make a move that day, right? Marshal Nalan." Nalanjie was wrapped in gauze all over his body, and his mouth was also covered with gauze. He could only nod. "Humph." Emperor Jiama snorted coldly, pointing at Middle Tengshan. "You are quibbling." "Enough!" The gray-robed old man was slightly angry. "Now that things have come to this, I'll have to go there myself. I want to see what the kid from the Xiao family can do to me." "You must not do that, old man Jia." Emperor Jiama frowned slightly. "You are the patron saint of the empire. If anything happens to you—" "Asshole!" Old Jia shouted in a deep voice, and the whole hall was shaking. "I'm half a step away from becoming a dozong. What can happen to me?" Plop. Emperor Jiama knelt on the ground with his head buried tightly in the ground. "Old Jia, spare me." "Humph, get up." Old Jia glanced at Emperor Jiama indifferently. "Useless thing." "Yes." Emperor Jiama stood up, trembling with fear. Jia Lao looked at the old man beside him who was resting with his eyes closed. "President Fama, do you have any ideas?" Fama opened his eyes slightly. "Xiao Yan from the Xiao family. I met him at the headquarters of the Alchemist Union in Black Rock City half a year ago. This little guy is already a second-grade alchemist at a young age, and at the same time, he has reached the peak of the fighter's strength. He is simply a genius. In addition to the Xiao family, Gao Fan you mentioned, I think the royal family should not get involved in the affairs of the Xiao family and the Yunlan Sect." "President Fama, where can I put the face of the royal family?" Emperor Jiama shouted angrily. "Pa!" Jia Lao slapped Emperor Jiama unconscious. "Come on, carry him away." The eunuchs on the side were trembling with fear and carried the emperor away, fearing that they would be killed instantly by the old man. "Don't be too angry, Jia Lao. He is the emperor after all, and he still has to save face," Fama said in a deep voice. "Humph?" Jia Lao looked unhappy. "If it weren't for this bastard, how could he have brought me such trouble? I was in retreat and felt that I was about to reach that threshold, but he caused me such a mess. It's really unlucky." "Jia Lao, please be patient. Why don't you consider my opinion and sit on the mountain and watch the fight?" Fama continued. "If Yunshan can't deal with this kid, I guess the result will be similar if we take action." Jia Lao nodded, thinking. "Pa. Gao Fan clapped his hands and came over. "What a good way to sit on the mountain and watch the fight." Middle Tengshan stood up. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Gao Fan glanced at the people present and smiled slightly. "It seems that everyone is here. I am the tiger you want to sit on the mountain and watch the fight." "Gao Fan." Fama frowned slightly. "That's right." Gao Fan nodded and looked at the old man next to Fama. "Jia Xingtian, I'm here to see you today." Sitting in the first seat, Jia Lao narrowed his eyes. "Boy, didn't your elders teach you to respect the elders?" Gao Fan smiled slightly. "They did, but my elders also taught me other things, such as those who invade my territory will be punished no matter how far away they are." "What a good one. Even if they are far away, they will be punished." Jia Lao and Jia Xingtian took a deep breath. "Boy, let me see how strong you are." After that, the fighting spirit in Jia Xingtian's palms surged, and the air around him became condensed. Medusa frowned slightly and wanted to move forward directly. Gao Fan grabbed Medusa with a gentle face. "Woman, your man is not as weak as you think. Don't rush forward at every turn in the future." Medusa looked at Gao Fan's eyes, slightly stunned, and her little face was burning. "Watch this. Tang Snake Shadow." Jia Xingqian's face was stern, and he stretched out his right hand. The fighting spirit condensed into a venomous snake phantom, rushing straight at Gao Fan. Wherever the venomous snake phantom passed, the ground cracked and opened with an imposing aura. Gao Fan gently pushed Medusa away, raised his hand slightly, and controlled the venomous snake with telekinesis, blocking it steadily in the air. Everyone was shocked. What is the strength of this Gao Fan? Even Jia Lao's famous skills can't do anything to him? Jia Xingqian's face froze when he heard these words. Arrogant boy. Jia Xingqian immediately pulled out a dagger and cut his palm. He threw the blood on his hand into the venomous snake phantom, and the phantom suddenly grew larger and slowly approached Gao Fan. Gao Fan was about to be swallowed by the venomous snake. Gao Fan's face was calm, and Jia Xingqian's attack had already made him feel a little pressure. The peak of Douhuang, it's true that it can't be underestimated. Gao Fan grinned, but if that's all, I'm afraid the battle will end here. Gao Fan stretched out his left hand and used both hands, and the phantom of the venomous snake gradually retreated. Ignorant young man. Nothing more than that. Jia Xingqian's face darkened, and his hair and beard moved. Sea dragon? The throne behind Jia Xingqian split in the middle, and a huge door appeared. Behind the door there was a low, humming sound, like a dragon or a tiger. Everyone looked solemn and cast their eyes over. Roar! A black dragon rushed out of the door and instantly filled the entire hall. Everyone was terrified, and the weak ones fell directly to the ground and couldn't stand up at all. The huge pupils of the Yuhai Jiao beast swept across the hall, and a deep voice came. Jia Xingqian, you are just a young boy. What do you want me to do? Stop talking nonsense. Ghost possession! Jia Xingqian shouted and stretched out his right hand. The blood in the cut wound surged, as if there was a strange magic that pulled the Yuhai Jiao beast into his palm. Gao Fan frowned slightly. This scene was not in the original book. Could it be another butterfly effect? Roar! The Yuhai Jiao beast was obviously very unwilling, but it could not do anything about this strange power and drilled into Jia Xingqian's body. Ha ha! Jia Xingqian's eyes turned blood red in an instant, and dark lines crawled all over his body. The fighting spirit around him increased exponentially, lifting Jia Xingqian up and floating him in the sky. Douzong! Medusa frowned and murmured. Ha ha! You have a good eye! Jia Xingqian laughed wildly with a ferocious face. Medusa, I think you are still pretty. After I kill this guy, you and I will be a pair of Taoist companions. Isn't it great? Hurry up! Gao Fan waved his hand, and the violent explosion blew away the phantom of the venomous snake. Gao Fan flew directly to the opposite side of Jia Xingqian and slapped him. Did I give you face? You set your sights on my woman? Jia Xingqian was stunned by this sudden slap. What was going on? The others were as confused as Jia Xingqian. They were all stunned. This is a Douzong. Can you hit him whenever you want? You! Jia Xingqian covered his face that was slapped, his eyes full of anger. How did you do it? Douzong is amazing, Gao Fan continued to slap him, glared with tears in his eyes. A Douzong can only catch my woman's attention. Gao Fan slapped him again. Jia Xingqian was about to cry. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy before? Gao Fan slapped him again. However, this slap did not hit Jia Xingqian, but Jia Xingqian grabbed Gao Fan's hand. Enough, boy! Jia Xingqian gritted his teeth, tears of grievance in his eyes. I'm going to kill you! After saying this, Jia Xingqian finally exploded, roaring with anger and humiliation. He was a Douzong, but he was slapped in the face by a kid. Jia Xingqian raised his hand and slapped Gao Fan's left shoulder. The devastating palm, accompanied by violent fighting spirit, directly tore Gao Fan's clothes into pieces. Jia Xingqian couldn't help but grin. This kid who made him lose face was finally going to die at his hands. Gao Fan's left shoulder skin was gradually torn apart under the attack, and Jia Xingqian seemed to have seen the bones inside. Seeing everything in front of him, Jia Xingqian laughed out loud. Ha ha, kid, you're dead! Damn it, it's not suitable for close combat. Seeing the cracked left shoulder, Gao Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Bang! Jia Xingqian felt a sudden burst of dazzling light in front of him, followed by a huge impact in front of his body, causing his body to retreat rapidly, and he couldn't control it even if he wanted to. No, I'm a Douzong. Who made me unable to control my body? Jia Xingqian looked at the boy in front of him in disbelief. I saw that Gao Fan's torn left shoulder was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ministers of the Jiama Empire stared at Gao Fan, and the whole palace was silent. They were all stunned by Gao Fan's ability. In their eyes, people like Gao Fan were comparable to gods, and they were now mortals who had offended gods. They were waiting for the gods to bring down his wrath. At this time, Gao Fan slowly raised his head, and everyone knew that the gods were going to speak. They were trembling with fear, waiting for the gods' judgment, hoping that they could escape. Hey! Gao Fan glanced at his chest that had recovered as before, looked up at Jia Xingqian, eyes full of anger. Jia Xingqian, you ruined my clothes. Gululu! Jia Xingqian swallowed his saliva in horror. Pay me compensation! Gao shouted angrily, and Jia Xingqian's body exploded from the inside out, turning into a piece of flying ash scattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned again. This is really a god. The whole audience fell into silence again. Gululu! Emperor Jiama, who had just arrived, looked at the old ancestor flying in the sky, widened his eyes and swallowed his saliva. Gao Fan glanced at Emperor Jiama calmly. Do you have anything to say? Spare my life! Spare my life! Emperor Jiama knelt down, kowtowed continuously. His head was broken, and blood flowed all over the floor. I can spare your life, but you have to exchange it with something. Gao Fan smiled cunningly. Yes, exchange it with something. Emperor Jiama looked flustered. I will give you the Jade Seal. I will give you the palace. I will give you the Jiama Empire. Get up! Gao Fan looked calm, took out a piece of clothing and put it on. I will accept the empire. Thank you. Thank you for not killing me. Emperor Jiama looked up, his long hair scattered on his face, and a light yellow liquid flowed out from his buttocks. Huh? Gao Fan looked contemptuous. Hurry up and carry him away. The eunuch stepped forward and carried Emperor Jiama away again. Gao Fan pulled Medusa and sat directly on the throne, casting his eyes on the ministers on the side. All the ministers buried their heads, not daring to look him in the face. Finally, Gao Fan looked at Fama. Fama looked calm and looked at Gao Fan. President Fama, you are calm in the face of danger, worthy of being the president of the Imperial Alchemist Union. Gao Fan smiled. Fama remained calm. You are just an old man. My empire is newly established and needs talents. Do you want to be the national teacher of my country? Gao Fan continued to ask. Fama frowned slightly, held his breath, and was speechless for a while. No problem. Gao Fan smiled slightly. I'll give you some time to think about it. Huh? Fama exhaled heavily. 10, 9, 8, 7. Gao Fan counted down 10 seconds. Okay, time is up. What do you think? Fama was about to lose his temper, but he saw Gao Fan grab a handful of pills and eat them directly as beans. Wait! Fama hurried forward and eagerly snatched the pills from Gao Fan's hand. 5th grade Qingling pill, 4th grade Xuanpo pill, 5th grade Rongu pill. This is simply a waste of heaven's gifts. Gao Fan smiled triumphantly and grabbed another handful. I have a lot of such pills, and I will have a lot of pill recipes in the future. Do you want to be my imperial teacher? Fama was moved when he heard it. The Empire's medicine storehouse is open for you. Whatever medicine you want, just take it. Gao Fan continued to seduce. Fama took a deep breath, bowed his head, and knelt down. Your Majesty. As Fama knelt down, the ministers looked at each other and then knelt down. Your Majesty. Gao Fan sat on the throne and enjoyed it very much. The feeling of the ministers kneeling at his feet was like the first time he saw the sea, and he was relaxed and happy. Nalanje? Gao Fan suddenly found that there was another person standing in the court. It was Nalanje wrapped in gauze. Although Nalanje was covered in wounds, he was still as tall and straight as a pine tree, with a resolute look in his eyes. You want to be the emperor, and I will be the first to disagree. Gao Fan looked at Nalanje coldly. I will give you a choice. 1 Lan Yanren will be my concubine, 2 Lan Yanren will be a palace maid. Nalanji's originally strong body was instantly deflated. He dropped the crutches in his hand and knelt down. Your Majesty. Ding. 100 points. Draw. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the bloodline. X-Men Mystique. Fusion. Ding. Fusion successful. Gained ability copy. Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Current level is Cosmic level 6 stars. Unlock talent skills, ability absorption. My dear ministers, please stand up. Gao Fan nodded. From today on, the Jiama Empire will change its name to Fan Kingdom, and the Empire will establish a new position of Prime Minister, who will command the Imperial Guards, civil and military officials, and will appoint Xiao Zhan of Wutan City as Prime Minister. All other systems and official positions in the empire will remain unchanged. To celebrate the establishment of Fan Kingdom, all ministers will be rewarded with 100,000 gold coins. All cities will celebrate for 3 days. Your Majesty is wise. Ministers knelt again. My dear ministers, please stand up. Gao Fan paused. Oh, by the way, send a visiting card to Yunlan Sect, and I will go to propose marriage in person in half a month. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Half a month later, the flag of Fan Kingdom had been planted in every corner of the empire. There were also some troops loyal to the Jiama Empire's royal family who marched into the imperial capital under the banner of serving the king. As a result, some were wiped out, some were incorporated, and all became Gao Fan's imperial guards. The Xiao family also moved into the palace, and the women naturally moved into the palace. Gao Fan also became his hands-off emperor, playing happily with the women in the harem every day. At most, when the enemy came, he would fight back the enemy. As for government affairs, they were all handed over to Xiao Zhan and the elders of the Xiao family. The Xiao family was unprecedentedly united, and every member of the Xiao family was very happy. Xiao Zhan was even more happy these days. For this reason, Xiao Zhan gave Gao Fan the ancient jade passed down from the Xiao family in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan didn't care about it. He regarded Gao Fan as his own brother. Gao Fan's strength was the strength of the Xiao family. Gao Fan took over the ancient jade without hesitation, because he knew that the ancient jade meant trouble, and what he was least afraid of was trouble. The Yunlan Sect is located on the top of the Yunlan mountain that rises into the sky. The sea of clouds is vast and the cliffs are towering. Gao Fan looked down at the bride price in his hand and climbed up the stairs. I haven't climbed a mountain for a long time. Let's go up today. Gao Fan smiled. Today, the Yunlan Sect has lost its former tranquility. Every disciple of the Yunlan Sect is on high alert because they heard that someone is coming to propose marriage today and wants to marry their most beautiful sect master Yun. The other party is the new emperor of Fan Country. He claims to be the only emperor in history and calls himself I, which sounds a bit childish. But this is intolerable. What is intolerable? It is obvious that there are more wolves than meat in the sect, and there are outsiders who dare to catch the attention of the beautiful sect master. Of course, the disciples of the Yunlan Sect will be the first to disagree, especially the male disciples. Oh! Gao Fan came alone with the betrothal gift. He looked at the group of people in front of him and smiled. So many people are here to welcome me? Who are you? Why are you here in Yunlan Sect? The handsome male disciple in the lead asked. Gao Fan shook the thing in his hand. Can't you see? I'm here to propose marriage. The disciples looked at each other and laughed. The leader was even more contemptuous. I thought it was someone who wanted to propose marriage to the sect master. But it turned out to be the stupid son of a landlord. You want our sect master to marry you with this little thing? Pah! Gao Fan slapped the man who was talking and flew him away, lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. Who are you talking about? Gao Fan glanced at the man with disdain. The disciples of Yunlan Sect looked at each other and drew their swords. Stop! A sharp shout came, and Yun floated over and landed in front of Gao Fan. Greetings to the sect master, the disciples said. Yun's face was solemn. All of you go down. Take Yunhee to heal. I will take care of this person. Yes! All the disciples dispersed. Yun whispered to Gao Fan, they are all ordinary disciples. You don't have to bother with them. Gao Fan looked at Yun with a sly smile. I haven't seen you for a few days. Master Yun has become more plump. Humph, you rascal! Yun's pretty face was slightly angry. Her ears were slightly red. Do you dare to follow me to the back mountain? The back mountain? Gao Fan frowned slightly. Isn't your Yunlan Sect's mountain protection formation to protect the entire mountain? Why do you want to go to the back mountain? Is there something in the back mountain that I don't even know about? What is that? Yun was ashamed and angry. If I wasn't afraid of hurting other disciples, I would have executed you on the spot. Hey! Gao Fan smiled slyly and shook the betrothal gift in his hand. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. You! Yun was furious and held the hilt of the sword. But then she put down her hand, thinking of the disaster that Gao Fan's unparalleled strength would bring to Yunlan Sect. Gao Fan certainly knew Yunlan Sect's plan. There were no secrets under telepathy. Yun Shan had already successfully advanced to Dozong with the help of the Soul Hall's Wu Protector. Although it was unknown what method they used to block the heaven and earth anomalies caused by advancing to Dozong. At present, even when Yun Shan became a one-star Dozong, they did not confront Gao Fan head-on, but tried to lead Gao Fan into the killing array in the back mountain, which was enough to show that Yunlan Sect valued Gao Fan, and Yun was the tool they used to lure Gao Fan. "Silly girl, you are also someone's pawn." Gao Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yun's body was shocked. Gao Fan's words deeply shocked her, but she did not turn back, but walked straight forward. Gao Fan was very calm. He was really not afraid. Following Yun to a square in the back mountain, the 7 elders of Yunlan Sect were meditating around a huge Bagua formation, and they had already set up the formation and were waiting for him. Yun bowed slightly to the old man opposite her. "Grand Elder, the person has been brought here." "Yes." The old man nodded. "You should return to your seat too." "Yes." Yun walked straight to the vacant 8th seat and sat down calmly. Gao Fan looked at the Grand Elder that Yun was talking about and discovered through telepathy that the other person was Yun Shan. "Damn! Yun Shan, this old bastard even kept it a secret from Yun. Is he trying to kill me?" "Yun is the leader of our Yunlan Sect. If you want to marry her, you must pass through our Yunlan Sect's 8 extreme wind-killing formation." Yun Shan, who was disguised as the Great Elder, had a solemn expression, and his hair and beard moved without the wind. "Why is it level 8, not level 9? Gao Fan smiled. Now that he knew Yun Shan was here, he had nothing to be afraid of. "Humph." A young man next to the Great Elder snorted coldly. "Boy, are you going to enter the formation?" Gao Fan glanced at the other person indifferently and smiled slightly. "I didn't expect that Dan Wang Guhi was here too." "Humph." The man smiled slightly. "I heard that there was a young boy who wanted to marry the Yun Sect leader, so I came here to see him. As expected, you are a coward." "Tsk." Gao Fan waved his hand, raised his leg, and slowly walked towards the formation. The 8 people from the Yunlan Sect stared at Gao Fan intently. As soon as he entered, they would activate the killing formation. "Hey!" At the moment when he was about to step into the formation, Gao Fan retracted his foot. The hearts of the elders tightened, and Guhi said bluntly, "Boy, what do you mean? Are you afraid?" Gao Fan put down the bride gift in his hand. "Don't provoke me. I just don't want to ruin the betrothal gift. This is the gift I carefully prepared for Yunair." Yunair was called out suddenly, and Yun blushed. Dan King Guhi gritted his teeth. "Humph, please enter the formation." "Yes." Gao Fan nodded, looking at Yun with tender eyes. "I really want to marry you. Even if I die in this formation today, I have no regrets." Yun heard Gao Fan's words and saw Gao Fan stepping into the formation without hesitation, and her heart trembled. "Fengji barrier!" the elder shouted, and the 8 people from Yunlan Sect raised their hands together and raised them above their heads. A light blue battle barrier enveloped the entire square, locking Gao Fan in the middle. Gao Fan still looked at Yun gently, letting the middle barrier rise. Yun looked at Gao Fan. Her heart trembled, but then recovered. Guhi snorted coldly, his face smiling as bright as a chrysanthemum. "Ha! Ignorant child! You dare to enter the Yunlan Sect's 8 extremes wind-killing formation? Today, you must die." Gao Fan looked up and looked around, pretending to be panicked. What a strong barrier." Yun saw the confident smile on Gao Fan's face gradually disappear, and her eyebrows slightly frowned. For some reason, she was actually a little worried about Gao Fan's safety. "Wind extreme, soul kill." The elder shouted loudly, and everyone waved their hands. In an instant, the barrier was filled with strong winds. These strong winds quickly condensed into sword energy, and the sword energy was raging under the joint urging of the elders of Yunlan. Not good. Gao Fan hurriedly dodged, but the density of the strong wind was too great, and soon it pierced Gao Fan's face with blood, and the blood instantly dyed Gao Fan's clothes red. "Asshole! You Yunlan Sect are so shameless!" Gao Fan cursed, and then began to bombard the barrier with his luck and telekinesis. "Everyone, be careful of his counterattack, and keep an eye on the barrier you are guarding." "Yes!" The elders of the Yunlan Sect looked solemn and remained alert. 15 minutes later, Gao Fan leaned on his knees with both hands, breathing heavily. His whole body was covered with blood, and he looked around with a hideous face. "You, shameless! Ha ha ha!" Gu He laughed wildly. "Gao Fan, you didn't expect that you would have this day, did you?" The elder shouted, "Feng Ji, kill! Buzz!" As the elders of the Yunlan Sect moved, a roar sounded in the barrier. Yun frowned slightly. For some reason, the effect of this killing formation seemed to be much stronger than she had imagined. Ah! Countless strong winds directly penetrated into Luan Gaofan's body. Gaofan's body seemed to be hit hard. He stood up stiffly, and his face was extremely painful. Soon, the elders of Yunlan Sect stopped one after another. Their lips were pale and their foreheads were covered with sweat. It seemed that this move was not easy for them. Ah! Gao Fan finally spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Ha! Gu He looked at Gao Fan on the ground. "You dare to attract the attention of Sect Master Yun? Why don't you ask around? Is Sect Master Yun someone you can get your hands on?" "No," Gao Fan said weakly. "You can't kill me. I am the Emperor of Fan Kingdom, the greatest emperor of all time. It was your Yunlan Sect's Nalan Yanran who was wrong first in this matter. It was also your Yunlan Sect who took the initiative to attack the Xiao family before, but so far I have not killed anyone from the Yunlan Sect." "Ha, brat! Are you still afraid now that you know it?" "It's a pity that it's too late." Yun Sha on the side had a ferocious look on his face. "If you offend someone from my Yunlan Sect, there is only one way to die. Don't worry, I will take in your little wives one by one for you." At this time, even Yun, who had been silent on the side, couldn't bear it. She said, "Gao Fan is right. He has never killed anyone from the Yunlan Sect so far, so Yun begs all the elders to give him a way out." "Yun," Gu He's face turned livid. "Don't you forget how that kid insulted you? Do you still like him?" "I didn't," Yun said firmly. "It's just, I think it would be immoral if we killed him." "Humph." Gu He's face turned stern. "In the Dochi continent, the strong are respected. The strong are moral. But enough! Yun." The elder looked calm and solemn. "Gao Fan has indeed damaged the reputation of the Yunlan Sect. If we don't punish him severely, then if it gets out, won't my Yunlan Sect be laughed at? But I brought him here. Before he came, he didn't know all this." Yun's eyebrows were furrowed. "If we hadn't lied to him and said that I would marry him as long as we passed the formation, he wouldn't be like this. Yun, you must remember that you are the leader of the Yunlan Sect, and you must put the interests of the Yunlan Sect as your primary interest," Gu He said. "So what if you tricked him? He's an enemy." "But," Yun still felt guilty, as if Gao Fan died because of her. Hey. Gao Fan lay on the ground, looking at Yun stupidly with a bloody face. "I didn't expect that Master Yun would stand up and speak for me. It seems that you really don't want me to die." "Shut up!" Yun blushed slightly and looked at the people of Yunlan. "Gao Fan was wrong, but he has failed. Please let him go, elder. Letting a tiger go back to the mountain is not the way of our Yunlan Sect." The elder's body trembled slightly, and the disguise on his body fell apart, revealing his true face. Master! Yun was horrified, and she was also deceived. Yunshan glanced at Yun indifferently. "Yuner, your master knows that you are kind-hearted, so I had to deceive you. I didn't expect this kid to be so unbearable. If I had known this, I would have gone down the mountain alone to eliminate the Xiao family." Ahem. Gao Fan stood up in the barrier, covered in blood, and there was no intact cloth on his body. "Oh, I feel so good after stretching my muscles." Gao Fan stretched his body lazily. "Old dog Yunshan, you finally came out?" "What?" Yunshan's eyes were stern. "I didn't expect you could still stand up." "Gao Fan," Yun murmured. For some reason, when she saw that Gao Fan was fine, she was actually a little happy. "Yuner, don't worry. Your husband hasn't even married you yet, so you won't die." Gao Fan looked at Yun with a smirk on his face. Yun's heart trembled, but then she looked at Yunshan and knelt down directly. "Master, I beg you to let this matter go today and let him go down the mountain. Our Yunlan Sect and the Xiao family will have eternal peace." "Yuner, you have disappointed me so much." Yunshan frowned, shook his head gently, then suddenly looked up and looked at Gao Fan in the barrier. "Boy, today you must die." "Wait," Gao Fan said calmly. I am the Emperor of Fan Country. Wait for me to change my clothes." As he spoke, Gao Fan waved his hand, and the energy absorption ability was activated. The bloodstains on his body disappeared, and even the wounds were gone. In fact, Gao Fan had not been seriously injured before, and most of the strong wind was absorbed by his energy absorption ability. The only injuries left on his body were those minor injuries he left deliberately, and it was also very easy to recover. The reason why he made himself look like a bloody mess was to see if Yun, a woman, was worthy of him taking her as a maid. What was the result? Yun performed very well. Gao Fan had put on new clothes and regained his handsome and cool look. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Was the miserable scene just now a dazzle? The injuries on his body recovered in such a short time? What kind of ability is this? Yunshan's face was serious. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. "Elders, listen to my order. Wind Extreme, annihilate." As he spoke, Yunshan hit Yun on the back of the neck and knocked her out. "Ha!" The elders shouted fiercely, and the strong wind in the barrier condensed as if it were real and flew towards Gao Fan piece by piece. The strong wind destroyed everything in its path, and the original stone platform in the barrier was annihilated in an instant. "Come on!" Gao Fan shouted coldly, with a smile on his face, letting the strong wind hit him. What surprised the elders of Yunlan Sect was that this time, the strong wind did not cause any harm to Gao Fan at all, and disappeared directly like a drop in the ocean. Being absorbed. Guhei showed a horrified look. Playing tricks." Yunshan's face was grim. "Don't panic. Although he can absorb Dou Qi, there is always a limit. Let's work together to fill him to death." "Yes!" Yunlan and the elders nodded. Gao Fan grinned and raised his right hand. "Hey, what Yunshan said is right. My absorption has a limit, but I didn't say that I can't release it." "Huh?" Yunshan heard it, and his face was stern. "Not good. Be careful to avoid the explosion." The next second, Gao Fan flashed out of the barrier and hugged Yun in his arms. Yun opened her eyes slightly, and what caught her eyes was that handsome face. The air around her was burning with fierce flames, and the momentum was overwhelming. "Are you okay?" Yun asked blankly. "Of course, I haven't married you yet. How can I be in trouble?" Gao Fan smiled. The next second, the flames dissipated. The original Bagua formation turned into a huge pit, and the elders of Yunlan Sect were scattered in the pit, covering their wounds and wailing. Dan King Gu, he covered his left arm that was blown off, his face pale. "Ah, bastard! I'm gonna kill you. You don't stand a chance." Gao Fan looked at Guhi, smiled coldly, and broke his neck in the air. "You want to snatch a woman from me? Trash!" At this time, the sound of fighting was heard in the front mountain of Yunlan Sect. Gao Fan had agreed with Xiao and the others before that, as long as he heard a loud noise, he would bring people to the mountain to kill. Now it seems that Xiao and the others have taken action. In the huge pit formed by the explosion, an old man with disheveled hair stood there in a daze, looking at Gao Fan with anger in his eyes. "Boy, you are so cruel." Gao Fan put Yun down and smiled faintly. "If we compare cruelty, I am definitely not as good as the old master Yun. Arrogant boy, I have practiced hard all my life and finally reached the Dozong realm. How can I lose to you so easily?" Yunshan pulled out a pitch-black long sword from the ring and stabbed it out. Wind Extreme, Meteoric Killing. This sword that broke through the air seemed to drive the laws of heaven and earth, making people feel that they could not avoid it. "Be careful, this is the strongest move of Master." Yun was moved and reminded him. "Don't worry." Gao Fan smiled slightly and raised his hand to Yunshan. "Let you taste the skill I just copied. Wind Extreme, Annihilation." Countless gusts of wind that seemed to be real flew out of Gao Fan's palm and quickly swept towards Yunshan. Yun was stunned. This was an attack that could only be triggered by a large formation. How could Gao Fan trigger it with his own strength? Moreover, Gao Fan's Wind Extreme Annihilation was more violent than the one triggered by the large formation, and it was mixed with explosive energy. Yunshan's eyes widened in disbelief, but he was too familiar with this move. If he ran into it like this, he would definitely die. He quickly dodged and avoided the center of the attack, but still lost his left leg. "Ah!" Yunshan fell to the ground, covered in blood. He looked back at the mountain that was cut in half by Gao Fan's attack, his eyes full of fear. The wind extreme annihilation released by the opponent was more than a little stronger than the one released by the large formation. Brother Fan? At this time, Xiao came with the Xiao family army. Everyone showed a horrified look at the mountain that had disappeared in half. What happened here just now? Yao Chen and the girls were among them. Brother, has it been resolved? Gao Fan looked at Xiao. Yes! Xiao said happily. You have contained all the Dohuang-level warriors of the Yunlan Sect. We won very easily. There was almost no loss. Not bad. Gao Fan turned his head and looked at Yunshan on the ground. You should have some tricks you haven't used yet, right? Yunshan's face was grim. Guardian Wu, what are you waiting for? Ha! Behind Yunshan, a shadow covered by black mist appeared. Soul Palace? Yao Chen frowned and said lightly, Yao Chen? Guardian Wu laughed sinisterly. I didn't expect you to find such a strange body. Humph! Yao Chen snorted coldly. You were among the people who chased me that day, right? Let's have a showdown today. Hey! Guardian Wu smiled lightly. Today, no need. Guardian Wu grabbed Yunshan and wanted to take him away. Gao Fan waved his hand and used his telekinesis to control the cage. I let you go? What? Dharma? Protector Wu was stunned. Impossible, I'm a soul. How did you imprison me? The Soul Palace is just like this. You don't even know this. Gao Fan shook his head, pretending to be deep. Since you don't know, then you can go die. Wait, don't kill me. Dharma Protector Wu threw Yunshan to the ground. I'll give him back to you. Are you kidding me? Gao Fan looked at a fool. Are all of you in the Soul Palace as idiots as you? Dharma Protector Wu's aura surged. Boy, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you control me. Hand over your soul bag and I'll spare your life. Gao Fan began to count down calmly. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. 5? How did you know I have a soul bag? Dharma Protector Wu was full of horror, but Gao Fan did not stop counting. 4, 3, deal. As he spoke, the Guardian Wu threw the soul bag to Gao Fan. Gao Fan handed the soul bag to Yao Chen, who nodded after looking at it. Yes. Hey, can you let me go now? The Guardian Wu laughed creepily. Of course. Gao Fan smiled slightly. Energy explosion. Boom! The black mist body of the Guardian Wu was blown into ashes. Asshole, Gao Fan, you will die! The Guardian Wu shouted fearlessly and was taken into the soul bag by Yao Chen. Gao Fan looked at Yunshan lying on the ground with a calm face. No, please let Master go. His foundation is destroyed and he is no longer a threat to you. Yunyun stood between Gao Fan and Yunshan. Gao Fan shook his head. You misunderstood. I will not kill him. He wants to live to witness our wedding. You! Yunyun's originally pale face turned redder. So many people. What are you talking about? Ding! Yunyun was conquered and got 100 points. Gao Fan, you bastard! Medusa left with a cold face. Xiao Yixian also frowned slightly and left. Qinglan smiled, pulled Ziyan to follow Xiao Yixian away. Only Nalan Yanran stayed with Ya Fei with an embarrassed look. Ya Fei looked at this kind of thing very calmly and greeted Yunyun with a smile. Brother Fan, you. Xiaoyan couldn't help but complain and whispered, Are you too fickle? Gao Fan shrugged. Actually, I'm helpless too. Why don't you chase him? Yunyun pinched Gao Fan's arm with a shy face. Women are such strange creatures. They like heroes, like to be strong, and once they can forget the principles of the past. Okay. Gao Fan took Yunyun's hand and tried to fly into the air. Yunyun let go and looked at Yunshan, very worried. Xiaoyan said, You guys can go without worry. I'll take care of Yunshan. Yes. Yunyun nodded and trotted to pick up the bride price Gao Fan brought from the ground. Her eyes were full of feminine attitude. I want to see what betrothal gift you brought me. Gao Fan was a little embarrassed and tried to grab it. It's better not to look. Yunyun dodged and opened the package, and the sweet potato inside fell out. Gao Fan, you bastard! Yunyun chased Gao Fan angrily and beat him. Help! You murdered your husband! Gao Fan's shouts resounded throughout the Yunlan mountain. Xiaoyan asked someone to stop Yunshan's bleeding, carried Yunshan on a stretcher and followed the army down Yunlan mountain. Yao Chen walked at the back, looking at the setting sun and heaved a long sigh. It's great to be young. After annihilating the Yunlan Sect, Gao Fan helped Xiaoyan find the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire hidden in the cave. Then Gao Fan handed over the big and small things and a bunch of elixirs to Xiaozhan, and waited to take Xiaoyan and his party out. For Xiaozhan's safety, Yao Chen gave up the T-1000 body and left it to Xiaozhan. In addition, Gao Fan had already spread the news that he had the Tuoshe ancient emperor Jade, so the people from the Soul Palace should not bother Xiaozhan. Even if the people from the Soul Palace went with the T-1000 and the anti-Hulk armor, Xiaozhan's safety should be guaranteed. As for the elders of the Yunlan Sect, Gao Fan abolished all their cultivation and threw them into Gao Fan's newly established Imperial Nursing Home to play landlord with the lonely elderly people from the families of the soldiers who died in the war. As for the original territory of the Yunlan Sect, Gao Fan directly gave it to the Snake People country and asked them to move here from the desert. He also allocated a piece of land in the imperial capital for the Snake People country to make a market, encouraging humans and the Snake People country to trade. Before leaving, Gao Fan announced to the world in an imperial edict, "I follow the will of heaven, carry the power of the gods, and am blessed by heaven. I ascended the throne at the age of 17. Established the capital in Fan City and changed the country's name to Fan Kingdom. From now on, all the land under heaven belongs to the king, and all the people in the world are the king's subjects. Fan Kingdom is based on the people. All the people in the world, whether human or demon beast, are my people, and I treat them equally. Those who offend our Fan Kingdom will be punished even if they are far away. From then on, everyone in Fan Kingdom knew that our emperor is strong, our empire is strong, and our people are lucky." Xiaoyan shook his head repeatedly at Gao Fan's tricks. He didn't dare to think that Gao Fan could move the tricks on Earth to Doqi continent. It was really extravagant. Half a year later, Gao Fan appeared at the edge of the Blackhorn Plain with Xiaoyan and a group of beautiful ladies. Their target this time was the fallen heart flame of Canaan Academy. In the past 6 months, Gao Fan led everyone through the monster forest. Ziyan tirelessly searched for medicinal materials in the monster forest, and Yao Chen tirelessly refined elixirs. Everyone's strength is growing rapidly. Yun, Yao Chen, and Medusa need not be mentioned. Even Ya Fei, who had no Doqi before, has advanced to a 3-star Do Master. Among them, Ziyan's progress is abnormal, and she has already reached Do Wang 2 stars. Xiao Yishan and Qing Lin have entered Do Ling 1 star because of their physical conditions. At present, only Nalan Yanran has not made a breakthrough and is still at the peak level of a great Do Master. After practicing the 3 mysterious changes of heavenly fire, Xiaoyan absorbed all the soul power in the soul bag of Wu Protector. His soul realm entered the mysterious realm, and his Do Qi also reached the level of a 7-star Do Ling. The Ghost Gate is a huge pass located between the Blackhorn Plain and the Fan Kingdom. It is guarded by the elite troops of the Fan Kingdom and separates the chaotic Black Horn from the Fan Kingdom. But now, the Ghost Pass was in chaos. When Gao Fan and his party arrived at the Ghost Pass, the Blood clan was burning, killing, and looting inside the pass. Seeing his people in dire straits, Gao Fan raised his hand and wiped out the Blood clan, saving the besieged Ghost Pass defenders, General Qin Fen and his soldiers. At this time, in the hall of the Ghost Pass City Lord's mansion, Gao Fan and everyone gathered around a sand table. "General Qin, tell me about the current situation." Gao Fan looked calm. "Your Majesty." Qin Fen's face was serious. A month ago, the Blackhorn region was in chaos. The original sects in the Blackhorn region were constantly killing each other and snatching territory and resources. Even Canaan College was involved. The Blood Sect heard that my country had changed its master, so they took the opportunity to extend their hands to Zhengui Pass. Zhengui Pass originally had 50,000 garrisons. The Blood Sect invaded only 3 days ago, and now there are only 3,000 left. We have asked for help from the nearby Daling City, but time is far from enough. Qin Fen knelt down. "It is my fault that your Majesty and the ladies are in danger." "Stand up, General Qin." Gao Fan helped Qin Fen up. "You don't have to do this. The Empire's army is generally not of high level and is no match for the Blood Sect. This is normal. In the future, when you encounter such a situation, take the people in the city to retreat. Women and children go first, and men in the army cover the rear." Qin Fen was confused by Gao Fan's words. "What kind of operation is it to run away after a fight? I dare not. I am willing to defend every inch of the country for your majesty. No, Gao Fan's face was solemn. General Qin, you are wrong. You must always remember the purpose of our country, which is to put the people first. Where there are Fan people, it is Fan territory. What you should defend most for me is not the land, but the people. Qin Fen had tears in his eyes. After so many years, it was the first time he heard that an emperor put the people first. Qin Fen knocked his head heavily on the ground. Your Majesty is wise. General Qin, please stand up. Gao Fan nodded. Now go out and organize people to withdraw my people from Zhengui Pass to a safe place. When the war is over, bring them back. Yes, I obey the order. Qin Fen led his men away, but then found that Gao Fan and others were still surrounding the sand table. He couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, please evacuate first. Gao Fan smiled and shook his head. No need. The ladies and I will stay to kill the enemy. This? Qin Fen was stunned again. What kind of operation was this? The Emperor and the ladies went to the battlefield to kill the enemy? But, Your Majesty and the Queen are worth a lot of money. No buts, General Qin. I won't fight a man I'm not sure of. The mere blood clan can't kill the Emperor of Fan Kingdom. Go, Gao Fan said lightly. Yes! Qin Fen walked out of the hall with excitement. Brothers! Qin Fen's voice was a little choked. Follow the order of His Majesty. Rescue the people in the city. Yes! A day later, Fan Wei, the captain of the Blood Clan action team in the Blood Clan camp, looked at the sand table with a gloomy face. Since yesterday, our disciples who entered the Ghost Gate have lost contact one after another. It seems that a group of masters have appeared in the Ghost Gate. Fan Wei said in a deep voice. The young man beside Fan Wei didn't care at all. Tsk! What kind of expert can there be in Zhengui Pass? Young master, don't be impatient. Fan Wei looked at the young man and said earnestly, I think it's Elder Fan who is too conservative and didn't put high-end combat power into the battlefield, which led to our loss of so much combat power. The young master of the Blood Sect, Fan Ling, looked stern and spoke in an aggressive tone. Young master, please don't speculate about me like this. You should know that the sect master has given me full authority to carry out this operation. You are just watching the battle with the army. Fan Wei's face was solemn. Humph! Of course I know that. Fan Ling showed a faint smile on his face. But what if Elder Fan died in the battle? You! Every pore on Fan Wei's body opened up instantly, and the sweat on his forehead flowed down like a waterfall. Suddenly, Fan Wei felt something strange in his body and stared at Fan Ling with wide eyes. Young master, you poisoned me. With a plop, Fan Wei fell to the ground, his body trembling and losing his breath. The Blood Clan was shocked and trembling. Okay. Fan Ling's face was stern. I want the whole army to attack. Who has any objections? Everyone lowered their heads and shook their heads. No, just follow the young master's orders. Very good. Fan Ling's mouth curled up a little. Let's go. In the Ghost Pass, Qin Fen rushed in a hurry. Your Majesty, it's not good. The Blood Clan army has entered the city. Gao Fan waved his hand. Don't panic, I will go there myself. The main road of the Ghost Pass, the Blood Clan's young master, Fan Ling, pulled out a sword that was inserted into the dead soldier's body, raised it high, and let the blood drip onto the tip of his tongue. Ugh, this blood stinks. Fan Ling spat out the blood with a look of disgust. Remember this, once you catch a young and beautiful woman, you must not enjoy her privately. Hand them all over to this young master. Yes. The Blood Sect disciples were all eager to try. Well. Fan Ling nodded sinisterly. Disperse! Wait! Gao Fan led the women to the rooftop and looked down at the group of Blood Sect disciples. Fan Ling looked up with an evil smile on his face. What you want is what you want, and they come in groups. Brothers, bring these beautiful girls to me. After I enjoy them, I'll let you taste them. Hey, thank you, young master. The Blood Sect disciples swarmed over. Without waiting for Gao Fan to take action, Xiao waved his heavy ruler and knocked away all the Blood Sect disciples who were rushing in front. Gao Fan nodded slightly. Xiaoyan's progress was really great. Xiaoyan was seen moving quickly through the crowd, and the Blood Sect disciples were no match for him and were soon defeated. Damn it! I didn't realize this kid was quite powerful. Fan Ling's eyes were stern, and he drew out his dagger to fight Xiaoyan. Medusa frowned slightly. This Blood Sect's young master is already a 1-star Duwang at such a young age, and Xiaoyan is only a 7-star Douling. Gao Fan, are you sure you don't need to help him? Gao Fan shook his head slightly. The road to Dou Emperor is extremely dangerous. If Xiao can't even deal with Fan Ling, then his road to Dou Emperor will be ruined. The girls were slightly moved when they heard this. It turned out that Xiao goal was to become Dou Emperor. Humph! Then I have to find an opportunity to fight well. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a drag on His Majesty? Yun murmured. Gao Fan smiled. Don't worry, I will make every one of you become duty. Medusa rolled her eyes at Gao Fan. You only know how to brag to make girls happy. You talk like you are a duty. How did you become bragging? Gao Fan spread his hands. If you were a duty, Yunlan Sect would have been destroyed with a single slap from you. Why are you still doing such a fuss? Medusa continued. Gao Fan smacked his lips. Tsk, I didn't say I was a duty. Flame split wave ruler. Xiao shouted fiercely, and a stream of green doqi that was more than 10 feet wide shot out from the top of the Xuanzang ruler. It destroyed everything along the way. The nearby disciples of the Blood Sect were dead, and blood flowed like a river. After the stream of light swept through, Fan Ling, a bloody mess, was lying on a pile of ruins, with a broken sword stuck in his chest. Puff, it's actually Earth-level fighting skills. Fan Ling stared at the sky with wide eyes, spat out a mouthful of blood, and gradually lost his spirit. The women also showed surprised expressions. A 7-star Dou Ling killed a 1-star Dou Wawang in seconds? Earth-level fighting skills are indeed so terrifying. Xiao half knelt on the ground, panting heavily while leaning on the Xuanzang ruler. His clothes were soaked with sweat. Kill them all! Gao Fan gave an order, and the women took action one after another. Those frightened Blood Sect disciples were harvested like scarecrows one by one, and the process was extremely easy. 3 days later, the Ghost Gate was completely renewed under the leadership of Gao Fan. Qin Fen, the guard of the Ghost Gate, had a new understanding of Gao Fan, the new emperor. This emperor was different from the previous emperors. He was powerful and close to the people. His imperial concubine was just like him. Unlike the previous emperors who were high and mighty, he was always full of pomp wherever he went, especially the little medical immortal, who was not afraid of the dirt and personally treated the injured soldiers and civilians. With such an emperor, Qin Fen swore to be loyal to Gao Fan for the rest of his life. Blood Sect's lair, bang! The stone table shattered. What? Say it again. The Blood Sect's leader Fan Lao said with a ferocious face. The Blood Sect disciples who were kneeling below to report the military situation were terrified. Reporting to the leader, the young master was killed in the Ghost Pass. Asshole, there are only low-level soldiers in the Ghost Pass, and Linger is a Duwang. Who killed him? Fan Lao gritted his teeth. I don't know. Asshole! Fan Lao waved his hand, and the soldier's head flew high, and blood was spilled all over the ground. Ah! Fan Lao roared, his face grim. Linger, I will let the Ghost Pass be buried with you. The military and political hall of the Ghost Pass, Your Majesty. Qin Fen came hurriedly. What do you want to tell me? Oh, like this. Gao Fan looked at the sand table. I plan to destroy the Blood Sect. You hide yourselves before I come back. What? Your Majesty is going to the Blood Sect? Qin Fen was stunned. The leader of the Blood Sect is a 9-star Do Wang, Your Majesty. General Qin, the army is bound to obey orders. Gao Fan said lightly. Yes. Qin Fen nodded heavily. I will go down and arrange it right away. Ah! At this moment, a miserable scream rang out. Not good. Qin Fen looked in the direction of the sound. It's the city gate in the direction of the Blackhorn region. Humph! Gao Fan snorted coldly and rushed out of the door. On the street in front of the city gate, Fan Lao led a group of Blood Sect disciples to slaughter a group of soldiers. Gao Fan and his group were all present. Qin Fen came with his confidants, and the soldiers were terrified when they saw the Blood Sect members. Tell me, was it that bastard who killed my son? Fan Lao was covered in blood. His face was hideous. Why are you Blood Sect members so disgusting? You always have to make yourself look bloody, Xiao said with a faint sarcasm. Humph! Fan Lao snorted coldly and looked at Xiao. It seems that you killed my son. Yes! Xiao held the heavy ruler in his hand horizontally, with an evil smile on his face. Come on! Ah, blood burial! Fan Lao directly controlled the wind in the next second, and the blood spear in his hand passed through the sky, and a blood-colored fighting spirit rushed towards Xiaoyan. Flame-splitting, wave-devouring ruler, Xiaoyan shouted, and with a heavy ruler, a light blue Dou Qi collided with Fan Lao's blood-red Dou Qi. Buzz! There was a violent fluctuation in the air, and the two sword Qi exploded, surprisingly evenly matched. Hey! I didn't see that! Fan Lao's eyes were full of doubt. There is actually an earth-level Dou skill. Humph? Xiaoyan smiled slightly, and his face changed. 3 mysterious changes of Skyfire. The first change. Xiaoyan's face flushed, and his momentum suddenly increased. Dou Wang? Fan Lao's face was stern. No wonder you can kill Linger. 2 earth-level Dou skills. Ha ha ha, if I kill you, all of this will be mine. Fan Lao laughed wildly. His Dou Qi turned into wings, and his body floated in the air. The blood spear in his hand seemed to have life, constantly absorbing Dou Qi. Gao Fan frowned slightly. He could feel the Dou Qi in Fan Lao's blood spear growing rapidly. He's going to use a big move. Gao Fan grinned slightly. This man's power is very dangerous. Yun frowned slightly. I feel that even I will be afraid of his next attack. Xiaoyan is in danger. It's okay. Gao Fan smiled confidently. Xiaoyan can handle it. Even if he can't, Yao Chen is still with him. But, Yun frowned, I feel that this move can bring down a Dou Huang. At this moment, Fan Lao's blood spear finally stopped absorbing Dou Qi. The tip of the spear condensed with fierce blood Qi, trembling slightly, and the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart. Little bastard, you're dead. As he spoke, the blood spear slipped out of Fan Lao's hand, big blood bodhisattva devouring. This move was like the gate of hell opening. Everyone seemed to be able to feel a pungent, bloody smell coming towards them. In the sky, a strong, bloody aura flew towards Xiaoyan. Not good. Yao Chen's voice reached Xiaoyan's ears. Boy, let me possess you. No need. Heh. Xiaoyan's eyes were full of madness. Teacher, I want to try the skill I developed based on Brother Fan's explosion. What, are you crazy? Yao Chen was surprised. It's okay. Brother Fan is always paying attention to this place. Even if it's dangerous, he will save me. Xiaoyan smiled coldly and put the Xuanzhong ruler into the ring. Explosive Fire Lotus. Xiaoyan quickly threw out a 5-color Fire Lotus, which was composed of Wolf King Qingyan, Lava Earth Fire, Qinglian Earth Core Fire, Wind Wrath Dragon Flame, and Bone Spirit Cold Fire. What is that? Medusa frowned and hurriedly blocked the women around her behind her. Yun also imitated Medusa's actions. They were obviously very afraid of the skill thrown by Xiaoyan. Ha ha! Gao Fan grinned. Don't panic, I will protect everyone. Boom! The moment the 5-colored Fire Lotus collided with the blood-colored fighting spirit, an energy burst out like a meteorite falling to the ground. Gao Fan hurriedly took action, pulled Xiaoyan back, and led everyone to fly back quickly. The airwave of the explosion swept across an area of several kilometers in radius, and wherever it passed, the airwave was surging. After the explosion, a huge circular pit was formed with the Fire Lotus as the center, and a radius of dozens of meters. Surrounding buildings were completely destroyed, and not even a slag was left. Everyone looked at everything in front of them, and they were all stunned. Xiaoyan even lay directly on the ground, unable to even lift his hands. This attack consumed all his fighting spirit, leaving nothing. Ha ha! Boy, you're good! Fan Lao saw Xiaoyan lying on the ground, his face covered in blood and very ferocious. If I hadn't practiced 3,000 thunder movements, I would have been killed by you. Gao Fan frowned slightly. 3,000 thunder movements? Hey! Fan Lao looked at Gao Fan. Boy, you also know 3,000 thunder movements? Of course. Gao Fan smiled and nodded. Low-level body movement of the Earth rank, 3,000 thunder movements, right? Hey, you kid have some knowledge. However, your knowledge only ends today. Fan Lao smiled, and the blood spear in his hand accumulated fighting spirit again. That move again? Great blood bodhisattva. Devouring? Gao Fan said with a mocking look. This move is enough. Fan Lao's face stiffened when he saw Gao Fan looking down on him so much. Then try this move of mine, I just learned it recently. Gao Fan raised his right hand. Wind Extreme Annihilation! Boom! A green gust of wind, as if it were real, emanated from Gao Fan's palm and instantly expanded to a width of 20 feet. Big blood bodhisattva devouring. Fan Lao panicked when he saw this gust of wind that revealed a dangerous signal. Yun frowned. The last time she saw Gao Fan use this move was in Yunlan Sect. At that time, when Gao Fan used this move, the range was wider than it is now, but the attack power did not seem to be as strong as it is now. Sizzle! The moment the green strong wind and the blood-colored fighting spirit came into contact, the blood-colored fighting spirit actually shattered like glass. Run! Fan Lao made a decision immediately and turned around and left quickly. But it was obviously too late. The strong wind instantly swept Fan Lao's body, and his body also shattered like glass. Ding! Kill the Blood Sect Master Fan Lao and get 100 points. Only a head and a storage ring were left. Gao Fan took back the storage ring with a relaxed look on his face, and his spiritual consciousness broke through. Sure enough, there was a technique of 3,000 thunders, a map of the pure lotus demon fire, and countless natural treasures. Haha, it's a good harvest, although not as much as the Yunlan Sect. You'd better not use this trick as much as possible. Gao Fan put his hands behind his back and came to Xiao. If I'm not by your side, you'll be in danger even with the protection of the Black Panther suit, you know? Hey! Xiao slowly opened his eyes with a hint of madness still in his eyes. It would be great if I could strengthen my physical strength. Gao Fan suddenly remembered that there was a place in the Black Horn region where there was Earth Core tempering milk, which seemed to be able to strengthen the body. Brother, your words reminded me. Gao Fan smiled slightly and looked at Xian. Xian, help me find if there is any Earth Core tempering milk nearby. This is a naturally generated spiritual liquid, milky white, which can strengthen the body. Xian heard this and closed her eyes. After a while, Xian opened her eyes and said, "Found it!" Gao Fan fed Xiao some pills to restore his fighting spirit. Lead the way. The group crossed the battlefield, killed countless escaped Blood Sect disciples, and finally came to the cave where the Earth Core tempering milk was. Soon, everyone found a huge stalactite hanging down from the top in the cave. Found it? Xian pointed to the tip of the stalactite and saw a drop of milky white liquid, which was the Earth Core tempering milk. There was a small pit below the water drop, and there was about a cup of Earth Core tempering milk in the pit. Earth Core tempering milk is very precious. You can't take it directly with your hands. You have to use a container to take it. Yao Chen's shadow appeared. Earth Core tempering milk is extremely difficult to form. This small cup will take about 200 years to form, so leave the drop on the tip of the bamboo shoot so that it can continue to form. Xiao nodded slightly after hearing this, took out a jade bottle, carefully scooped up the Earth Core tempering milk, and sealed it. Yao Chen stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. Bangka! The stalactite shattered with a sound, and everyone was confused. Yao Chen wanted to cry at that time. Who the hell is so wasteful? Haha, master, look! Xian proudly shook an egg-sized milky white jade in her hand. This Earth Core body tempering milk seems to be produced by this thing. Yao Chen hurriedly snatched the jade from Xian's hand, stared at it carefully. Stinky old man, you stole my things again. If I can't hit you, I will beat you up. Xian shook her pink fist. Okay. Gao Fan touched Xian's head. It's the body tempering heart. Yao Chen rubbed his eyes and the muscles on his face trembled. He looked at Xian again. If it weren't for this little girl, we would have lost a lot today. What's the use of this thing? Gao Fan asked curiously. Yao Chen swallowed his saliva and calmed down. Let's put it this way. If you throw this thing into the river, the whole river can become Earth Core body tempering milk. What? Everyone was shocked and expressed disbelief. Yao Chen sighed with a flushed face. Your chance is really amazing. If I had such a chance, I would have become a Dou Emperor. Ahem. Gao Fan took the jade and stuffed it to Xiao. Let's go back to Zhengui Pass and take a bath with this thing. Puff. Yao Chen almost spit out a mouthful of water. Take a bath. You are so smart. After that, the group returned to Zhengui Pass. After returning to Zhengui Pass, Gao Fan really took the jade to take a bath. Of course, it was useless for him, but it was different for others. After taking the body tempering milk bath, everyone's physique had a fundamental transformation. All became steel bones, and even the G level was enhanced. Among them, Yafei had the biggest gain. She broke through from a 3-star doge directly to a 5-star doshi. If the physical strength of everyone before was eggs, then their physical strength now is stones. Unfortunately, this kind of physical enhancement is not infinite. Otherwise, Gao Fan would not mind helping Xiao to get a diamond body. The egg-sized jade stone is still as big as a pigeon egg, and Gao Fan put it in his ring. 3 days later, Qin Fen brought soldiers to the gate of Zhengui Pass to see Gao Fan and his party off. "Your Majesty, take care of yourself on your journey." Qin Fen waved towards the distant horizon. These days, Qin Fen led people to follow Gao Fan to the Blood Sect's lair, killing those who should be killed and recruiting those who should be recruited. He also moved all the Blood Sect's supplies back to Zhengui Pass and distributed them to the soldiers and civilians of Zhengui Pass. It can be said that Gao Fan has personally told everyone in Zhengui Pass what kind of wise ruler he is. Now, Qin Fen also truly understands the meaning of the sentence in the edict. Those who violate our territory will be punished even if they are far away. Your Majesty, you are a wise ruler. Qin Fen looked at the head of Fan Lao hanging on the tower of Zhengui Pass, which was used to deter other Blackhorn region forces. Blood Sect's nest rule led Bai Cheng, Han Yue, Xiao Yu, and a group of Canaan Academy disciples to enter the Blood Sect's nest carefully. But when they saw everything in front of them, they all looked solemn. What happened? The Blood Sect was destroyed? Teacher Ruolin frowned slightly. Han Yue shook her head. I don't know. We got intelligence before that the Blood Sect's young master was killed by the commander of the Ghost Pass. Could it be that Fan Lao was also killed by the commander of the Ghost Pass? Then the other party came to rob this place? Unlikely. Ruolin shook her head. The strongest combat power in the Ghost Pass is a 5-star Dou Ling named Qin Fen. He can't have such strength. Then what's going on? Xiao Yu beside Ruolin asked. I don't know. Teacher Ruolin shook her head. Maybe other forces took advantage of the time when Fan Lao went to the Ghost Pass to sneak attack here. Then what should we do now? Bai Cheng said, give the order to search around, and then we'll go back and report. Canaan College, an ancient and mysterious Dochi college. Over the endless years, countless powerful Dou masters have come out of here. Even the forces in Zhengzhou would send their children to the remote Canaan College to practice. Gao Fan and his party stood at the entrance of the college, looking up at the 4 big characters on the huge lintel. Canaan College. Legend has it that the characters on the lintel were left by the Dou Emperor, but of course there is no way to verify it now. Who are you? What are you doing at Canaan College? A group of students wearing Canaan College uniforms surrounded Gao Fan and his party, extremely vigilant. We are students who came here because of its reputation and want to enter Canaan College for further studies. Xiaoyan bowed his hand to signal. At this time, a young man in white clothes and a beautiful face came out, and his eyes swept over the women behind Gao Fan. Although the women were now covered with veils to avoid unnecessary trouble, their extraordinary temperament made them very extraordinary. The man in white smiled, Everyone, I am Fu Ao, a disciple from the outer courtyard of Canaan College. I am really sorry. The Blackhorn region has been too chaotic recently, and the college has stopped recruiting students. If you want to join, I can only trouble you to come back after a while. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. This senior, we have come all the way from Fan Country. We have admired Canaan College for a long time. I heard that Canaan College likes geniuses very much. Please let me know. I think the elders of Canaan College will definitely be interested in us. Humph! How shameless! A beautiful woman walked out with a charming figure and looked at Gao Fan with contempt. You dare to call yourself a genius in this state? And the group of mediocre women behind you, one by one, are still covering their faces, too ashamed to see anyone. The eyes of the women were all angry, and Medusa was even more full of fighting spirit, and a pair of beautiful eyes burst out with cold, murderous intent. The strong, murderous aura swept the air around them, and the disciples of Canaan College suddenly felt like falling into an ice cellar. Pah! Gao Fan raised his hand and slapped the woman to the ground. The disciples of Canaan Academy drew their weapons and looked at Gao Fan with vigilance. Canaan Academy is nothing but this. I hit your people, and you dare not fight back? Gao Fan looked at the man in white with a sneer on his face. Brother Fu Ao, you have to help me. The seductive woman sat on the ground and pulled Fu Ao's trouser legs. Fu Ao was panicked. He saw that the group of people in front of him were very powerful, and he didn't need to offend masters like Gao Fan and others for a bus. Fu Ao hurriedly avoided Lu Fei. Everyone, it's all Lu Fei's fault. You can kill or cut her up as you like. Humph! Gao Fan put his hands behind his back and looked at Lu Fei on the ground. Behavior. Fu Ao, you will die a miserable death. When my big brother comes back, I will make you suffer. Who is bullying my sister? A loud shout came from the side and everyone looked up. When Fu Ao saw the person coming, he was confident. He pointed at Gao Fan. Brother Lu Qing, it's this person. He is bullying Lu Fei. Brother! Lu Fei stood up from the ground and pointed at Gao Fan. It's him. He bullied me. And he, Fu Ao, is not a good guy either. Pa! Gao Fan slapped Lu Fei to the ground again. Did I let you get up? Ram! The long spear in Lu Qing's hand shot directly and pierced Gao Fan's face. Gao Fan didn't even bother to look at the other person. He grabbed the tip of Lu Qing's spear and then swung it hard, throwing Lu Qing dozens of meters away and smashing him into the pile of rocks. The disciples of Canaan Academy were all stunned. This? Grabbing the tip of a spear with bare hands? Where the hell did this pervert come from? Wow, he's so handsome. Liu Fei's eyes sparkled, and she completely forgot that the man in front of her had just slapped her twice. Wow, this spear is not bad. Gao Fan weighed Lu Qing's spear. Clang! Lu Qing climbed out of the pile of rocks and looked at Gao Fan with a ferocious face. Give me back my spear. Let's have another fight. Gao Fan smiled slightly and threw the spear at Liu Qing. Catch it! Liu Qing grabbed the spear that was flying at him quickly, but the scene that followed was not what everyone imagined. Liu Qing was taken away by his spear. Yes, the spear took Liu Qing to a distant place. Everyone looked at Gao Fan as if he were a devil, and Fu Ao swallowed his saliva. That's enough. The guy just now should be the #1 guy on your inner courtyard's strong list, right? Gao Fan clapped his hands calmly, as if he had done something insignificant. Can you take us to see the elders now? Yes, yes, Fu Ao nodded and bowed. Okay, everyone, please come in. Yes. Gao Fan nodded, squinted his eyes, and strode into Canaan College. A forest in the Blackhorn region, Ruolin was on the road with a group of students from Canaan College. Suddenly, Ruolin looked up suddenly. Be careful of enemy attacks. Everyone hurriedly found cover, and a silver light fell from the sky, directly breaking through a forest and piercing into a rock. After a while, there was no movement, and Ruolin walked out terrified. She saw a long spear stuck on a rock not far away, and there was a figure on the ground under the spear. Puff! Liu Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, obviously seriously injured. Liu Qing? Ruolin rushed forward and helped Liu Qing up. Quick! Teacher Ruolin! Liu Qing opened his eyes with all his strength. There's a pervert in Canaan College. After saying that, Liu Qing's head dropped heavily and he fainted. Bai Cheng Xiao, you stay and take care of Liu Qing. The rest of you follow me and move forward at full speed. Ruolin's face was cold and she rushed out first. Canaan College Elders Hall. Gao Fan and his group met the top leaders of Canaan College. Ha ha! It's really lucky for Canaan College to have you students. Vice Dean Hu Qian's face flushed and he was in high spirits. That's right. The great elder Su Qian looked at Gao Fan and his group and nodded with satisfaction. Ruolin rushed in quickly, panting. Elders, the enemy, the enemy. Su Qian frowned slightly. Teacher Ruolin, what happened? I met the seriously injured Liu Qing, and he said, there is a pervert. Ruolin's face was solemn. Several elders looked at each other, and Fu Ao stood up. Reporting to the elders, Teacher Ruolin, the pervert Liu Qing mentioned, should refer to the Emperor Gao Fan of Fan Kingdom. He threw Senior Liu Qing out. Gao Fan? Teacher Ruolin's beautiful eyes were full of doubt. It was me. Gao Fan smiled. Liu Qing is very enthusiastic, so I couldn't help but have a little exchange with him. You, Teacher Ruolin frowned. Ha! Su Qian laughed loudly. Okay, it's all a misunderstanding. Let me introduce this to Teacher Ruolin. This is Emperor Gao Fan of Fan Country. Behind him is General Xiao Yan of Fan Country, and the concubines of Emperor Fan Country. They will also be members of Canaan College in the future. Meet Teacher Ruolin. Gao Fan bowed slightly. In this Canaan College, everyone should still call me Gao Fan. Yes, Su Qian nodded with satisfaction. Okay, Fu Ao, you take them to the inner courtyard to report. By the way, introduce them to the Tianfen Refining Qi Tower and the Sutra Library. They can enter these two places at will. What? Enter at will? Fu Ao was shocked, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. He went directly to the inner courtyard as soon as he arrived, and he could also use the Tianfen refining Qi Tower for free. The gap is not a little bit. Seniors, please follow me, Fu Ao said with a shameless face. Although Gao Fan and the others are not seniors, they are strong. Thank you very much, Great Elder. Gao Fan smiled and gestured and followed Fu Ao away. After several people left, Ruolin Yong frowned slightly. Grand Elder, these people. Teacher Ruolin, there is no need to doubt it. Su Qian smiled. Their joining was instructed by the dean. The dean himself? Vice Dean Hu Qian was puzzled. Didn't the dean go traveling? Yes. Su Qian nodded. Yes, he had already instructed before he traveled. Hu Qian nodded. There is nothing wrong with letting them enter the inner courtyard, but letting them use the Tianfen refining Qi Tower for free will probably attract criticism from other students, right? Yes, but this was also arranged by the dean. Su Qian shook his head. I was also doubting whether the dean was too hasty before, but now it seems that except for Ya Fei, who is a little weak, the others are all geniuses. Especially that Gao Fan, even I can't see through him. Even you can't see through him? Everyone exclaimed. How is it possible? He is still so young. Hey, yes, Su Qian sighed deeply. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. By the way, Teacher Ruolin, Su Qian suddenly asked, how is Lu Qing? Ah, Ruolin suddenly remembered that she had left them behind. I'll go find him right away. After saying that, Ruolin disappeared in a flash. Heh! Su Qian shook his head. Young people are full of energy. Canaan College, Sutra Pavilion. Gao Fan and his party came to the Sutra Pavilion under the leadership of Fu Ao. The gatekeeper of the Sutra Pavilion is the second elder He Mu, a gentle old man. After checking Su Qian's token, Elder He said lightly, This is my Canaan College Sutra Pavilion. You can take one of the fighting skills and techniques at a time, but you must return them after learning. When you go in, you can only take the skills and fighting skills that are suitable for your strength. Each skill and fighting skill has a barrier blessed by a Dozun strongman. Those who are not strong enough cannot take it. Gao Fan and the others entered the Sutra Library smoothly. As for the martial arts and fighting skills, you can pick the ones that suit you best. As for the barriers, don't be afraid. We have Ziyan. Gao Fan smiled and touched Ziyan's head. Yes! Ziyan shook her little hand. I'm not afraid of barriers. Heh. Okay, disperse. When you find what you want, note the location and ask Ziyan for help. Gao Fan smiled. Soon, everyone got what they wanted. Ziyan, Qinglin, Xiao Yixian, and Medusa, due to their physical conditions, did not find the fighting skills that suited them and returned empty-handed. Yafei got an Earth-level, high-level martial arts, 9-layered mysterious water art, and a water-attributed fighting skill, Water Rage Kill. Nalan Yanran and Yun both liked an Earth-level, high-level martial arts, Qingyun sword art. Xiao Yan got an Earth-level intermediate fighting skill, Great Destruction Palm. Elder He saw that they only took 4 books, so he let them go after registration. Canaan Academy arranged a separate courtyard for Gao Fan and his group, and everyone settled down. The next day, Gao Fan took Xiao Yan, Yun, and Nalan Yanran to the Tianfen refining tower. The others did not go because their cultivation methods and physical conditions were incompatible with the fire attribute. The 4 of them had privileges and could enter the Tianfen refining tower directly, which aroused the jealousy of many people. Who is that person? How can we enter the Tianfen refining tower without a fire crystal card? You don't know this. He's a newcomer who just came yesterday. I heard that he went through the back door. What? I've been in Canaan Academy for so many years, and this is the first time I heard that there is a back door. Let's go. Don't talk too much. The 4 of them entered the Tianfen refining tower and felt the heat coming towards them. There are many independent training rooms inside, which can be locked from the inside to prevent people from disturbing their training. The environment in this place is very special, and it seems to have the effect of accelerating the circulation of fighting spirit in the body. Yun sensed it at the first time. Ha ha! You are worthy of being my Yuner. Gao Fan smiled. Quench! Yun rolled her eyes, looking coy. Can you be serious? Okay. Gao Fan looked cocky. Nalan Yanran and Xiaoyan on the side both felt a little uncomfortable. You guys are throwing dog food everywhere. Do you think we don't exist? The further you go down, the more obvious the acceleration effect will be. Although accelerating the flow of Dou Qi can indeed increase the speed of cultivation, it is also possible for Dou Qi to flow too fast and make people go crazy. Gao Fan looked proud. So you can choose which floor to practice on according to your own strength. Don't force it. The three nodded to Gao Fan in approval. Ah! At this time, a noisy voice came from the second underground floor. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? I'm Xiao Song. Ah! Don't kill me! Someone's injured. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Let's go. Let's take a look. Most likely he is possessed. Gao Fan and his group went down to the second floor, which was now in chaos. A woman with red fighting spirit all over her body was slashing with a long sword. Her face was covered with bloody lines, and blood was seeping out of those lines. The woman's original face could no longer be seen, and her eyes were ferocious. Kill, kill, kill! I will kill you all! The disciples who were practicing on the second floor retreated one after another, and no one dared to step forward. Sure enough, stepped forward, waved his hand, and an invisible force knocked the woman unconscious. Yun hurriedly stepped forward to help the woman up and touched the woman's pulse. Her breath is all messed up. She needs to be treated immediately, otherwise she will be useless. Then send her to the medical room quickly, said a disciple. No, in this situation, a slight movement could cost her life. Xiaoyan hurriedly took out a pill. This is a qi-dispersing pill which can temporarily disperse the Dan Dou Qi in her body. Yun took the pill and fed it to the woman. After the woman took the pill, the blood color on her face gradually faded, revealing her original appearance. Cousin Xiaoyu? Xiaoyan looked at this face in surprise. Gao Fan also frowned slightly. He didn't expect that after that incident, Xiaoyu returned to Canaan College. Now think about it. Where else can Xiaoyu go except Canaan College? You guys practice well and leave her to me. I'll take her back for treatment. Gao Fan waved his hand with a domineering look on his face and used his telekinesis to suspend Xiaoyu behind him and went straight out of the Tianfen refining Qi Tower and floated away. The onlookers were stunned. What kind of strength is this? Duzong? Humph? A playboy. Yun looked at Gao Fan's back and stomped her feet in anger. Teacher, I'm going to practice first. Nalan Yanran hurried away. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiaoyan also quietly slipped into the Tianfen refining Qi Tower. In Gao Fan's courtyard, Xiaoyu slowly woke up. When she saw Xiao Yixian, she couldn't help but feel that she seemed to have seen this beautiful woman in front of her somewhere. Are you awake? Xiao Yixian smiled and handed over a bowl of medicine. Come and drink the medicine. This medicine will help restore your fighting spirit. Xiaoyu was shocked and found that there was very little fighting spirit left in her body. Swish! Hurriedly drew the sword beside her and said with a vigilant look, Where is this place? Who are you? Hey! Xiao Yixian smiled slightly. This is Canaan College. You fainted in the Tianfen refining Qi Tower before. Did you forget? Xiaoyu was confused and recalled carefully. It seemed that she was in the Tianfen refining Qi Tower before. How could she faint and have no fighting spirit? You are so angry that you have lost your mind. Xiao Yixian looked gentle. Yafei and Qinglin were practicing outside. When they heard the noise in the room, they walked in. When Xiaoyu saw the people coming, she thought the three women were all very beautiful, and she didn't know who they were. But then she suddenly remembered that Xiao Yixian and Qinglin seemed to have appeared in Xiao's house with Gao Fan before. Xiaoyu looked up suddenly. You are Gao Fan's people. Yes, you remember, Xiao Yixian said with a smile. Asshole! Xiaoyu drew out his long sword and stabbed Xiao Yixian. Qinglin hurried forward and swung the destruction dagger in his hand, directly cutting off Xiaoyu's sword. Humph! We saved you with good intentions, but I didn't expect you to repay us with evil. Qinglin's face was stern. Save me? Ha-ha! Xiaoyu sneered. I think Gao Fan wants to insult me. Yes, I just want to insult you. Gao Fan walked in with his hands behind his back. Gao Fan, I'm going to kill you! Xiaoyu supported himself and stood up, but fell to the ground unsteadily. Don't even think about it. Qinglin stood in front of Xiaoyu. Okay, Qinglin, Gao Fan said indifferently, and Xiao Yixian and Yafei, you go out first. This is a personal grudge between her and me. Yeah! The three women went out with a smile on their faces. Even Xiao Yixian didn't get angry with Gao Fan this time. It seemed that under the leadership of Yafei, Xiao Yixian also slowly accepted the fact that Gao Fan had so many romantic relationships. Gao Fan was very satisfied with Xiao Yixian's changes. It seemed that his harem should really be left to Yafei to take care of. Today I fell into your hands. It's my bad luck. You can kill me or cut me up as you like, Xiao Yu said hatefully. Since you already know that everything is the fault of the second elder and Xiao Ning, why do you still hate me so much? Gao Fan said coldly. Just now, Gao Fan knew through telepathy that Xiao Yu went to find Xiao Zhan when she left the Xiao family. At that time, Xiao Zhan was seeing off the second elder. She heard the second elder personally tell about the alliance with Xiao Ning to harm Gao Fan. How do you know I know? Xiao Yu's face was full of disbelief. Gao Fan shook his head and did not answer Xiao Yu's question. You have repeatedly persuaded yourself in your heart to let this matter go. Why do you still hate me so much when you see me? How did you know? Xiao Yu was shocked. The man in front of him seemed to be able to see through other people's hearts. Nothing could escape his eyes. Humph! Gao Fan turned sideways, looked out the window, and slowly closed his eyes. If I could do it again, I would still kill Xiao Ning because I am such a vengeful person. Xiao Yu tightly grasped the half-remaining sword, gritted his teeth, and tears filled his eyes. I'll give you a chance. I'll just stand here and you kill me with your sword. Gao Fan still closed his eyes. Xiao Yu struggled to get up and approached step by step, holding the sword high in his hand. Ah! Xiao Yu shouted, and the sword in her hand fell on Gao Fan's shoulder, creating a spark. Xiao Yu was stunned. Her attack could not break Gao Fan's defense at all. I'm sorry, my brother. Xiao Yu cried heartbreakingly and knelt down with tears on her face. I can't take revenge. Do you want to become stronger, Xiao Yu? Gao Fan looked down at Xiao Yu and asked lightly. Xiao Yu looked up, tears on her face. What do you mean? Now there is an opportunity in front of you. Follow me and be my woman, and I will help you become stronger, until you can avenge your brother. Gao Fan said seriously. You don't have to answer me in a hurry. This condition is always true. In Duqi continent, the strong are respected. Think about it carefully. After that, Gao Fan turned around and prepared to leave. Gao Fan, get out of here. At this time, 3 uninvited guests came to Gao Fan's yard. Hearing someone shouting, Gao Fan flashed into the courtyard. Hu Jia, Lin Shuya, Liu Qing? Gao Fan smiled faintly. The 3 strongest people in the inner courtyard are here? Lin Shuya narrowed his eyes slightly. Boy, I didn't expect you to recognize us. Hey, I've heard something. Since we know, then we won't waste words. The Academy allows all of you to enter the Tianfen Refining Qi Tower for free. We don't accept it, so we want to challenge you. Lin Shuya's face was solemn. Forget about women. You and Xiaoyan must accept the challenge. Time? Place? Gao Fan looked sarcastic. 7 days later, the ring, Lin Shuya said. Well, I'll take it. You can go back. Gao Fan turned around and went back to the house with a smug look on his face. Humph! Lin Shuya was very annoyed. This newcomer was too damn arrogant. Let's go. Gao Fan spent the next 6 days very comfortably. Surrounded by beauties and endless delicious food, it was simply a paradise on earth. Xiao Yu had already returned to her dormitory. She was still thinking about the condition proposed by Gao Fan. Until the night of the 6th day, a beautiful reminder sound came. Ding! Xiaoyan advanced to Dowang and got 100 points. Heh! Lucky draw! Gao Fan grinned and swept away the accumulated 300 points. Ding! Congratulations on getting Wonder Woman's weapon, God Slayer Longsword. Ding! Congratulations on getting Death Goddess Hela's weapon, Twilight Sword. Ding! Congratulations on getting Iron Man's suit, Savior. Gao Fan had already allocated these 3 items. The Savior suit was given to Yafei, who had the weakest combat power. She had the ability to protect herself. The God-Slayer Longsword was given to Yunyun, and the Twilight Sword was given to Nalan Yanran. The 3 women were all excited when they received the items, especially Yafei. If Yunyun hadn't forcibly pulled her away, she would have stayed to serve him in the bed. Of course, Gao Fan was also very unhappy with Yunyun's behavior. At the same time, Gu Shuner, who was far away in the Gu clan, suddenly opened her eyes and showed a sly smile on her face. Gao Fan, Gao Fan, I finally caught you. The next day, the Yunlan Sect's martial arts competition arena was already crowded with people. Hearing that the three masters joined forces to challenge a newcomer, everyone became a spectator. Even several elders from the inner courtyard were present in person. They were also very curious about the strength of the person who opened the back door with the personal greeting of the dean. Gao Fan stood on the ring with a relaxed look on his face, looking at the audience. Liu Qing, Lin Shuya, Hu Jia, the three of you come on together. You have to go back to sleep after the fight. Damn it, so arrogant. The three masters are all half-step Do Wang. Is this kid looking for death? In my opinion, he is just trying to attract attention in this way. After all, he is so young. It is not shameful to lose in front of the three masters. Maybe he can be respected by the elders if he is lucky. Damn it, why didn't I think of this method? A female student jumped with excitement. Wow, this newcomer is so handsome. That's right, how can someone be so handsome? Lin Xia raised his eyebrows and looked at Gao Fan. Boy, are you looking down on me? No, no, no. Gao Fan shook his head slightly and swept his eyes in front of everyone. Excuse me, I'm not targeting anyone. Everyone present is garbage. Damn it, don't pull me, I'm going to kill him. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone was eager to try. Son of a bitch, Lin Shuya shouted, unsheathing his sword. Wait, Liu Qing stopped Lin Shuya. Liu Qing, what the hell do you mean? Lin Shuya looked indignant. Liu Qing glanced at Lin Shuya and looked at Hu Jia in the audience. You should come too, since he has asked for it. Yes, yes, yes. The students all shouted. Since he has asked for it, let him have a taste of the power of the three great masters of Canaan Academy. That's right, kill him. Hu Jia frowned slightly. As one of the three great masters, she knew Liu Qing well. It was impossible for Liu Qing to bully a newcomer like this. Is it really necessary? Liu Qing. Yes, Liu Qing nodded seriously and spoke in a calm voice. Liu Qing, are you crazy? Lin Shuya shouted angrily. It's not glorious to win. Hu Jia patted Lin Shuya on the shoulder. Lin Shuya, don't you know what kind of person Liu Qing is? Lin Shuya frowned slightly when he heard it. The three of them locked their eyes on Gao Fan, who was grinning across from them. The three of us will attack from three directions. Use your strongest moves directly, and don't hold back. Liu Qing's face was solemn. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Last time, I didn't even know how I was killed in seconds. Gao Fan grinned. Are you ready? Lin Shuya no longer underestimated the enemy, and he didn't even care about Gao Fan's contemptuous words. Hey, finally it looks good. Gao Fan smiled at the three people who had calmed down. Come on. Humph, this kid is dead. It's rare to see the three masters so serious. Unfortunately, the elders of the inner courtyard are also here. This kid shouldn't die. The three people's figures simultaneously turned into three afterimages and shot towards Gao Fan from three directions. Eliminating Illusion Thorn. 1000 Extreme Kill. Earth Fiery Coffin Chop. With Liu Qing's words, Lin Shuya and Hu Jia did not dare to underestimate him, and they all used their killing moves. In an instant, the fighting spirit on the stage surged wildly, and three colors of fighting spirit rushed towards Gao Fan with an imposing manner. It seems that the three masters have been angered by this kid. The first move is a killing move. If this kid can win, I will eat shit on the spot, someone boasted. Gao Fan stopped hearing this and smiled slightly. Energy explosion! Boom! With a loud bang, flowers bloomed in three places. Liu Qing, Lin Shuya, and Hu Jia were thrown into the air and landed outside the ring. The three of them were covered in dirt and their clothes were full of holes, especially Hu Jia. She hurriedly looked for clothes to cover her flesh. At that moment, the whole audience was silent, and everyone was stunned. Just one blow. This kid, I really can't see through him. Su Qian frowned and shook his head repeatedly. Gao Fan smiled slightly. Who said he was going to eat shit on the spot? Everyone looked at each other and looked at a man in the crowd. The man panicked. No, no, no. I didn't say that. Did you hear it wrong? I don't accept it. Lin Shuya stood up from the ground and shouted to Gao Fan on the stage, I will challenge you again. Gao Fan glanced at Lin Shuya coldly. It's the same no matter how many times you come. If it weren't for the consideration that Xiao would fight you again, do you think you can still stand up now? After that, Gao Fan put his hands behind his back and walked straight off the ring. You! Lin Shuya's face was full of anger. That's enough! Vice Dean Hu Qian looked unhappy. It's over! It's over! Next round, Xiaoyan versus Lin Shuya. Xiaoyan flew onto the stage, his face gloomy. Lu Qing, Lin Shuya, Hu Jia, the three of you come on, together. Hemp next door. Lin Shuya's mentality exploded. He was challenged by two people in a row in one day. Where would I put my title of the top three in the inner courtyard? Gao Fan was slightly surprised by Xiaoyan's performance, but then he thought about Xiaoyan's strong character, and he knew that Xiaoyan was competing with him. Hey. Gao Fan shook his head slightly and returned to his seat. Xiaoyan, are you sure you want to fight three people? The elder Su Qian frowned. Yes, elder. Xiaoyan nodded respectfully. Although you are already a Douwang, the three of them are also half-step Douwang. Gao Fan held back just now, but he didn't consume much of their Dou Qi, Su Qian continued. What? Everyone was stunned. Xiaoyan is a Douwang, and Gao Fan really held back? Liu Qing looked at the gun in his hand and shook his head helplessly. It seems that I didn't deserve to be thrown out last time. Crack! Lin Shuya's hand holding the sword made a crisp sound. Hu Jia looked at Gao Fan in a trance with a pair of beautiful eyes full of illusions. No one knew what she was thinking. I've thought about it. Since I'm a Douwang, I can't bully them. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. Damn it, what do you mean you can't bully us? Lin Shuya exploded on the spot again and swung his long sword. Wait! Liu Qing's face was serious. We haven't even arranged the tactics yet. Forget it, go! Hu Jia glanced at Lin Shuya, who was fighting with Xiaoyan, and shook her head slightly. The next moment, three people were fighting against one on the ring, and Dou Qi was raging. Xiaoyan advanced to Douwang, and with the help of the 3,000 thunder movements, his speed was much faster than Liu Qing and the other two. But 1 against 3, plus his weapon, the mysterious heavy ruler, he didn't have much advantage in speed. After a short while, Liu Qing and the other two seemed to have figured out Xiaoyan's routine, and Xiaoyan gradually fell into a disadvantage. Hey! Lin Shuya showed a relaxed smile on his face. He was a little relieved that he could finally get back a little bit of face today. The great elder Su Qian still frowned. For some reason, he felt that Xiaoyan was not that simple. At this moment, Xiaoyan seized an opportunity left by Lin Shuya. Flame-splitting waves ruler! Xiaoyan shouted loudly, and a 10-foot-long green streak burst out from the black heavy ruler and flew straight towards Lin Shuya. Lin Shuya quickly dodged, and the lightning brushed past his left shoulder and struck past. The horse hit the defensive barrier next to it, causing a circle of fighting spirit ripples. What a powerful attack! At least it's a ground-level fighting skill, said Vice Dean Hu Gan. Lin Shuya covered his aching left shoulder, half knelt on the ground, with a look of pain on his face. The remaining fighting spirit of that horse was already making him miserable, and he didn't know what would happen if it hit him. Xiaoyan took the opportunity to break away from the encirclement of the three people, looking at them with a sneer on his face. Now you have even less chance! Great Destruction Palm! Xiaoyan raised his hand and struck out with a palm, and a huge green palm shadow in the air flew towards the three people opposite. Wherever the palm shadow passed, the air seemed to be torn apart. Hide! Liu Qing shouted, and dodged to the side carrying Lin Shuya. Hu Jia looked even more serious and quickly dodged. Boom! The palm shadow directly shattered the barrier and rushed towards the crowd outside. Oh no, it's the Great Destruction Palm! How did he get this fighting skill with his strength? Vice Dean Hu Gan exclaimed. The great elder Su Qian appeared in front of the palm shadow, and with a wave of his sleeve, the palm shadow dissipated. Liu Qing and the other two looked back at the broken barrier and broke out in cold sweats. If this had hit them, they would have died on the spot. All right, the winner is decided. Xiaoyan won this competition. Su Qian announced the result calmly. Everyone looked at each other, unable to believe this result. The three most skilled warriors in the inner courtyard of Canaan College were defeated in a row by two newcomers in one day? Are the newcomers nowadays so awesome? Even the barrier can't stop it? This is too fucking unreal, isn't it? Disperse! At the command of the great elder Su Qian, everyone dispersed. Just like that, the farce ended. Everyone knows that two perverts have come to Canaan College. One is called Gao Fan and the other is called Xiaoyan. From now on, If you meet these two people in Canaan College, just keep your head down and behave yourself. It won't be shameful at all." That night, Xiao Yu appeared in Gao Fan's yard. At this moment, she had a conflicted look on her face. Gao Fan's performance during the day today could be said to be surprising. But Xiao Yan's performance made Xiao Yu feel that being with Gao Fan might not be a bad thing. "I will use your power to enhance my strength, and then find an opportunity to avenge my brother." Thinking of this, Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and pushed open Gao Fan's door. In Gao Fan's room, Yafei gently embraced Gao Fan in her arms. She had decided that today she would commit herself to this man and become his first woman. "Ah!" Xiao Yu screamed when she saw what was happening in front of her and quickly covered her eyes. "Oh my God!" Gao Fan was furious. "You don't know how to knock on the door. Knock! Knock on the door!" Xiao Yu turned around, her body trembling. "Who knew you were doing such dirty things in the room? You didn't even lock the door. Then what are you still doing in my room? Get out!" Gao Fan continued. "Humph!" Xiao Yu snorted coldly and ran out. When the girls heard the noise, they all ran over. Seeing Yafei with a blushing face and Gao Fan with disheveled clothes, they all felt mixed emotions. "Men are all pigs!" Medusa walked into the room with a cold face and sat cross-legged on a chair beside her. "From today on, I will guard your majesty 24 hours a day." All the women lowered their heads, and no one knew what they were thinking. "Enough!" Gao Fan shouted. "I think I'm too nice to you guys on weekdays. Yafei will stay to serve you tonight. Anyone else who wants to serve you can tell Yafei, and she will arrange a date for you." Gao Fan was slightly angry. "Everyone get out now, including you, Medusa." "You!" Medusa was slightly angry and left in a huff. The other women left one after another. All of them were angry, but most of them were worried, because they knew that this time Gao Fan was really angry. "Your Majesty," Yafei rubbed Gao Fan's shoulders. "It's not good at all for you to be so mean to them." "Ah!" Gao Fan rubbed his brows. "Yafei, I will leave my harem to you from now on. What do you think?" Yafei knelt on the ground. "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Yafei will do her best." Medusa's strength. Gao Fan was a little hesitant. "This woman has a hot temper and the strongest strength. It's okay." Yafei smiled. "She won't hurt me, but you have to apologize to them one by one tonight." Gao Fan smiled bitterly. "Okay, this was destined to be a sleepless night." Gao Fan comforted all the women one by one and was exhausted. The next morning, Gao Fan got up and went out with Qinglin's help. "Morning, Your Majesty." All the ladies were waiting in front of Gao Fan's door, with beautiful girls and colorful flags fluttering. "Ha ha ha!" Gao Fan was obviously very pleased. Yafei really had an idea. "Once things here are done, we will go back and hold a grand wedding." The girls dispersed. After yesterday's battle, no student in Canaan College dared to challenge the authority of Gao Fan and Xiao Yan. Today, Gao Fan planned to take Xiao Yan to fight against the fallen heart flame. At the bottom of the Tianfen refining Qi Tower, Gao Fan and Xiao Yan looked down at the magma beneath their feet. Yao Chen showed up with a frown on his face. "I can feel that the fallen heart flame is right down there." "Let's go, brother. I will protect you." Gao Fan smiled and jumped down directly. Xiao Yan didn't waste any time and jumped into the lava. Gao Fan used his mental power to prop up a space, isolating the two from the magma world. "Where are you? Yao Lao?" To the north. Gao Fan and Xiao Yan continued to move north, but they were soon blocked by an invisible force. "It's a seal," Yao Chen said calmly. "I didn't expect there to be a seal set by a Dusheng master here. It seems that Canaan Academy really is a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers." "Dusheng?" Xiao Yan was a little surprised. "Yes, someone is coming," Yao Chen said lightly. "It's the Great Elder, Su Qian. It seems we have to go out, otherwise there will be some trouble." "Let's go." Gao Fan took Xiao Yan back to the Tianfen refining Qi Tower. Before Su Qian showed up, the two of them entered a training room each. Su Qian came underground, frowned slightly. "Strange, I clearly felt the seal moving just now." Another day passed. Xiao Yan was refining medicine in the house, and Gao Fan was sleeping at home because he was bored. Boom! A loud noise resounded throughout the Canaan College. Gao Fan rushed out of the door and looked at the sky filled with thick smoke, frowning. "Brother Fan, what happened?" Xiao Yan came out of the room. "I don't know. It looks like it's in the direction of the Tianfen refining Qi Tower." Gao Fan looked at the sky. Fallen Heart Flame? Xiaoyan looked nervous. Let's go. Gao Fan flew away with Xiaoyan. Tianfen Refining Gas Tower should be called Tianfen Refining Gas Tower Ruins. The original Tianfen Refining Gas Tower had been razed to the ground, revealing a 50-meter circle lava pool. There were many students from Canaan College lying around, all injured. Puff! Elder He, holding a long sword in his hand, spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Yunlan Sect, 8 Gates, Tianyin Sect, Luosha Sect, Crazy Lion Gang, Black Emperor Sect. Elder He swept his gloomy eyes over the enemies present, his face ferocious. When did you collude with each other? Ha! Elder He, someone paid to buy the land of your Canaan College, so don't blame us. Who asked you to come? Elder He's eyes were gloomy. It's me. A man in an alchemist's robe came out and looked at Elder He with a smile on his face. Han Feng? Elder He was slightly surprised, looked at the magma pool and seemed to understand something. You are trying to attract the attention of the Fallen Heart Flame. At this time, the elders of Canaan Academy appeared. Gao Fan and Xiaoyan also came along, followed by the other girls. Wow! Canaan College is really extraordinary. There are so many beautiful young ladies. A burst of laughter came from the crowd behind Han Feng. Xiaoyan stepped forward and helped Elder He up. Suchan's face was stern. Han Feng, are you going to go to war with my Canaan Academy? Hey! Han Feng glanced at Medusa and Yun indifferently, then looked at Suchan. Elder Su was joking. The Blackhorn region has been in chaos for a year, and Canaan Academy has always been in war. But I didn't expect that Elder Su had 2 more Do Huang helpers. I am a little surprised. Xiaoyan's hands were clattering, and he looked at Han Feng opposite him angrily. He already knew about the matter between Yao Lao and Han Feng, and now he wished he could kill Han Feng in one fell swoop. Xiaoyan, don't get excited. Gao Fan shook his head. Han Feng's life belongs to Yao Lao. I know. Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and said, I just can't get angry. Elder Su, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here today just for the Fallen Heart Flame. Han Feng said with a sarcastic look on his face. A man of insight is a hero. I have 7 Do Huangs and dozens of Do Huangs on my side, and you have 4 Do Huangs, 1 Do Zong and a cripple. I advise you to consider the future of Canaan College. After all, these students are different from you. They are not Do Zongs. They can die easily. Elder Su, don't listen to them. We are willing to live and die with the college. Liu Qing came with a group of students from Canaan College with resolute looks on their faces. Right. We will live and die together with the academy. Ha ha! The leader of the Crazy Lion Gang stroked his beard and said sarcastically, Where do you get your confidence from? You're not even a Do Wang. You're not even enough to fill our teeth. Hey, but I can let you enjoy it for a while, and then he'll kill you. The leader of the Rakshasa sect laughed so hard that his body shook with laughter, looking like he was charming everyone. Brother, pay attention to the seal of the Fallen Heart Flame later. Gao Fan reminded in a low voice. I think Han Feng is well prepared. He might be able to break the seal of the Fallen Heart Flame. We just need to keep an eye on Han Feng. Humph, I want to catch him myself. There was anger in Xiaoyan's eyes. Boy, don't act on impulse. Yao Chen's voice came into Xiaoyan's ears. Gao Fan is right. You have to get the Fallen Heart Flame first. It is only a matter of time before you can deal with Han Feng. Teacher, Xiaoyan was a little hesitant. You think too much. Do you think Gao Fan will let Han Feng go? Yao Chen said indifferently. Ha, okay. Xiaoyan immediately shook his head. Suchan, I'll ask you one last time. Will you give in or not? Han Feng's face was icy. My patience is limited. Elder Su, let's fight. Don't you believe in my abilities? Gao Fan grinned and sent a telepathic message into Suqian's mind. Suqian was obviously amazed by the sudden voice transmission, and then he laughed. Han Feng, no matter what you want to do, I'll accompany you from Canaan Academy. Ha ha! Han Feng sneered. Do you think you're so great just because you use Dozong? Elders Jin and Yin, come out! Following Han Feng's shout, 2 figures, 1 gold and 1 silver, appeared. The 2 elders Jin and Yin. Suqian frowned. Hey! Han Feng laughed sinisterly. There are already 3 Du Zongs who died at the hands of elders Jin and Yin. What do you think? I'll give you another chance to choose again. No need. Suqian straightened his back. There are no cowards in my Canaan Academy. Gao Fan looked at Yun and Medusa and transmitted his voice telepathically. If a fight breaks out, you can arrange it yourselves. Don't worry about Xiao and me. We have to find a chance to go down to the underground world to collect the fallen heart flame. And Medusa nodded to show that they understood. Humph! Han Feng shouted coldly. Kill them! Leave no one alive! The two elders, Jin and Yin, suddenly attacked, and the great elder Su Qian lost his balance and was almost hit. Fortunately, Su Qian was experienced in combat and quickly corrected his mistake, barely able to withstand the combined attack of the two. Following Han Feng's order, all his subordinates with strength above the Do Wang level joined the battle. The same was true for Canaan Academy, and the two sides were engaged in a tug-of-war. Han Feng smiled wickedly. Leave 3 Do Huangs to deal with these people, and the rest of you follow me. Hey! The Yunlan Sect's leader stood up and looked at Yun with a sly smile on his face. Little girl, come and play with your brother. The Black Emperor Sect's leader stepped forward and pointed at Medusa. You are mine. Gao Fan wanted to cripple these two people at that moment. Damn it, do you think you can mess with my woman? But it is obviously not the right time yet. We have to wait for Han Feng to break the barrier first. Han Feng left behind 3 Do Huangs and led the rest of the people towards the magma pool. Xiao wanted to take action, but Gao Fan pulled him back. Don't be impatient, brother. Han Feng came to the top of the magma pool and took out a strange metal. Su Qian had already noticed Han Feng's actions and thought something was wrong, but he was restrained by the 2 elders, Jin and Yin. What are Xiao and Gao Fan doing? Su Qian frowned slightly and found that Gao Fan and Xiao did not join the battlefield, but were closely watching Han Feng's actions. Where are you looking? Your opponent is us. The 2 elders, Jin and Yin, smiled jokingly and caught Su Qian off guard again. This time, Su Qian was injured in the left shoulder. Ha ha! Another Dozong is going to fall at the hands of our brothers. The 2 elders, Jin and Yin, laughed wildly. Su Qian was injured and fell into crisis. Xiao looked at Gao Fan. Do you want to save Elder Su? Gao Fan took a glance and knew that this was Su Qian's premeditated plan. He used a little injury to exchange for the relaxation of the 2 elders, Jin and Yin, and waited for an opportunity to kill them. No need. Elder Su is pretending to be injured. We just need to keep an eye on Han Feng. Gao Fan said calmly, but Xiao wanted to say that I don't think you are pretending. But the next second, a loud noise was heard. It turned out that Han Feng threw the metal ball in his hand into the magma pool, and the metal ball exploded. The violent explosion overturned the magma, and it fell everywhere. Some people were unlucky and were directly burned to ashes by the magma. Everyone stopped fighting and turned their eyes toward the lava pool. I saw a light curtain covered with runes emerging from the magma pool, and this light curtain looked like a big... Below the light curtain was a fiery red lava world with magma surging inside, and something seemed to be gradually emerging. This is... Xiao frowned. The things in the magma pool cracked in the middle and slowly opened to both sides. This is an eye! Yao Chen murmured in the storage ring. No wonder Canaan Academy sealed the fallen heart flame. It turns out that this strange fire has evolved into a living creature. The strange fire has evolved into a living creature? Xiao was surprised. Yes. Yao Chen nodded slightly. Everything in the world has spirituality. The Wind Fury Dragon Flame we encountered last time actually already possessed the essence of a living creature. At that time, it would attack humans, but it had no wisdom. But the Fallen Heart Flame is different. This guy is very spiritual. Ha ha! Han Feng laughed and looked into the eyes below. Falling Heart Flame, I'll let you out. How about you be my little brother? Okay, a low voice came from the magma world. Everyone was extremely surprised. This strange fire could actually speak? Oops, Xiao wanted to take action, but Yao Chen stopped him with just one sentence. Don't be anxious. The Fallen Heart Flame has intelligence. It must be deceiving Han Feng. Don't panic, brother. Gao Fan looked at Xiao and smiled. Your brother is very good at dealing with strange fire. Don't take it lightly, Yao Chen said lightly. The Green Lotus Earth Heart Flame has no intelligence. It's different from this guy today. Don't worry. Gao Fan smiled and said no more. When Yao Chen saw Gao Fan smile, he was stunned. He immediately felt that today's matters didn't need to be so troublesome. Oh, Yao Chen shook his head slightly and sighed in his heart. I hope so. Everyone, please help me break the formation. Han Feng's face was solemn, his palms changed quickly, and he pinched out magic seals one after another. Following Han Feng's actions, the other Duhuangs also used their own Dou Qi and lent it to Han Feng. It's the seal-breaking technique. Stop him quickly. Elder He, who was lying on the ground, roared with a ferocious look on his face. Crack! A crisp sound came from the bottom of the pool, and a crack appeared on the seal. Fallen Heart Flame was very excited when he saw this, and he used his body to hit the seal frantically. The air gradually became hotter, and the cracks on the seal became bigger and bigger. Not good. Su Qian was not paying attention and was attacked by the gold and silver. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Old Master Jin and Old Master Yin, come and help me quickly. Han Feng shouted. Old Master Jin and Old Master Yin had no choice but to abandon Su Qian and come to Han Feng to transfer their fighting spirit to him. With the joining of the two elders, gold and silver, the seal shattered instantly. The Fallen Heart Flame finally broke through the seal and burst out from the magma world. Everyone stopped fighting and looked over. The body of the Fallen Heart Flame is a giant snake that is over 20 meters tall. There are two small bumps on the snake's head, as if it is about to transform into a dragon. Heh! A strange sound came from the body of Fallen Heart Flame, and a pair of fiery red eyes looked at Han Feng teasingly. Go ahead! Gao Fan! Yao Chen looked solemn. Gao Fan smiled slightly. Don't worry, let's take a look first. I think we can get two kinds of strange fire today. Two kinds of strange fire? Yao Chen looked at Gao Fan in bewilderment. Ha ha! Han Feng laughed. Fallen Heart Flame, come on, let me be your master. Achoo! Fallen Heart Flame sneezed, spitting out a flame. Han Feng couldn't dodge in time and was burned black. Heh! Fallen Heart Flame grinned. How can an idiot like you be qualified to be my master? You! Han Feng was furious that he was fooled by a beast. Humph! If you refuse to bow your head, then I will beat you until you bow your head. Han Feng raised his hand, and a light blue flame condensed in his hand. It's the Sea Heart Flame. Yao Chen frowned and looked over. It seems that Han Feng has had some opportunities in recent years. Yes, Gao Fan smiled slightly, but from now on they are all ours. Gao Fan waved his hand, and Fallen Heart Flame suddenly widened his eyes with a look of surprise. It felt like it was under an irresistible force. Its huge snake body turned into a small flame and flew into Gao Fan's palm. Its violent aura suddenly became docile like a baby. That's good! Gao Fan looked at the red flame in his palm and was very satisfied. What? Han Feng was shocked. Boy, how did you do it? Han Feng frowned. He had been planning this activity for many years. Was he going to be intercepted like this? No, absolutely not. As Han Feng spoke, he urged the Sea Heart Flame in his palm to attack Gao Fan. Gao Fan looked at Han Feng with a smile on his face. As soon as he thought about it, the Sea Heart Flame in Han Feng's hand also flew into Gao Fan's palm. The blue and red flames met in Gao Fan's hand, like two smart elves, and seemed to dance. Everyone present was stunned. Is there anyone who can play with strange fire like this? What kind of operation is this? Han Feng's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. The divine sense he had cast on the Sea Heart Flame disappeared. Now he could not feel the Sea Heart Flame at all. What did you do? Han Feng almost cried. The Sea Heart Flame was obtained by him after much hardship. I didn't do anything. Gao Fan shook his head and smiled. Since I was a child, I have a special ability, which is to be very close to these fires. Everyone in my family calls me the God of Fire. God of Fire. Everyone looked at each other. Their eyes were uncertain. Yun looked at Gao Fan with a trace of admiration in her eyes. It turned out that this man could also control the legendary strange fire. It was simply heavenly. Medusa remembered the time when Gao Fan subdued the Qinglian Earth Heart Flame underground. Gao Fan also used this ability to control the strange fire. She didn't have so many feelings in her heart, but when she saw that Gao Fan could even subdue the Sea Heart Flame that had an owner, she was a little uneasy. You know, that strange fire can be blessed by divine sense. Lu Qing, Lin Xiuya, and Hu Jia looked at each other and understood, so we lost to the God of Fire. It's not unfair. Xiao Yan's face was dark. Brother, you are really good at bragging. God of Fire, right? Han Feng said flatteringly. I am the #1 alchemist in the Blackhorn region. As long as you return my Sea Heart Flame to me, I will give you a 6th grade barrier-breaking pill. 6th grade barrier-breaking pill. The two elders, Jin and Yin, shouted at the same time. This is the reward you gave us, brothers. We brothers are still counting on it to break through the Duzong. Don't worry, Jin and Yin, you will get it, Han Feng said sinisterly. Gao Fan looked at Han Feng with contempt. The #1 alchemist in the Blackhorn region? Is it awesome? But I think you are rubbish. When everyone heard Gao Fan's words, their faces turned black. Isn't the #1 alchemist in the Blackhorn region awesome? You should know that the Du Qi continent of alchemists can be said to be a rare animal. A high-level alchemist like Han Feng is the wealth of the entire Du Qi continent. Boy, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your voice. Han Feng's face was dark. He really couldn't stand Gao Fan's arrogance. Do you mean you are not trash? Gao Fan continued to raise his head and look down on Han Feng. It just so happens that I also know an alchemist who is 100 times stronger than you. 100 times stronger than me? Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Who is it? Come out! Gao Fan looked at Han Feng without changing his expression. Old Yao. The next second, Yao Chen's soul shadow appeared in front of everyone. Yao Chen? Han Feng gritted his teeth with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. I didn't expect you to be alive. Yao Chen? Everyone showed a puzzled look, but some people knew Yao Chen's name. Yao Chen, the former #1 alchemist on the continent and the first-generation leader of Xingyun Pavilion? Is it him? Didn't he say he was dead? Isn't he Han Feng's master? What's going on? Hey, Yao Chen smiled slightly. Thanks to you. I only have a wisp of soul left. If it weren't for these two children saving me, I would be dead now. Everyone was shocked and heard the hidden meaning of Yao Chen's words. Han Feng, you are a traitor to your teacher and ancestors. Xiaoyan was furious. Who are you? Han Feng frowned. I am the teacher's disciple, Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan glared at Han Feng. Han Feng only glanced at Xiaoyan and then looked at Gao Fan beside him. Yao Chen, did you pass the technique to Gao Fan and help him become the God of Fire? God of Fire? Yao Chen glanced at Gao Fan and smiled. No, Xiaoyan is my only disciple. As for Gao Fan, even I am not qualified to be his teacher. Everyone was surprised, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Who is Gao Fan? The continent's #1 alchemist is not qualified to be Gao Fan's teacher? Are you kidding me? Are you bragging? Humph! Pretending! Han Feng looked at the 8 Do Huangs around him. You! Kill all these people! The Do Huangs looked at each other. Although Yao Chen's words were very intimidating, a young man with mediocre strength was not enough to stop them. Humph! The 8 Do Huangs soared into the air, full of momentum. Everyone in Canaan College looked solemn and nervous. Ignorance! How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Gao Fan waved his hand, and a wall of telekinesis directly wrapped up Han Feng and the people behind him. What is this? Everyone was stunned. Humph! Han Feng snorted coldly. Isn't it just a barrier? Are we afraid that we can't break the barrier of a young boy with so many people attacking together? As he spoke, Han Feng led his people to attack Gao Fan's barrier. But after 10 minutes, they got nothing. The people behind Han Feng were stunned. What's going on? A bunch of ignorant trash! Gao Fan grinned with contempt. I said I'm a god. Do you think a mere mortal can be compared with a god? Is he really a god? Someone behind Han Feng asked in a trembling voice. Nonsense. Han Feng's face turned grim. The strongest person in this world is duty. Where does the god come from? What an idiot! Gao Fan glanced at Han Feng as if he was looking at an idiot, and then looked at Yao Chen. Yao Lao, tell me, what should we do? Ah! Yao Chen sighed deeply, looking at Han Feng, his former disciple, with a tangled face. He knew that with Gao Fan's methods, Han Feng would not be able to escape today, so Yao Chen had already made a decision in his heart. Yao Chen looked up, and in an instant he seemed to have aged several years. He turned around with a melancholy face. Han Feng, your master hopes that you will be a good person in your next life. Old thing, what did you say? Han Feng's eyes widened, and the corners of his eyes were about to burst. Ha ha! Gao Fan smiled slightly, raised his hand, and Han Feng was directly blown into ashes. Everyone was stunned again. A Duong was blown up like this? The Do Huangs behind Han Feng stared with their eyes wide open, looking around for Han Feng. Lu Qing swallowed his saliva, thinking that he had fought Gao Fan twice and still survived, which was simply a miracle. Lin Shuya and Hu Jiao were also sweating coldly. Su Qian, Hu Qian, and He Mu pinched each other's flesh to confirm that they were not dreaming. The people around Gao Fan were probably the ones who were a little calmer. However, Yao Chen still had a look of surprise on his face. Even Dou Huang can't survive a single move from him? Gao Fan looked at the Dou Huangs in the telekinetic space with a faint smile on his face. A man of insight is a hero. You still have a chance. Kneel down now and swear allegiance to me. The Jinyan brothers looked at each other and knelt on the ground in an instant. Your Majesty, I, Jinjiao and Yinjiao, would like to lead our disciples to swear allegiance to your Majesty and the Fan Kingdom from now on and never betray you for the rest of your life. If you break the oath, your soul will fly away. Everyone was surprised. Such a heavy oath. The Jinyan brothers were so cruel. Of course, Gao Fan made them say this oath through telepathy. Well, very good. Gao Fan smiled faintly. Appoint brothers Jin and Yin as the commanders of the Blackhorn War Zone of Fan country, and give them the title of General Guard, commanding the entire army of the Blackhorn region of Fan country. The other 6 Dou Huangs saw that the strongest brothers Jin and Yin had knelt in submission, and they also understood their current situation. They looked at each other and knelt down to Gao Fan. Your Majesty, we are willing to lead your disciples to swear allegiance to your Majesty and Fan country from now on and never betray them for the rest of their lives. If we break the oath, our souls will be scattered. Ding! Congratulations on getting 100 points. Everyone in Canaan Academy was dumbfounded. Was it so easy to accomplish? Generals, please stand up. Gao Fan put his hands behind his back with a dignified look on his face. From today on, you are the people of the Fan Kingdom. You go back and integrate the strongest forces in the sects. Within 3 days, go to Zhenghui Pass to find General Qin Fen to learn the management methods of the Empire Army. From now on, all of you sects will become the army of my Fan Kingdom. You must strictly abide by military discipline. You will be managed by the 2 elders Jin and Yin to expand the territory of the Blackhorn region for the Fan Kingdom. Now, disperse. Yes, your Majesty, take your leave. The 8 Dou Huangs stood up and flew away one after another. Su Qian stared at Gao Fan in a daze, not knowing what to say. Gao Fan looked at Su Qian and smiled slightly. Elder Su, do you want to bring Canaan Academy to join my Fan Kingdom? You, what do you want to do? Su Qian's eyelids twitched and his hands trembled a little. Don't worry. Gao Fan smiled cunningly. I'm a good person. Su Qian thought to himself, you don't look like a good person when you look like this. Brother, this is for you. Gao Fan took out 2 strange fires and handed them to Xiao. When Su Qian saw the falling heart flame, his eyelids twitched violently. Damn, it turned out that they had been eyeing the falling heart flame all along. Don't worry, the talent training tower of Canaan Academy will not perish. Gao Fan looked at everyone at Canaan Academy and said lightly, after Xiao absorbs the falling heart flame, he will come back often to add more fire. Su Qian was relieved when he heard Gao Fan's words. Xiao did not refuse, but just looked excited. The falling heart flame ranked 14th on the strange fire list, and the sea heart flame ranked 15th. Thank you, Brother Fan. It's a small matter. Gao Fan stopped talking nonsense and called Ziyan over. Master! Ziyan jumped and pointed at the magma pool. There are treasures underneath. Ha ha! Gao Fan touched Ziyan's head, lifted Ziyan up and sat her on his shoulders, and looked at Yun and the other girls. Everyone go back first. I'll go down with Ziyan to take a look. I don't know when we'll be able to come up. After that, Gao Fan took Ziyan and jumped into the magma world again. Yao Chen looked at Gao Fan, who disappeared in the magma world, took a deep breath and smiled with relief. In the magma world, Gao Fan advanced in one direction under Ziyan's command. Not long after, the two met the Flame Lizard clan, and it seemed that the direction was right. However, Gao Fan was not very interested in this group of flame lizards that could not survive without magma, so he wanted to choose to bypass them. Master, I found that we can't bypass them. It seems that our thing is in the encirclement of these lizards, Ziyan said. Gao Fan pursed his lips. Then I can only trouble Ziyan to use your domineering spirit to drive them away. Gao Fan smiled. Yeah, Xian nodded, a little hesitant. She then raised her little head and looked at Gao Fan. They don't seem to be afraid of me, huh? Gao Fan looked at these fire lizards, and they all looked at him and Xian with covetous eyes. It seems that these guys are deliberately guarding the things in the middle. Gao Fan grinned. It seems that they are going to kill again. Not long after, a large group of fire lizards fell at Gao Fan's feet. Gao Fan and Xian also successfully arrived at their destination, a deep pit of magma that was sinking down. Who are you? How dare you disturb my good deeds? Gao Fan and Xian came to the deep pit, and a woman in a fiery red dress stood opposite them. The woman had delicate eyebrows and eyes, and her body was burning with blazing flames. She held a flaming spear in her hand and looked very domineering. Gao Fan frowned slightly. Who is this woman? She is pretty. Gao Fan activated his telepathy and learned the woman's identity. It turned out that this woman was the queen of the Fire Lizard clan. She was trying to subdue a remnant soul from the skeleton next to her for evolution. Gao Fan looked at the skeleton next to the woman, and a black line appeared on his forehead. Skyfire, Venerable, why are you in such a miserable situation? Skyfire Venerable said, Boy, how do you know my name? Help me get rid of this woman quickly, and I will give you another great opportunity. Asshole! The Lizard Queen's face was stern, and she looked at Xian with a vigilant face. From Xian, the Lizard Queen felt a trace of fear. Gao Fan noticed the abnormality of the Lizard Queen and couldn't help but grin. What? Lizard Queen, are you afraid of my Xian? Gao Fan touched Xian's head. The Lizard Queen was obviously shocked. You are just a human. How dare you touch her head? If that person knows, you will die. That person? Xian was slightly surprised. It seems that you know more than I do? Gao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hand. The Lizard Queen was horrified that she was bounced away by a strange force. Gao Fan waved his hand and put the remains of the Skyfire Venerable into the ring and grabbed the Skyfire Venerable's soul in his palm. The Skyfire Venerable looked at Gao Fan with a look of surprise. Who are you, boy? How can your soul power be so strong? Gao Fan smiled evilly. The Skyfire Venerable is indeed well-informed. Seeing Gao Fan's smile, the Skyfire Venerable peed at that time. He found that he had just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. Gao Fan grinned slightly, and without any hesitation, he took the Skyfire Venerable away. When the Lizard Queen saw Gao Fan taking the Skyfire Venerable away, her eyes were filled with cannibalistic anger. I know. You want to use this old man's soul to evolve, activate the blood of the fire lizards, and take the fire lizards away from this hell world. Gao Fan smiled. But you found the wrong person. This old man is the one I want. The Lizard Queen's face was full of doubts, and her eyes were erratic. She knew that although the young man in front of her looked ordinary, he was actually not that simple. Whether it was the move that the other party had just used to bounce her away, or the one word that he now said about his goal, it showed that the other party was not a simple human. Who are you? The Lizard Queen frowned slightly. Someone who can help you evolve. Gao Fan smiled confidently. He had to continue to have a harem. The condition is that you come with me and be my maid. The Lizard Queen smiled charmingly when she heard Gao Fan's words. Although you are very handsome, why should I believe that you have the ability to fulfill your promise? Gao Fan put his hands behind his back with a confident look on his face. I am the Emperor of the Fan Kingdom, the only emperor in history. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Fan Kingdom? The Lizard Queen frowned slightly. Is it the Fan Kingdom that suddenly replaced the Gamma Empire half a year ago? Hey, Gao Fan smiled slightly. It seems that you are well informed. Of course. The Lizard Queen raised the corner of her mouth. I heard that even the Snake Kingdom was recruited by you. Yes. Gao Fan nodded. I can find a territory for your Flame Lizard clan and enjoy the same treatment as the Snake Kingdom. These are all later stories. What I want to hear now is, how are you going to help me activate my bloodline? The Lizard Queen looked cunning. If I'm not mistaken, what you need is soul power. Gao Fan said lightly. Yes. The Lizard Queen's beautiful eyes turned upside down, and she looked at Gao Fan curiously. Gao Fan took out the soul bag he had snatched from the Guardian Wu last time, and looked at the Lizard Queen with a playful look. Soul bag? The Lizard Queen became fierce. I didn't expect you to be a Soul Clan. Tsk, Gao Fan sneered. How could I be a Soul Clan? This is my trophy. You killed the Soul Palace Guardian? The Lizard Queen's eyes were stern. Yes, I will kill more in the future, until they are all killed. Gao Fan smiled lightly. Hiss! Lizard Queen took a breath of cold air and then her face froze. Give me the soul bag, I will be your maid. Deal. Gao Fan smiled slightly and threw the soul bag to the Lizard Queen. I am Gao Fan. She is Ziyan. What is your name? Hong Yue? The Lizard Queen said lightly. Ding! Congratulations on getting 100 points. Nice name. Gao Fan smiled and glanced at Ziyan. Hong Yue, take me to see the guy you mentioned. Are you serious? Hong Yue frowned slightly. That guy is very strong. Gao Fan smiled slightly. If I'm not strong, how can I prove my strength? Okay, Hong Yue nodded with a smile on her face. But before going to Duty Mansion, Gao Fan had to draw a prize first. Zhu Kun is a real Dou Sheng, and he should not be underestimated. Don't just kill yourself by accident and play around. Draw a prize, 200 points. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Bloodline, Thunder God. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item, Storm Hack. Good. Luck, it's a set. Fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. Gain lightning ability. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading. Activate the ability to move quickly. Current level is 7 stars in the universe. Magma World. Duty Mansion Gao Fan and the other two stood in front of a huge palace gate, looking up at this towering building like a mountain. This house is so big. Ziyan looked at Duty Mansion with horror. Gao Fan touched Ziyan's little head with a loving look on his face. If Ziyan likes this place, can we use it as our home if we have a chance? Home? Ziyan looked around and shook her head repeatedly. No, it's too hot to live here. Haha. Before Gao could even laugh, he was blown away by a violent flame and slammed directly into a rock, forming a human-shaped cave. Hong Yue looked at the cave, frowned slightly, and worried. Gao Fan, don't die! Boy, who allowed you to touch her head? A dragon head appeared in the void, and its huge dragon eyes stared at Gao Fan, who was slammed deep into the stone wall. What kind of monster are you? How can you bully the master? Ziyan rushed up and punched the dragon on the forehead. Silly daughter, I'm your father. The dragon's mouth opened and closed with a faint pressure. Who is your daughter? Ziyan's face was full of stubbornness. You hurt the master, I will fight you to the death. Stop, Ziyan. Gao Fan's voice came from the stone cave. Gao Fan pulled himself out of the stone wall. His chest was bloody and fleshy. It was the blow from Zhu Kun. However, the wound healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye and soon recovered as before. This. Hong Yue's face was full of surprise. She couldn't understand Gao Fan's ability. Zhu Kun's eyelids also twitched, but he was much calmer than Hong Yue. Gao Fan had a faint smile on his face. This was the second person who hurt him. Fighting Saint, you are really amazing. Master, are you okay? Over, looking worried. Zhu Kun's big eyes were full of anger. Boy, who are you? You can actually withstand my blow. Zhu Kun knew very well that he was an 8-star fighting saint, and he could be said to be an invincible old monster in this Duki continent. Even if his ability was suppressed by the Duty Palace, he could still have the strength of a 5-star Duzun. Gao Fan was just a human being, so young. How could he have the strength to withstand his attack? This was simply unbelievable. Hey! Gao Fan twisted his neck. I am Gao Fan, the Emperor of Fan Kingdom. Fan Kingdom? Zhu Kun thought for a while. I haven't been to the Duchi continent for a long time. When did such a country appear? Gao Fan put his hands behind his back, with a proud face. I want to invite you to join my Fan Kingdom. Are you willing? Zhu Kun glanced over and then laughed. Ha ha ha! Where do you get your confidence from, young man? Why don't we make a bet? Guiled, slightly. I will fight you for 10 moves. If you hit me once, I will commit suicide. If you can't hit me, you agree to join my Fan Kingdom. Arrogant. Zhu Kun's eyes were full of anger. 1 move will do. Zhu Kun spit out a mouthful of dragon fire again in anger. Gao Fan grinned, activated his ability to quickly move and dodge the attack. Hong Yue and Zhu Kun were dumbfounded. How is this possible? You still have 9 chances. Gao Fan looked at Zhu Kun with a sly smile. Humph! Zhu Kun snorted coldly, and the huge dragon mouth opened, with flames accumulating inside. This attack was obviously much more powerful than the previous one. But the result was the same as the last time. Gao Fan dodged again. After 10 times, none of them hit. Hong Yue looked at Gao Fan with a confident face and couldn't help swallowing. This emperor of the Fan Kingdom was really strong. Zhu Kun's breath was a little unstable, and a series of attacks consumed him a lot. He didn't expect that he would lose to this boy. Damn Dou Di, if you hadn't controlled me, how could I lose to a little kid? Zhu Kun looked back at the Dou Di mansion. Who are you? Zhu Kun's eyes were gloomy. Didn't I say that? Gao Fan smiled slightly. I am the greatest emperor of all time, Gao Fan, the emperor of Fan Kingdom. Gao Fan shouted, and violent lightning suddenly appeared on his body, and his speed suddenly increased to the extreme. A strange-looking axe appeared in his hand, and he rushed towards Zhu Kun with a fierce momentum. Zhu Kun's eyes were filled with fear. This was the feeling of death that he had not seen for many years. He hurriedly used his luck and fighting spirit to resist Gao Fan's attack, but found that his strength was not enough to compete. Zhu Kun was stunned. Am I going to die here today? Crack! With a crisp sound, Gao Fan chopped off one of Zhu Kun's dragon horns with an axe. Hey, hey! Gao Fan looked at Zhu Kun. I'll collect some. Spoils, you don't mind, right? Zhu Kun was stunned for a long time, and blood flowed from the wound where the dragon horn was cut off and flowed into his eyes. Zhu Kun smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew that even at his peak, he would not be able to avoid this attack. I lost. Thank you for showing mercy. Gurgle. Hong Yue swallowed her saliva in surprise. This general is really strong. She was now beginning to feel lucky that she did not directly reject Gao Fan before. Gao Fan's body was suspended in the air and came to Zhu Kun's big head. You lost? Now you can fulfill your promise and join my Fan Kingdom. Of course. Zhu Kun smiled cunningly. I'm trapped here. If you rescue me, I will join your Fan Kingdom. Ha ha! Gao Fan smiled. Of course, he knew that Zhu Kun was trapped here. Then he took out the Tuoshe Ancient Emperor Jade and looked at Zhu Kun with a smile. Is it the key? Zhu Kun's eyes were filled with horror. The jade contained the pressure of the Dao Emperor, which naturally suppressed him. Where did you get the key? It was handed down from my ancestors. Gao Fan smiled faintly and came to the front door. There was a groove on the door, and it was obvious that only a complete set of Tuoshe Ancient Emperor Jade could be put into the groove. Gao Fan suddenly had an idea and put 1/8 of the Tuoshe Ancient Emperor Jade into the groove on the door. Click! A small door opened in a corner of the Dou Di mansion. Is this possible? Gao Fan looked at the open small door with a confused look on his face. He actually wanted to give it a try. Didn't we agree that we need to collect all the Tuoshe Ancient Emperor Jade to open the Dou Di mansion? Zhu Kun also expressed a little confusion. Could it be that only a fragment of a key could open the Dou Di mansion? Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Gao Fan led a few people into the Dou Di mansion. Click! The next moment after they entered the Dou Di mansion, the door closed, and Gao Fan put away the key. Looking at the spacious hall in the Dou Di mansion, Gao Fan was stunned. What is this called? Going through the back door? Gao Fan looked at Zhu Kun. Zhu Kun has now transformed into a human form. Gao Fan has the fragment of the Tuoshe Ancient Emperor Jade, so he has to follow Gao Fan obediently. I don't know. Yeah, Gao Fan nodded. That's normal. Master, I can feel something ahead. Xian spoke. Yeah, let's go. Gao Fan took the lead and stepped out. Soon, several people discovered something strange in the Dou Emperor's mansion. The further they went in, the smaller the space they could explore became, in the shape of a fan. The space outside the fan could be seen with the naked eye, but the spirit and body could not pass through, as if it was a void. Everyone soon came to an open square with a stone pillar standing on it. The further they went forward, the clearer the picture became. In the visible void, there was also such a stone pillar. It seems that 1/8 of the Tuoshe Ancient Emperor Jade can only open 1/8 of the place. Gao Fan stepped forward and touched the huge stone pillar on the side with his hand, and a brilliant flame ignited on it. The flames burned brightly, orange-yellow. Xuanhuangyan? Venerable Tianhuo came out of Gao Fan's storage ring, with a look of doubt on his face. He had seen the duel between Gao Fan and Zhu Kun before, and he was completely convinced of Gao Fan. Such a young man is a person worth following. The Xuanhuangyan here is just a phantom, Gao Fan said lightly. Venerable Tianhuo nodded repeatedly. He was the previous owner of the Fallen Heart Flame, and of course he knew. That flame looks like Xuanhuangyan, but it has no origin. Everyone continued to move forward. The space became smaller and smaller, and two more stone pillars appeared in front of everyone. It's the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire and the Sea Heart Flame. Venerable Skyfire was surprised and looked around at the stone pillars in the void. Who left these relics? If there is a strange fire on each stone pillar, then have all the 23 kinds of strange fire on the strange fire list been absorbed by this person? This is the duty palace of Tuoshe Ancient Emperor. Zhu Kun glanced at Gao Fan indifferently. It can only be opened with a complete Tuoshe Ancient Emperor jade. Could it be? Venerable Skyfire looked at Gao Fan. What you just held, is it? No. Gao Fan shook his head. I only got 1/8 of the Tuoshe Ancient Emperor jade. The rest is not with me. Let's go. Keep going inside and take a look. Gao Fan led everyone to continue walking inside and came to the center of the square. In the center, there were two flowing lights flying in the sky, colorful and gorgeous. Gao Fan waved his hand and the two lights flew directly into his hands. Huh? Gao Fan looked at the things in his hand and was surprised. This is a jade slip of a technique and a small storage ring. Gao Fan probed with his spiritual sense and found out that the jade slip of the technique contained a high-level fighting skill of heaven level, called Nirvana Heaven Ruler. This storage ring has countless spaces. It can be said to be a world. Moreover, Gao Fan found that this storage ring can also store the Dodi Palace. The most surprising thing is that this storage ring is called Bu Palace. Bu Palace? Gao Fan shouted in astonishment. Isn't this the lair of Tongtian's sect master in the conferred god list? Why did he end up here? It should be a coincidence, Gao Fan muttered. Gao Fan put the storage ring away and the space shook. Everyone appeared in the void outside the Dodi Palace again with a look of surprise, and the towering Dodi Palace had disappeared. This! Zhu Kun could clearly feel that he was connected to the Dodi Palace, and the Dodi Palace was still near him. Lord Zhu Kun looked at Gao Fan with an uncertain expression. He could feel that the Duty Palace was on Gao Fan. Gao Fan smiled slightly. Don't look at me like that, I'll be shy. Could it be that you took it? Zhu Kun's eyes were uncertain. Yes, I have the Tuoshe Ancient Emperor Jade, it's just normal operation. Gao Fan looked mysterious. Huh, is it the two streams of light Before asked? Yes. Gao Fan was not shy at all. I am now in control of the Duty Palace, so you are free too. Gao Fan waved his hand, and a stream of light merged with Zhu Kun. Zhu Kun's eyes were full of surprise. He knew that Gao Fan did not lie to him. He was really free. Okay, I will help you be free. Gao Fan smiled. So, Lord Zhu Kun of the Dragon Emperor of the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan, are you willing to join my fan kingdom? Hongyo looked surprised. Are you the Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun? Huh? Xian's eyes were full of doubts. From the beginning, she felt that this enemy was very familiar. Previously, this enemy also claimed to be his father. Now it seems that it is true. Zhu Kun's eyes were erratic. He didn't know how Gao Fan knew his identity. If he refused Gao Fan's invitation, he couldn't afford to break his promise. But if he agreed, he couldn't afford to live under someone else's roof. Don't worry, Gao Fan smiled faintly. I won't force you to do anything. You just need to put your name on it. Deal, Zhu Kun smiled. Ding, Dodi Mansion Zhu Kun, 200 points. Haha, this system, now I don't even bother to say congratulations. On the cliff behind the Canaan Academy, a group of Canaan Academy elders led by Su Qian and Yun Medusa were protecting Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan absorbed the Sea Heart Flame and the Fallen Heart Flame and was striving for the realm of Do Huang. Xiao Yan absorbed two kinds of strange fire at once, and the huge energy inside burst out in an instant. He was a little overwhelmed. Even Yao Chen was now anxious. Master Yao, we have done everything we can do. Now it all depends on his luck, Yun said calmly. Yao Chen looked solemn. Yes, this kid is too troublesome. Gao Fan flew down with Ziyan, Hong Yue, and Zhu Kun. Yao Chen saw Zhu Kun's extraordinariness at first sight. Yun and Medusa were jealous when they saw Hong Yue beside Gao Fan. Gao Fan looked at Xiao Yan, whose face was changing from green to purple in the middle of the barrier, and felt the Fallen Heart Flame and the Sea Heart Flame in his body rioting. Why is this kid so anxious? He didn't even wait for me to come back? Gao Fan's fire control ability was activated, and Xiaoyan's condition improved instantly. Skyfire Venerable was originally frightened by Xiaoyan, who had several kinds of strange fire in his body, but now he was shocked by Gao Fan's ability to control strange fire. Now Skyfire Venerable had a question mark on his face. What kind of people are these? At this point, Xiaoyan's condition finally stabilized. Okay, Yao Lao and I will just stay here. You all can go. Gao Fan waved his hand calmly. Elder Su Chunji left first, and Yun and Medusa followed Ziyan and Jukun. Ziyan, who is this sister in red? Why don't you introduce her to us? Yun asked. My name is Hong Yue. Hong Ye could see the hostility of Yun and Medusa towards her. Hong Yue? Medusa's face was cold. Yes, she is Sister Hong Yue, the master's new maid. Ziyan smiled. Haha, is that so? Yun smiled and took Hong Yue's hand. Let's go. I'll take you to our yard. Wait for me. Ziyan grabbed Yun's skirt. Medusa and Jukun followed closely behind. Medusa could feel the blood power emanating from Jukun, which was very similar to Ziyan but much more domineering. 7-colored swallowing heaven? Jukun looked at Medusa and smiled slightly. I really don't know where this kid got the opportunity to gather so many talented people around him. After that, Dragon Emperor Jukun followed closely behind Ziyan. Medusa's back was covered in cold sweat. She knew that if Jukun's look just now had murderous intent, she would have been dead. Who is he? Medusa's eyes were full of horror. One of us. Gao Fan smiled and said nothing more. 3 days later, ding! Xiaoyan advances to Do Huang, points +100. Brother, congratulations on your advancement to Do Huang. Gao Fan smiled and took out 2 jade slips. This is for you. This is the high-level, heaven-level fighting skill, Nirvana Heaven Ruler, that Gao Fan had obtained in the Do Emperor's mansion before, and the 5-wheel fire separation method, squeezed from the Skyfire Venerable. Xiaoyan took the jade slip and looked horrified. Low-level heaven-rank Do skill? Yao Chen looked at Gao Fan in disbelief. Where did you get this? Ha! Gao Fan smiled slightly. Just a little adventure. Who are you kidding? A little adventure? Yao Chen curled his lips. Since meeting Gao Fan, Yao Chen has become somewhat accustomed to it. Gao Fan's adventures are as simple as eating. Practice well. Gao Fan patted Xiaoyan's shoulder and left the cliff behind the mountain. A month later, a secret letter came from the Fan Kingdom, saying that the army of the Izumo Empire was approaching the border and approaching the imperial city of the Fan Kingdom. With the help of Yao Chen, Gao Fan reshaped the body of the Skyfire Venerable. Since the skeleton of the Skyfire Venerable was still there, the process was very smooth. The Skyfire Venerable has now returned to the peak and has the strength of a 5-star Do Zun. After helping Gao Fan completely pacify the Blackhorn region, Jukun took Ziyan back to the Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan, because Jukun was worried that his absence would cause chaos in the clan. The 2 elders, Jin and Yin, officially advanced to Dozong, and the power of the Fan Kingdom in the Blackhorn region was also consolidated. Gao Fan did not force it, and it was a good thing for Ziyan to go back to Dragon Island for a while. At least she would grow faster. After bidding farewell to the people of Canaan Academy, Gao Fan took everyone back to the imperial capital. Fan Kingdom Imperial Capital. When Gao Fan returned to the imperial capital, he was furious when he saw everything in front of him. He did not expect that the Chuyun Empire would be so cruel this time, and even civilians were not spared. Wherever they swept through, the land was charred and blood flowed like a river. Damn it! Gao Fan looked at the desolate mountains and rivers and felt angry. Moreover, the little black breath left in the air showed that all this was related to the Soul Palace. It was another butterfly effect, and the Soul Clan had already taken action in advance. In the original novel, the Soul Clan started the war more than 10 years later. It seems that I have accelerated the process. You guys wait at home. I'll be back soon. Gao Fan left a sentence and flew out alone. This time, he wanted to kill someone. 40 miles outside the imperial city, there was a camp of the Izumo Empire Coalition Army tent. The high-ranking officials of the Izumo Empire were all sitting in the tent. At your request, we have brought the war here. Tomorrow is the decisive battle between my Izumo Empire and the Fan Kingdom. I would like to ask, when will you give us what we want? An old man in a black robe asked in a low voice, looking at the 3 black shadows hiding in black robes. Hey! The Black Shadow in the black robe laughed. Don't worry, we in the Soul Palace never break our promises. After tomorrow, you can all get elixirs to improve your strength. Old demon, don't be anxious. The old demon in a black robe sneered. I hope you don't break your promise. I didn't even go back when my own sect in the Blackhorn region was incorporated by the Fan Kingdom. If you break your promise, I don't mind removing your stronghold in the Izumo Empire. Heh, don't worry, I won't. The Black Shadow in the black robe smiled slightly. Bang! The black-robed man's smile froze instantly. He felt a palpitation and hurriedly looked at the door of the military tent. Everyone felt the air become cold, shuddered, and looked at Gao Fan, who had just appeared from the door, with a look of astonishment. Who are you? What are you doing in my Izumo Empire Coalition camp? The old demon looked at Gao Fan with a vigilant face, because even he didn't know how Gao Fan appeared. Iron Guardian, Xuan Guardian, Night Guardian. Gao Fan glanced coldly at the three guardians of the Soul Palace and smiled slightly. You, Soul Palace, you really think highly of the Fan Kingdom. Everyone looked puzzled. Even they didn't know the names of these three black shadows. The three guardians of the Soul Palace looked at each other and were also very surprised that Gao Fan knew their names. The leading Night Guardian said coldly, Hey, boy, I don't care where you know our name from, but today you dare to break in. Shut up! Before Night Guardian finished speaking, Gao Fan shouted. The bodies of the three Soul Hall Guardians exploded at the same time, and their souls fled. Gao Fan waved his hand and collected all the souls and storage rings of the three people. The people of the Soul Hall are laughing so ugly. The others in the military tent were stunned. This young man is so strong. I am the old demon of the earth. May I ask your name? The old demon of the earth bowed slightly to Gao Fan. The others also stood up and were respectful to Gao Fan. In the Duki continent, the strong are respected, and Gao Fan, in front of them, is already stronger than the sky. Gao Fan glanced at these people lightly, with a face full of anger. You people colluded with the Soul Palace and killed too many people in my fan country. So today, if you want to leave, you have to be my slaves, and your forces will become the army of my fan country. Gao Fan looked domineering. Arrogant boy. Luo Yantian, the leader of the Yunlan Sect, looked stern. You. Before he finished speaking, Luo Yantian's head turned into a bloody rain in the explosion. Shocked. Even the old demon was shocked. Just like killing the three guardians of the Soul Palace just now, he could not feel a trace of fighting spirit fluctuations, and the person was gone. The most terrifying thing is that Gao Fan did not even move his hands, and kept his hands behind his back. What kind of ability is this? It is simply unheard of. They were terrified and motionless. Sir, your request? The leader of the Wanshi sect, Shebian, tilted his neck and fell to the ground. Gao Fan glanced at Shebian calmly, then asked in a deep voice, Who among you has any objections? The three elders of Mulan Valley looked at each other with fear in their eyes. After a little thought, they knelt down one after another. The third elder of Mulan Valley swears to lead the forces of Mulan Valley to be loyal to His Majesty and the country of Fan. If you break the oath, your soul will be scattered. Gao Fan nodded with satisfaction and looked at Fang Yan, the master of the Demon Flame Valley. Fang Yan's legs softened and he knelt on the ground. Your servant Fang Yan swears to lead the forces of the Demon Flame Valley to be loyal to His Majesty and the country of Fan. If you break the oath, your soul will be scattered. Gao Fan looked at the old demon. What about you? The old demon put his fists behind his back, clenched them tightly, and trembled constantly. He could feel that there was a strange energy surrounding his body that was not fighting spirit. These energies carried a strong, murderous intent. As long as he was a little abnormal, he would end up like Luo, Yantian, and Shi Bian. He was very conflicted, wondering whether he should kneel down or not. He was a dignified 6-star Dozong, and among this group of people, he was even stronger than the three guardians of the Soul Hall. Now he was asked to kneel down by a young boy and to recognize him as his master. If this happened in other places, the old demon ghost would kill people on the spot. But now he found that he was actually scared. 5-4. Gao Fan glanced at the old demon ghost and began to count down. Plop! The old demon ghost knelt down directly. Old slave greets the master. The three elders, Mulan and Fang Yan on the side, were dumbfounded. After all, you are a dignified Dozong, but you are so shameless that you call yourself an old slave? Gao Fan looked at the old demon ghost with a look of surprise. But through telepathy, he knew what the old demon ghost was thinking. He was just more afraid of death than anyone else. Gao Fan smiled slightly and sat at the first seat in the military tent where the old demon ghost originally sat. Gao Fan looked at these Dozongs and smiled. Since you want to join the Fan Kingdom, then you should also submit your Pledge of Allegiance. Please give your orders, Your Majesty. Everyone nodded. Appoint the old demon as the general of the Fan Kingdom's Chuyun war zone. The rest of you will obey the orders of the old demon. I will give you 3 months to plant the flags of my Fan Kingdom all over the territory of the Chuyun Empire. Yes! You can discuss the details yourself. I'm leaving first. Yes! In the Chuyun Empire, Gao Fan had already left the military tent. The old demon bit his finger. Tell me, how many flags do we need to plant the Chuyun Empire with the flags of the Fan Kingdom? And what does it mean to plant it all? The other Daozongs looked at each other, all confused. Fang Yan couldn't help it. General, His Majesty wants me to conquer the land of Chuyun Empire within 3 months. Oh, the old demon ghost suddenly realized, so that's what he meant. Ah, that's what he meant. Fang Yan smiled apologetically. What? The old demon ghost was surprised again. 3 months. Pass the order. The army will set out. The target is the capital of Chuyun Empire. General, may I ask how to deal with the Yunlan Sect and the Wanshi Sect? If you can recruit them, recruit them. If you can't recruit them, kill them. Yes. 3 months later, Chuyun Empire was pacified, and the army of Fan Kingdom returned triumphantly. Gao Fan got another 100 points from the system. Today is the day when the army enters the city. The people of the capital of Fan Kingdom came to see the might of the Empire's army. In order to speed up the pacification of Chuyun Empire, Gao Fan personally took all the concubines and Xiao to Chuyun Empire a month ago. So, Gao Fan was now in the team entering the city, and he was on a magic beast at the front of the team. Our Majesty is so handsome, our Queen is so beautiful. That's right, I really want to enter the palace to serve His Majesty, but the Queens won't let me. Oh my God, look, His Majesty is looking at me. No, His Majesty is looking at me. Gao Fan sat on the magic beast, looking at the people of the Fan Kingdom singing and laughing, and was very pleased. He felt that his decision to establish the Fan Kingdom was right. In the past 3 months, with the help of the Bodhi body transformation saliva obtained from Fang Yan, Xiao Yan successfully broke through to the 6th star of Do Huang, and also learned the secret art of the heavenly demon puppet from the earth demon Old Ghost. The other women all made progress. Even the weakest Ya Fei advanced to the 5th star Do Ling, and Hong Yue directly became a 1-star Do Zong. Medusa and Yun Yun were stuck at the 9th star of Do Huang, and they were just a little bit away from breaking through. Gao Fan sat on the throne of the emperor in the imperial palace and listened to the reports of the ministers. Your Majesty, the Imperial Military Academy has been completed and all the teachers are ready. There are currently fighting spirit departments, alchemy departments, and military departments. The first batch of students has reached 500 and classes will start next month. Su Chan said with a slightly red face, we moved Canaan College directly here. Okay, Gao Fan nodded. President Su, you have worked hard. Your Majesty, the Imperial Industrial College was completed a month ago. There are currently mathematics departments, physics departments, and chemistry departments. Xiao Zhan stood up and waved his hand. 3 Iron Man armors flew in the air and landed in the hall. Xiao Zhan's old face was slightly red. This is the first batch of armor produced by our Imperial Industrial College with the help of Jarvis. We named it Patriot. Okay. Gao Fan nodded repeatedly. It took a year for the technology tree of the Fighting Spirit continent to be a little bit up. Your Majesty, the Imperial Business School was established a year ago. So far, it has provided the Empire with dozens of business talents, which has doubled our country's income compared to last year. In the future, the business school will join hands with the industrial school to promote some of the industrial school's daily necessities to the entire continent, so that the wealth of the entire continent will flow to the Fan Kingdom. Skyfire Venerable said confidently, Your Majesty, The daily necessities we produce have also been loved by the general public, especially sanitary napkins, which have become a blessing for women. Yafei smiled. Your Majesty. Gao Fan listened to the reports of the people in the Fan Kingdom and was very satisfied with the development of the Fan Kingdom in recent days. Xiao also praised Gao Fan's methods. It can be said that Gao Fan brought the industrial revolution of the Earth to the Duki continent. In this way, the wealth and military force needed by Gao Fan to unify the Duki continent can be achieved in the shortest time. My dear ministers, you are all heroes of our Fan Kingdom. Gao Fan smiled. The development of our Fan Kingdom has entered the second step. As long as everyone maintains this momentum, I believe that in the near future, Fan Kingdom will eventually dominate the Duki continent. Your Majesty is wise. 1 month later, the Imperial Palace of Fan Kingdom. It's been 5 days since His Majesty left. I miss him. Venerable Tianhuo looked at Xiao beside him with a melancholy face. Prime Minister Xiao, where do you think His Majesty and his men are? Xiao smiled slightly. If nothing unexpected happens, I guess they should have arrived at the Tianxi mansion. But Master Tianhuo, we should first think about the construction of the army and strive to have the strength to march into Zhongzhou when His Majesty returns. Yes! Venerable Tianzuo stroked his beard. Prime Minister Xiao is right. The northern border of Fan Kingdom, the general location of the border with Zhongzhou. After crossing the space wormhole, Gao Fan and his party arrived at the territory of Tianxi Mansion. Tianxi Mansion, a huge courtyard located in a deep mountain valley. Lu Man, who was standing by, quickly grabbed Wan because Wan almost fell into Gao Fan's arms. Huh? Wan looked at Lu Man slyly. Isn't this handsome guy the one you're thinking about? Ahem! Gao Fan saw the two people's behavior and coughed dryly. A group of women came out from behind Gao Fan, and they all looked at Lu Man and Wan with covetous eyes. Ah! Wan looked at Lu Man charmingly. Lu Man, it seems that you have a lot of competitors. Stop it, Wan. Lu Man said coquettishly, pointing at Qinglin. Wan followed Lu Man's instructions and looked over. Ah! The three-flowered pupil of the green snake. Is the prophecy going to come true? Gao Fan frowned slightly. What prophecy? Wan looked at Gao Fan with a smile. If you are willing to let me be your woman, I will tell you. Ahem! Gao Fan looked at the women behind him, and all of them looked calm. What's going on? You are not angry? Yafei leaned close to Gao Fan's ear and whispered, Your Majesty, you are the Emperor, and it is not too much to have 3,000 beauties in the harem. My sisters and I have discussed it. As long as you like it, we all like it. Gao Fan looked at Yafei with surprise, and his heart was relieved. This harem has to be left to women to take care of. Gao Fan gave Yafei a thumbs up in his heart and looked at Wan. Then I'll take you as my maid. What? Wan put her hands on her hips, looking angry. With my strength, I can only be your maid? You look down on me too. Much, don't you? Gao Fan glanced at Lu Man. It seems she doesn't want to. Are you willing? Lu Man's beautiful eyes flickered. After coming back during this period of time, she thought a lot. Just like Wan said, she was really thinking about love during this period of time, and she couldn't help it. Just now, when she heard Wan say that she wanted to be Gao Fan's person, she was a little disappointed. Now Gao Fan asked the question in person, and Lu Man had no reason to refuse. I do. Lu Man nodded. Ding! Get 100 points. What? Everyone was confused. What's going on? Gao Fan smiled slightly. With telepathy, he knew everything Lu Man was thinking about. Wan on the side looked at Lu Man as if she had seen a ghost. Man, what are you doing? Lu Man smiled slightly and ignored the angry Wan. There is a prophecy in the Heavenly Snake Mansion. Legend has it that one day, a woman with 3 flowered pupils of a green snake will descend upon the Heavenly Snake Mansion. She will enter the Heavenly Snake Temple deep in the Heavenly Snake Mansion, where she will receive the inheritance of the saint and lead the Heavenly Snake Mansion to regain its glory. Lu Man, how dare you! As soon as Lu Man finished speaking, a person fell from the sky. The person who came was a tall and handsome man. When Lu Man saw the man, he hurriedly stood beside Gao Fan. Master, this is the first general of the Saint of the Heavenly Snake Mansion, Shi Qianshan, a 2-star Du Zong. Wan on the side was stunned by Lu Man's actions. She couldn't see Gao Fan's strength, so she didn't understand what Lu Man meant. Gao Fan looked at the newcomer and smiled. "Are you the strongest in the Heavenly Snake Palace?" "Humph! You shameless stowaways, I Qianshan will definitely eliminate you and restore my holy land to its innocence." Shi Qianshan was furious. "Wanwan, join forces with me to drive out the enemy." Wanwan rolled her eyes. "It's your job to resist the enemy. I'm a girl. It's not good to fight and kill. You." Shi Qianshan's face turned stern and he ignored Wanwan. He waved his hand and an exaggeratedly large black sword appeared in his hand. As the sword came out, the air instantly became cold and there was a faint smell of blood. It seemed that many souls died under the sword. "Look at the sword." Shi Qianshan slashed with the sword, and a black sword energy several meters wide bloomed from the sword, sweeping towards Gao Fan and his men like a storm. Gao Fan looked at the incoming knife and smiled faintly, letting the knife energy rush towards his body. "This?" Lu Man couldn't help but frown. She knew the power of Shi Qianshan's knife, which could split mountains and cut off rivers and was invincible. "This commander is going to die." Wanwan shook her head. She felt that Lu Man's investment this time was a mistake. But the next second, Lu Man, Wanwan, and Shi Qianshan all dropped, their jaws to the ground. When the majestic knife passed through Gao Fan's body, it quickly shrank and drilled into Gao Fan's body, as if it was absorbed by Gao Fan. "Impossible." Shi Qianshan widened her eyes. Gao Fan was confident and smiled. "Snake Qianshan, right? Nothing is impossible, because I am the Emperor of the Fan Kingdom, and I am invincible." "The Emperor of the Fan Kingdom?" Shi Qianshan's eyes were full of ups and downs. "Are you the Emperor of the Fan Kingdom, Gao Fan, who unified the Blackhorn region and conquered the Snake Kingdom?" "Haha, it seems that you also know me." Gao Fan put his hands behind his back. "You are the Emperor of the Fan Kingdom?" Wanwan widened her eyes with curiosity and looked Gao Fan up and down. After a long while, she exclaimed, "No wonder you are so handsome. By the way, do you still need a maid to warm your bed?" "Of course." Gao Fan smiled. "Hey, then I will be your maid too." Wanwan smiled and jumped to Lu Man's side, holding Lu Man's hand. Lu Man smiled slightly, and the two had a very good relationship. Wanwan tilted her head and looked at Shi Qianshan, who was standing opposite her. "Shi Qianshan, you must see clearly. This is the Emperor of the Fan Kingdom. The blue-eyed three-flower pupil has also submitted to him. Think about the prophecy. The future of the Heavenly Snake Mansion is in your hands." Shi Qianshan gritted his teeth, his face full of entanglement. Over the years, he has worked really hard just to revive the Heavenly Snake Mansion by himself. He wanted to marry the blue-eyed three-flower pupil and then become the boss of the Talent Mansion. But now it seems that everything is so unrealistic. Don't worry, I promise that the Heavenly Snake Mansion will definitely revive its glory and return to Zhongzhou, and even be more powerful than before. Gao Fan looked up at the sky, his face full of domineering. "I will be the only emperor of the entire continent. Zhongzhou can't stop my steps." Everyone was infected by Gao Fan's heroic spirit, and their hearts trembled instantly. It seemed that Gao Fan really had the ability to unify the Duchi continent. Clang! The big knife in Shi Qianshan's hand fell to the ground. "Your Majesty, I Shi Qianshan pay my respects to your Majesty." Shi Qianshan knelt on one knee, with a respectful look on his face. "Ding, 100 points. My dear minister, please stand up." Gao Fan helped Shi Qianshan up. "Without further delay, let's go to the Heavenly Snake Temple." The Heavenly Snake Temple is a hidden temple, hidden in the dense forest in the heart of the Heavenly Snake Palace. Gao Fan and his group came to the temple and looked at the tall temple with a look of reverence. Every time he saw the ancient buildings in the Duchi continent, Gao Fan sincerely admired those who built these buildings. Such tallness and style cannot be understood by those who have never been there. "Your Majesty, the temple has a barrier, and only the saint can enter." Snake Qianshan led the elders of the Heavenly Snake House and stood respectfully aside. Knowing that Qinglan would be separated from everyone this time, Gao Fan used his points to see if he could get some equipment. Looking at the 500 points accumulated on the panel these days, Gao Fan's face was full of smiles. "Draw! Ding! Get Doctor Strange's equipment, Levitation Cloak. Ding! Get X-Men Deadpool's equipment, Adamantium Metal Dual Blades. Ding, get Thor Odin's equipment, Eternal Spear. Ding, get Thor Heimdall's equipment, Guardian Sword. Gao Fan took out the levitation cloak and put it on Qinglin. Take this cloak with you, it can protect you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qinglin touched the cloak, looking happy. Gao Fan touched the barrier with his hand and nodded slightly. Qinglin, go quickly. But I don't want to leave, Your Majesty. Qinglin looked gentle. Don't worry, it won't be long. Come out, you will have the power to help me. Gao Fan smiled. Really? Qinglin's eyes were clear and he was a little excited. Of course. Gao Fan touched Qinglin's head. You will be at Dozong when you come out. Okay, I'll go. Then you masters must be careful during this period. Qinglin happily entered the barrier and disappeared. Seeing Qinglin enter the temple, Gao Fan smiled faintly, took out Deadpool's double swords, and handed them to Lu Man and Wan Wan. These are for you, take them. The two looked at the swords handed over by Gao Fan and were very happy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yes? Gao Fan nodded. Lu Man, Wan Wan, you stay and wait for Qinglin to come out of retreat, and the others will follow me to Burning Flame Valley. Your Majesty, I want to stay. The environment here is more suitable for me. I want to retreat here, Queen Medusa said. Hongyi also agreed. I also want to stay and retreat. Yeah, that's fine. Medusa is a snake and Hongyue is a lizard. Hongyue, this is for you. Gao Fan smiled and handed the Spear of Eternity to Hongyue. Hongyue looked at the golden spear with surprise in her beautiful eyes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then, Gao Fan took out a bunch of pills and gave them to Medusa. Give some to Hongyue, Lu Man and Wan Wan, and let's go for the rest of you. Lu Man and Wan Wan looked at the pills Gao Fan took out in shock. Isn't this too generous? Xiao Yu, who was standing aside, felt a little uncomfortable. Even Lu Man and Wan Wan, who came later, received weapons from His Majesty, but she didn't. Hey! Gao Fan smiled slightly when he saw Xiao Yu's expression and handed a long sword to Xiao Yu. For you. Really? Xiao Yu's eyes revealed joy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhongzhou, Fenyan Valley is a large sect located in the Blazing Mountains. The gate lintel is tall and the setting sun is like blood. After visiting the Heavenly Snake Mansion, Gao Fan and his party came to the gate of Fenyan Valley. Looking at the towering mountain gate in front of them, they all frowned. Gao Fan came here to help Xiaoyan Kalang Dragon Thunder Gangyan. Such a strong, bloody smell. Yun frowned slightly. Gao Fan pursed his lips. Will this Fenyan Valley be wiped out? It's possible. Yao Chen nodded. At this time, Yao Chen had taken back the body of T-1000, and with the soul power from the upper soul bag, he had recovered a little and possessed the strength of a 6-star Duzong. Let's go and take a look. Gao Fan said lightly, and used his telekinesis to protect the women. The heart of the Burning Flame Valley was littered with corpses and in a mess. Damn it, what do you think the higher-ups are thinking? We have searched the Burning Flame Valley 3 times inside and out, and they still asked us to continue searching. They must have run away a long time ago, right? That's right, we have even searched the treasure house of the Burning Flame Valley clean. I wonder why they are still lingering? Hey, don't waste time. If we can't find that person, we can't go back. Gao Fan and his group hid in the dark and frowned slightly when they heard the conversation between the 3 patrolmen. I wonder who they are looking for? Xiaoyan asked. Gao Fan took action directly, and the 2 were strangled to death silently. The remaining person was also pulled in front of them in midair and stepped on by Gao Fan. Who are you? Gao Fan looked at the person being stepped on with a cold face. This man was already scared out of his wits, looking at Gao Fan and the people behind him in fear. The way they had just killed his 2 companions silently was simply too horrifying. I'm a disciple of the outer sect of Fenglei Pavilion. Fenglei Pavilion? Gao Fan asked curiously. Why are you in Fenyan Valley? 3 days ago, Bing Valley and our Fenglei Pavilion attacked Fenyan Valley. Fenyan Valley was defeated, and the Valley Master Tang Zhen died directly. But they didn't find what they wanted, so they didn't evacuate without us. Tang Zhen is dead? Gao Fan frowned slightly. He is a 5-star Dozun. How did you kill him? Our Fenglei North Pavilion Master Lei Zun and the Glacier Valley Master Bing Zun joined forces and threatened Tang Huor's life to kill Tang Zhen. The man didn't dare to lie. Both Dozun are here. Gao Fan smiled coldly. But doesn't Burning Flame Valley have a Du Shenghuoyun patriarch? How did he show up? I don't know about this little one. The man shook his head repeatedly. Gao Fan nodded secretly. Most likely Huoyun Patriarch went out to travel. Well, go on. The pavilion masters killed Tang Zhen and left. We stayed to find Tang Huor, the young master of Burning Flame Valley, because she is the most likely to inherit the Nine-Dragon Thunder Gang fire. Ha ha! So that's it. Gao Fan grinned.